Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. Wherever you are in the world, it's guerrilla cricket. Yay! And it's day 3 of the second test in Wellington in New Zealand. It looks a bit cloudy. It's pretty windy today.
60-mile-an-hour gusts, apparently.
Yeah.
Which is nothing compared to here.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, no, it's true. 95 mile an hour here, and everything's bloody falling apart. England are massively in the ascendancy. They lead by 533 runs. They're 378 for 5. Stokes is looking like he's trying to do whack-a-mole out there, basically. Swinging at everything. Sometimes he hits, sometimes he doesn't. But it's been quite fun to watch, and Root has serenely moved on to 73. New Zealand look bereft of ideas. And I'm expecting that England bowl for bat for about half an hour and then declare, because I think they've got enough runs now by quite a long shot, but I think they want 550 for some reason. And I do think, as we were talking about last night, it's quite wise to make the oppo come out and field before they get to bat. You might as well. Doesn't allow them to prepare so much, and if you take half an hour out of there, even if they were prepping madly before the game, in the hope that would happen, or they get in there quick, if you give half an hour and they've got to go out and watch the ball in the field and run around a bit, all that prep they did pre-match is going to have gone in their brains.
Well, time's not an issue, don't forget, Joe.
Yeah, well, time isn't an issue. They've got 3 days left. I mean, this is day 3. I don't think I'm going to be in tomorrow, is my bet, and if I am, I don't think I'll be here much after lunch.
Well, Joe Root is 27 short of his 35th ton. That might be part of their thinking a little bit, do you reckon, Billy?
Yeah, I do. I think they will potentially declare when Rooty, well, if and when Rooty hopefully gets his ton. I think from a bowling standpoint, I have a feeling that Bashir could get in the wickets today. I think the wind will help a bit of drift.
Yes, definitely so.
Yeah, that's a little inkling.
I always actually used to like bowling into the wind, and a lot of people don't, but as a spinner it's great because you can bowl and it just gets held up, or the wind drops and it goes through. It's quite difficult to control length, but if you get it right it can be quite devastating.
Well, as we've said a few times, Nathan Lyon took 10 wickets in the last test match here, although that was kind of towards the end of the Indian summer, whereas this is very much of the New Zealand summer, whereas this is very much the beginning of the New Zealand summer, so conditions are a little bit different, but he still did take a couple of wickets. Do you want to know about run chases? It's a big ask. They're going to have a run chase of 550 plus, aren't they?
Yeah, well, no one's ever done it, obviously.
Well, no, I can tell you the highest run chase at the Basin Reserve was 277 for 3, which was by Pakistan actually against New Zealand in 2003. New Zealand's highest ever was 325 for 4 against Pakistan at Lancaster Park in Christchurch, before the Hagley Oval became the venue there. And in tests ever, we already knew this one, and I'm sure loads of folk will. It was 418 for 7, the West Indies against Australia at Antigua in 2003.
So all the biggest tastes, a lot of them have been this century, which is a good thing.
Well, yeah. Sarwan, Ramnesh Sarwan and Shivran Chandapur both made tons in that, and Brian Lara got 60 odd.
As I said to you,
it's still a long way out.
Whatever happened to Ramnaresh Sarwan? He was there 1 minute and gone the next and never heard of again.
That's a very good question. We have a lot of listeners in the West Indies, so if you're with us and can give us
I
a little
always thought he
background.
was an integral part of that side at the time that he was there, and then in that one series he was just gone, and it was like he'd had a falling out with a board or something, and that was it, done.
I mean, just on the wind that we briefly mentioned, I'll be interested to see how New Zealand's kind of plans differ. You know, if England are hitting downwind, then the power of these two, especially Stokes, they won't find it too difficult to hit sixes. So I don't know if they might try and make them hit into the wind and bowl bouncers at them, maybe. See if they can get them caught.
Well, our man at the ground,
we'll have to see.
Our man at the ground, the roving Hector, says the wind is mainly from the pavilion towards the Vance stand end, so it's blowing towards the Vance stand. So if you're at the Vance stand end, you're going to be bowling into it. Bear, if that would be interesting then if they do bowl Bashir to see where he bowls. And
I don't know which the bandstand.
The Vance stand.
Vance
end.
stand.
That's the
That
Vance stand. Yeah.
Okay, so it's coming from there this way.
Correct. It's
Okay.
bowling.
It's coming out the TV. At
No,
us.
it's from the pavilion. No, it's coming from the
So
pavilion.
it's going away from
It's
us.
going.
So it's going towards the
Yes.
pointy thing, the pointy
Yes.
building,
So O'Rourke is bowling
with the wind.
with the wind.
Indeed. Well, that makes sense. He's the fastest of their bowlers, and his first ball gets carted out towards. Well, it ends up going out towards point. They're going to come back for 2 though, and we'll start the day with the jingles for the batsmen.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
He's with.
His voices high pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Flashed out again by Stokes, wide outside his off stump. He should probably go across to that and nail it, leaning into it like a backhand in tennis.
He should. I mean, I tell you. Well, this is definitely going to be an entertaining hour. So some were saying Gilbert Jessop's record might be in danger at some point, but I don't think so. I suddenly can't remember how many balls he did it in.
I think it was 69 or
What is
71.
76.
Was it 76?
Because Johnny Bairstow
nearly
did
did
it in
it.
77.
Yeah.
Well, you never know.
You've also got to
Stokes
remember
really gets
he had to
motoring.
work harder for his runs.
Well, he might not make it because he's miscued that one out into the deep. Oh no, fell well short of mid wicket, and they'll get through for a single. He's just going to do that all day, isn't he? If he gets lucky, it'll be really entertaining, and he might well do it. The bowler is.
He'll never make 95, probably never 50, because Will O'Rourke is a mad bowling and a batting, but he's good at that, good enough to get your wicket, good enough to drive you crazy when you get out.
Well, Rooty's on
Root's
73.
I was say 27 short, and it'll be interesting to see how Root goes about this with the Stokes' aggression at the other end, you'd assume Root will be far more.
He'll just be
calm.
knocking singles and letting Stokes take control, won't he? If he gets a bad ball, well, you know, he'll put it away. He clips that one sweetly off his pads down to long leg, get himself a single. I mean, this is it. Root has settled back into just being Root-like. There was about 6-8 months, wasn't there, where he was fully into baseball and playing stupid shots.
Well, I think that was off the back of Ben Stokes, of course, because at the start of his,
It was kind of near.
He was playing those, but I honestly think it was because Root wanted to show that there was no hard feelings. He was going to be a team player, and everything like that. And I mean,
I think he ramped once too often in India.
Yeah,
that was probably
I think,
what did it.
because he was giving it away. Oh, now he's got a bottom edge there. There's Stokes. It's not quite beaten Blundell. He's managed to get a paw on it, slow it down. Third man comes in. You wonder if it's going to piss down with rain. There's no rain forecast, is there? Kind of looks.
No, I don't think there is.
I think you actually got toe end on that rather than under edge.
You're looking forward to a day off tomorrow, Bear. That's basically what you're thinking, isn't it?
Well, I've got a day off anyway, and now my son's football match has been cancelled anyway. So, but I don't lie in, to be fair, anymore anyway. So.
No, I don't either.
I can't do that. It's really annoying.
Sad, isn't it?
It is. Here's Will O'Rourke. He's bowling over the wicket to Root, who cuts that. There's no slip. There's a galley. I think it was aerial. Could have been a catch at slip, but of course he's not there. Runs it down to pretty fine third man. Gets himself a single. I think he steals the strike. And over to you, Tone. Say hello to these social people.
Well, lots of people, I can tell you. Mr. Handjob says, I'm going to petition the ICC to introduce 3-day tests. I have several Saudi backers. Are you with me? Ben McCormack, evening all. A bit pissed and liable to fall asleep fairly soon, but in for the start. Well done, Ben. That's exactly the way you should be on a Saturday night around about this time.
Super chatters, and we'll shout you just to keep you awake every 10 minutes.
Paggard says, evening all. I'm a bit pissed too, so liable to predict a New Zealand win. Well done, Paggard. We don't mind if you want to do that. Jonathan Shoreland, good morning from the Basin Reserve. It is cloudy and blustery here today, but I'm expecting the rain to stay away until this evening. But I'm not a weather expert, so what do I know? Well, so there's another man at the ground. Jonathan Shoreland, if you're at the ground, I'll message Hector. See if you can say hello to Hector. I'll let him know you're there.
Matt Henry is going to bowl the second over. He bowls the first ball at Root. He drives it up to mid-off, and there is no run. Give him a little jingle. Goes a bit like this.
You could never trust a man with two first names, Matt Henry.
Rooty 75, and looking back to his old self, he just drops that, tries to turn it into the leg side, gets it a bit straight. No run.
New Zealand's field's an interesting one, defensive as we might expect, but you'd think to Root they might have a slip in at the very least. Or even to Stokes, I probably would. It's quite demoralising as a bowler, almost, in a Test match to.
Well, we've all been there. You're just waiting for the declaration, isn't it? It doesn't really matter what your field is. It's it'd be an absolute bonus if they bowled us out before we declared. That's clipped into the leg side and get himself a single. Well, Rudy?
I don't know. I think they should bring everyone up and make it far more entertaining.
It certainly would. The runs will go quicker. They get off the field quicker. They might lose quicker. I mean, this is the thing. What's this going to do to them as a batting unit? I mean, psychologically, it's quite demoralising, isn't it? You come out with good intent, and then a couple of wickets go, and it all falls apart.
I mean, you have to think that they're going to have to jiggle around their team surely for the next Test. So, it's an important innings for their batsmen.
Yeah. Oh wow! Smashed back by Stokes. I mean, it was a caught and bowl chance, but he hit it bloody hard. That must have hurt Matt Henry because he didn't catch it. He got some hands on it. I don't know if it burst through. The other ones, as they stick, lightning reactions. But
he's absolutely nailed that Ben Stokes. It was a cutter from Henry, but right in the slot really, and he's caught it pretty much out of the lower middle of the bat. And I mean, it's always so difficult to run up Henry's.
The look on his face was totally. Yeah. His eyes just went really wide, and he looked scared for a second. Pulled by Rooty. I think he's going to get himself first boundary of the day. That was a lovely shot. Dropped short and didn't even get up very high. So Root was able to smash it out of the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
The difference, I would say, between Root's pull there than the ones of Stokes. Rootie's far more in control.
Oh yeah.
You know, his stance is proper. He's completely. Stokes seems to take a leap out of his book. Root stays completely still.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why Root's got 12,500 or 6,700, whatever it is, test runs. He's just class. Next ball, he just plays out to point. There is no run. It ends the over. England 390 for 5. Root's got 80. Stokes has got 40. And Tone's going to read us some.
I am indeed. Jamal the Statsman. Hey, you all. What about Australia last night? Yeah. That was pretty exciting. Fantastic bowling from Mitchell Stark. Ben McCormick dicking about with the opposition is absolutely what it's about this morning. Philip Shaw says 100 miles an hour in Ireland, so windy the farm dog who sleeps outside was dry and his fur was big and soft. Hi all, says Dara's easy. Apologies for my namesake that caused the derby to be postponed. Matthew Cullen, evening all, hoping for a big Root score here. Would also like England to bat for a long time, no point declaring.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's a wide first ball. O'Rourke bowls to Stokes next over. Even he couldn't reach it. No, I mean, knowing this side, they want to be on a golf course for 2 days, yeah? They definitely want it over today.
But as a Liverpool fan, I was absolutely delighted the derby was postponed, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it kind
Chance
of
to
makes...
get some players back.
And yeah, not only that, and it's also, in this kind of weather, it's a little bit of a lottery blowing at 70 miles an hour, you know. I didn't hear what you said there, Tone. There's a big swing, no ding from Stokes as it goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
Probably something about Watford being rubbish.
Well, were they? I don't know what they did today. Well, what I do know, though, is that we have one of these.
Use your bribe, super chat.
That's a great look on his face.
So funny.
Shit! Richard Milgate has sent us €2. He says, evening all. Evening, Richard. Thank you for the little super chat. More of you should do it. It's always helpful. Stokes on 40 off 32. Oh, we have. And you're right, you see. He's just trying to hit it too hard at the moment. He's all out of kilter. We have another one. I'm going to play a different jingle.
Oh, YouTube cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
It's Jay Grover. He says, I'm sober, brother. Okay. That's fine, Jay.
I've missed Jay over the last few days. His name hasn't been popping up as much. So hello, Jay. I hope you're with us for the long haul tonight, throughout the evening.
He's living his life. You're living your best life, aren't you, Jay? That one is cut out in front of square, and they'll get a single. Stokes will.
Yeah, 20 short of 100 is Root. It's, as you say, Bear, it just feels like New Zealand just waiting for a mistake. Of course, all the fielders on the boundary. England 8 short of 400, a mammoth lead of 546. And as you say, I mean, it's so demoralising.
Yeah.
The bowlers to run in, and it really does create sometimes a batsman-bowlers divide. You know, the bowlers run in hard, and the batsmen just haven't done their job.
Yep, exactly that. That's sconned him. I think he might have top edged it into his helmet there, Root. I don't think he missed it.
I think
he's saying it came off his shoulder
yeah.
into the helmet, yeah. He might have been top edge helmet, shoulder helmet.
They might have to do a concussion test, you would think that's what they usually have to do. It just bounced a little bit.
Yeah,
more.
well, it was top edge
rolled
into the
up his
top of
shoulder.
arm and into his helmet. They probably
Was it
will.
top he did.
Yeah, there was a
right.
little bit of top edge, and that took it into his shoulder and then onto his helmet. I think they probably will have to check him out. But you know what that does? Because they're all spilling in now.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero! They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat!
Ben McCormick sends us £2. He says, sort that out, Jay. Well, I didn't want to say it, so someone else has to. Philip Shaw says, Stockport County won again. Good for Stockport. What league are they in? 2?
League 2, yeah, I think. Did they Exeter? I think they were playing. Can't remember.
Yeah.
I might be wrong.
In comes Will O'Rourke to Root, who just plays it up to mid-on. They scoot through for a quick single, and they get there pretty easily in the end. Is that Stockport is Stockport County? Stockport, is that on the one on the outskirts of Manchester?
Well, I did A-level for geography, but I wouldn't be asking me too many geographical questions there.
I'm sure I think it's Stockport on the outskirts of Manchester.
It's somewhere up there.
I think we went there for a night out. Some club was in Stockport, I seem to remember.
Sounds like a dangerous night out to me.
Well, in our day, I remember we went to Shelley's nightclub in Stoke. Car got broken into that night. That was cut out to the man on the boundary, and there's no run. I had the Talbot Horizon, which will probably mean nothing to you, but in my day cars were very simple. It had a different coloured bonnet, I think, because I dented the bonnet, and we used to drive everywhere. So we drove over to Stoke from Manchester, went to this nightclub called Shelley's, fantastic night out. Came out to the car.
Awesome.
The car had been broken into. There was everyone's coats in the back, and basically they've gone through everything in the car, taken nothing, gone in the glove compartment and nicked the weed that was in the glove compartment. Classic. Those were the days. It was at the time in the state we were all in. That's the end of the over. We're about to start another one, I think. 394 for 5. England. Matt Henry is around the wicket to Ben Stokes, who plays it out to deep extra cover. That everyone is pretty much out in the outfield.
Well, the one thing that it does do is this will be so frustrating for Ben Stokes, someone who hates being tied down. And that is precisely what
But he's
they're doing
kind of being
with him
tied down by his own
well,
profligacy with his shots. You know, he's
Yeah.
not keeping, as you say, he's not keeping shape. He's better than this.
I mean, this is a different scenario, but teams have used the bouncer tactic against this England side to tie them down, and it's worked to great effect.
Well, Root's come down the track,
Oh, wow.
smashed that over the top of mid-on. He's showing Stokesy how to do it. He's struck a lovely 4.
The new ball is also due at the end of this over, and it'll be interesting to see if they take harder ball.
The harder ball
More
goes
runs are
faster, but
likely
they
to
probably
be
get it to
scored,
do
yeah.
something, won't it? You know.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It'd be an interesting debate. You'd think they will, more for the bowlers' sanity. It'd be nice for them to have a new rock.
Matt Henry's in, yeah, probably. Bowlers will want it, I'm sure. And will it make that much difference? Not really. It doesn't really matter if they're bowlers out now, really. Let's be honest. Bowled out to deep mid wicket and there's no run. We could be bowled out with nearly a double hat trick, and I don't think it would make much difference to the game. It would give New Zealand.
You're not necessarily selling people to listen to us for the full.
Well, we're
full night,
entertaining, Billy. You know.
Listen to us for the chat, not the cricket.
Well, a bit of both.
The chat about nights out in Stoke.
Exactly. The car getting broken in, so the weed got nicked. That's clipped into the leg side by Stokesy, and it goes out to deep square leg, and there will be just one run. Stokes closing it. There'll be 2 tests in a row that Stokes has got a 50. That would make him feel good.
Well,
both have been quite ugly, I'll be honest, though.
I have been saying that he desperately needs to score some more runs, and he is currently doing that, just not in the manner that
we'd all like to see them.
We'd all like, although it was entertaining yesterday.
Yeah, Henry in, throws that one up wide of the off stump, driven hard by Rooty over the top of cover, and he's going to get himself another 4. And he's moved on to 90. He could get his 100
awesome.
before Stokesy gets his 50.
Awesome.
He is awesome. Well, he is the best batsman in the world currently, I'd say.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It was out the back of the hand, that one.
Yeah, out the back of the hand, and the way he waits for it and just carves it out of the middle of that new balance is fantastic. It's such a nice cricket shot that he's had to wait for it for such a long time, and just evades the leaping cover.
Oh, that was. Oh dear. Matt Henry, he had something dodgy to eat yesterday, or too many. Did you go to football today? Was there any football? That's driven square by Rooty, out to the man on the boundary. It'll be a run, and that ends the 80th over. You missed all the super chat.
Have you had a dodgy Sydenham kebab, Tony?
No, I haven't. I've had something though. Stockport County one, Philip Shaw. Yes, right. Did you get and all the things before the super chat, or did you just dive into those?
I just dived into the super chat.
Right.
Well, the super chat gets priority. That's why they pay us money, Tone.
I absolutely understand that. Matthew Cullen, England, all hoping for a big score, or evening all hoping for a big Root score here. He's still in, isn't he? Yes, he is. 91.
He is 91. He's outscoring Stokes at the moment. He's playing more orthodox and better shots. Let's be honest. Tries to work it to the leg side. Does Rooty, but he doesn't get anything on it, and there is no run. 400's come up in that glass in the last over. Actually, England are 406 for 5 now.
It has, yeah. As you say, Root could get to his ton before Stokes reaches 50. Yeah. They seem to have an ever so slightly more attacking field to Root, but not much.
Yeah, well, he's able to hit it over the infield, and everyone's on the outer for Stokesy, which kind of makes sense why he would attack. He's tried to cut that from way too close to his body. He's trying to do the little run shot down the third man, chop it down there. But, it was too close, got an under edge, bounced before it got to
we had a brief discussion about whether they'd take the new ball, and they haven't as of yet.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
But any thoughts on that, Tony? Or we were saying, obviously it's harder, it'll come off faster, they might not want to take it.
Yeah, but I mean, I would still think you'd want to break through this partnership. Otherwise, you're just playing a delaying game and saying,
well, I don't think it matters.
As longer as England are out there, the less time we have to try and bat, which is negative.
That's nicely just flicked very fine by Root. I think he's going to beat the fielder. He does. It's a proper leg glance. It's gone all the way down the boundary for 4 runs.
Nice shot. He did that well yesterday as well. Just shuffled across nicely and flicks it nice and fine where a fine leg would be, but races round and can't cut it off.
35th Test 100 he's honing in on, but don't forget England have lost 2 batsmen in the 90s. Don't want to make it a hat-trick, do we?
Yeah, both who've been struggling. Well, Bethel, who'd never scored a ton in his life, and Duckett, who just bats the same way anyway, has frequently
he's been out
a lot post
been out a few times in the 90s, hasn't he,
exactly.
for England?
They are taking the new ball now, it looks like. Well, everyone was always banged on for a few years about Joe Root's conversion rate, but he's put that to bed over the last few years, really. Always had a problem getting out, kind of somewhere 60 to 80, it seems.
Yeah, he went for a stage where it looked it's all too easy for him. He kept taking chances, and
another super chat, by the way.
Well, I know, I've seen it. I'll give it a little blast or something in a second. Rooty drives that square out to the man at deep point. Just Devon Conway, I think, out there, and it will be just the 1 run. Well, we're going to go for this one then this time.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
It's our friend Dara Azizi, $20 Thanks for staying awake, gorillas. Send me the case bear.
Oh, right. For my nicked weed from my glove compartment.
Oh,
you missed the story.
Dara's a policeman, though, isn't
yes,
he?
exactly. And this is what happened. I will explain it again for you, Tone, because you weren't here. It's cut.
I wasn't far away.
I'll give you the synopsis anyway.
Go on then.
It was cut out to point, and there was a single. During my heady days as a student, we drove across to Stoke in my Talbot Horizon. I went to the nightclub Shelley's because that's what you did. Because we were talking about Stockport and where it was, and shitholes basically. But we used to go to clubs in shitholes, and they were very good clubs. And my car had all our coats in. I don't think it locked anyway. But when we came back, it had been broken into. They hadn't nicked any coats, nothing. They'd gone in the glove compartment and nicked the weed. Of course. So Dara wants to solve the case for me. It's about odd now. Yeah, there you go. Ooh,
but no one was murdered, though.
No one was murdered. We were having a great time at the club. We just came out and we wanted a spliff, and there was no weed left because it had been nicked. Disaster. Anyway, the last ball was fenced at by Root. Did it carry through to the keeper? But
it just did it. It just did a little bit off the seam and died on the way through.
Yeah.
But that is why they've taken the new ball. We've seen that a bit with this Kookaburra.
Yeah.
It's just nibbled a bit.
Horse and Baltic come to mind, really, but there's nothing they can do about it.
We've had a good start in the super chat front. We should try and break the
record.
Well, we have. We're doing extremely well. Mayank. 3-day test of the future. 90-minute session, 60-minute lunch, 30 minutes tea, and 20 overs per session. Go harder. Kieran Roseblade, Stokes needs some runs here. I kind of think he has stopped batting well and stopped bowling mostly. England don't have enough world-class players to carry someone who just captains. Well,
that is very harsh. That's slapped by Stokes with no great timing. Out to cover, and there's no one. Look, he'll get his timing back. He's just being Stokesy, He's trying to hit it too hard.
Well, you've got an interesting situation here, haven't you? You've got Root 4 short of his 100 and Stokes 4 short of his 50.
Yep.
And a brand new ball just been taken.
Yeah, well, there are a couple of gaps. There's a gap if Root wants to drive it. It looks like kind of through cover, but there are no slips. So it's curious as to why they'd leave that gap. If if you're going to entice the drive, you may as well give. If he gets a nick, there's no one there to catch it really, apart from Blundell.
Henry in, pulled, Root comes down the track and then pulls it out to deep mid wicket. They get one, are they just going to stick at one? Yeah, they are. Nice shot.
Yes, he just rolls the wrists over the pull shot so nicely. As well as Stokes tries to hit it out for 6, Root quite often can just knock it for a single like that.
Yeah. And he's happy doing that. Stokes is big and aggressive and he wants to hit it a long way.
The only thing that might concern, I'll just hold the thought for a minute.
Nothing concerns me here, Tone. I've got to say, this game is done. England have won, he says, with complete bravado as that's driven out to covers and there's no run.
Well, I'm just
and I
gonna
predict
say,
it'll be over today, but we're going to have fun on the way.
For a new ball with fresh bowlers, it ain't doing a lot.
No.
That's the only thing I might be looking at.
And I bet you when England come out, it's hooping a little bit more and niggling. It's all. This is it. This is why Test match cricket is such a great game, because it's played as much in the head, and this is it. You grind them into the dust here. They come out, and their initial intention, New Zealand's initial intention when they come out as Henry's in, it's driven by Root out to just wide and mid on enough that they get through for a single. They'll come out with bristling intent and go, well, yeah, we can get. Everyone thinks they can do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't play the sport, right? But then a couple of wickets will go, heads will drop. And a whole bunch of wickets will fall, and I imagine someone might stick their hand up and get a 50, 60, 70 or 80, but I imagine England win this by 300 runs, easy.
It just makes batsmen like Conway under rest who are out of form. It makes it look worse.
Yeah, exactly. Good time to rediscover your form. As Stokes hits that, it bounces up and it's fielded by Nathan Smith, and there is no run. Leading run scorers in 2024. Well, Root's at the top of the pile. An average of 58.48, a best of 262. 16 matches, but he scored 1,462 runs. We did this yesterday, didn't we? Jaiswal scored 1,304, 13 matches. Highest of 213, I think. That's a nice shot, well timed by Stokes. No, he's not going to beat the two fielders out. Glenn Phillips fields, but they'll get back for 2. That moves him on to 49 at the end of the 82nd. I'm just going to run and get another beer.
That's right.
It's a mark of how much cricket. Just quickly, Tony. Sorry, it's a mark of how much cricket England have played that so many people on that list are English, and Zach Crawley is also on it, and he's only averaging 29. How many tests have we played this year? I want to say it's 13 or something. It could be more.
I don't have that in front of me, but it's about that.
I can work it out.
Anyway, while you do that, we have another super chat, which I can't reach the jingle machine from here, and the bear's nipped out, so you have to go super chat cash, super chat cash. It's from Philip Shaw, who says, I did my nurse training in Stoke. I ordered a triple Jack Daniels. The barman said 3. I said yes. I got 3 triple Jack Daniels and Coke. I got my phone robbed and slept in a bush. Happy days.
Stoke. I used to go to Stoke actually for a lot when I was doing Homes Under the Hammer as well. We used to do an auction up there. We used to stay in a ropey hotel in the city centre. Right. Root. Hey! Reverse scoop to get himself to 100.
He has
wicked.
Wow.
Reverse scoop. He's gone down on one leg. He's ramped it over the top of Blundell. It's gone down to the boundary, right behind the keeper.
That is awesome.
It is awesome. He gets one of these, and
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations,
I mean, it's
you
just
are
incredible.
a centurion.
yeah.
It's just incredible, 102, and what a way to get there. But he's England's best batsman, bar none, and I think the greatest we will ever have, especially at least in my lifetime. He got a look. Wow, it's come off his arm. Oh, I don't think that should have necessarily counted as runs. It almost looked like it must have got bat on it. There's no way it would have gone that far.
Well, it's been given now. Down to take it, Matt. When he's gone straight back over the bowler's head this time.
That's a better shot.
That is a better shot.
That's a glorious
Did
shot.
that go all the way? I couldn't see.
It's a 4, but it's still a glorious one.
Straight back over the bowler's head. Lovely shot. He's class. He is class. He is very, very class.
on the floor.
Oh, it's a no ball as well.
One more four than the four before. That's what fours are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
I mean, when are they going to declare? I mean, they're going to go 600. I mean, maybe an hour. I mean, we haven't even been out there half an hour yet, have we?
That's a brilliant crease shot in the slot. He holds the pose, and that nice hard ball came true onto the bat.
Indeed. Will O'Rourke that's swung in a little bit to Root, but he's driven it up to mid-off. Thinks about a run, but it's not there. Oh yeah, that's why it's only the second ball of the over, because he bowled a no ball. I was thinking, anyway, he's ton up in this over as well.
Let's see if Stokes can do something as audacious if he gets on strike to reach his 50.
Well, he only needs a single. Whereas
Well,
Rooty
you never
did
know.
need a boundary, didn't he? No, he was on 97, so he technically didn't need a boundary, did he?
98.
Oh, was he? Well, there you go. He did. I don't think he's going to hang around there.
No. Oh, edged. Has he been caught? I
Yeah.
think he has been
Yeah.
caught. Root's been caught. Will O'Rourke gets his first wicket after having his ton up. Stokes is out for 106. England going off?
Well,
Well,
Root's
Root's
certainly
running
jogging.
off.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
Stokes is going off. They were basically
Stokes
out
on 49.
there. Yeah, I don't think he cares. He's not out.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Maybe my theory was right. It was about getting Rooty to his 35th ton more than it was about extending the lead.
Possibly. I guess having got there, yeah, it was like hit out next wicket, we're off.
Yeah.
Or if we're not out in 15 minutes, I'll declare. But there was no point. Well, anyway, I'm not going to play the wicket jingle because I'm going to play this instead.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price. He sings for me for cash. He sings for me for cash.
Well, after that fabulous performance by Jeff Perkins, Richard Milgate has donated €2. Thank you, Richard, so much. Oh yes, he says, a singing gorilla. Do it again, please.
Who was singing?
It was
Tony
me while you were
Tony
out.
gave
Oh,
So
right.
I couldn't reach this
Oh, right.
jingle machine. So I sang the super chat cash jingle.
All right, a cappella.
Guys, I'm just wondering, are they looking to see if Blundell actually caught that?
Oh well, surely if you've declared, you've
Because-
declared. He'd
Oh.
be just
Yeah,
not
'cause
out.
I think he's grasped it.
Ooh.
It's tough to see from that. So effectively, it's kind of gone into his wrist almost, and looks like it's dropping out. But it's whether his glove, his
This
right
angle
glove,
might
managed
tell
to
us
get-
more because we're
there's-
behind him as opposed to in front of him. It was number 66.
Wow.
Has number 66 caught number 66?
I don't know.
My gut feel is he must have grasped that if you look at the angle of
I
his
think he's
of his
dropped it.
gloves. There's only one number 66, Blundell, and it ain't you, boy.
Yeah.
But
Well,
as
I
you
think.
say, if they've declared, they've declared. Surely. It would
Well,
just
yeah,
go-
that-
Well, yeah,
precisely. They're not going to
It'll be
come
a
back.
question of whether Rooty's not out or out, won't it?
I'm sure it'll do his average. Some
Decision
good if
pending,
you're not out.
and it is. They've decided.
Oh, they've
fuck it,
said
we'll
it's
stick
out.
with it's out because everyone's gone off the field and assumed.
Yeah, I think so. Well, as we said at the top of the show, New Zealand's highest ever run chase, 325. They're going to have to near enough double that.
Yeah.
Highest ever, 418. They're going to have to pile on the best part of 200 on top of that. I mean, it's a tall order, Billy.
Yeah, you'd have to think it's probably going to be over by the early hours of this morning or later on in the evening.
Well,
in New
that's the
Zealand.
only bit I'm.
I don't know.
I
Tony,
mean,
I'm
someone
not
could
convinced by
stick
that.
in there. I mean, they could
Yeah.
last
They
till
could,
tea
but I
tomorrow.
think-
I mean, if they last till tea tomorrow, they'll only still probably be in New Zealand. They'll be on about 450, and they'll still be 130 or
The
40
thing
runs
is,
around.
the thing is, though, I think if they're going to get an early wicket, all the heads are just going to drop. The only one I can really see offering much resistance is Kane Williamson. To be honest.
Yeah, me too.
Well, no, never ever underestimate the power of Daryl Mitchell. I mean, the guys.
You've mentioned Daryl Mitchell.
I'm a
every day of
huge
the
Daryl
series.
Mitchell
well,
fan.
don't you remember a couple of years ago? It was a pain in the arse. He kept scoring
Yeah, he
hundreds for
was.
fun.
Exactly.
in the middle order.
And he played for Middlesex for a while, and I wish we'd kept. Oh God, what? He was terrific for Middlesex. Let me fire in some messages then. George McPherson, Root and Stokes should have stayed on the field instead of rushing off. Well, they were out in the end. Andrew Cook, with the way New Zealand loses wickets, my prediction of the test being over in two and a half days is still on. And I say that as a Kiwi. Well, it is very negative, Andrew. Easy Ollie. Doesn't get more one-sided than this. Total domination. Ben McCormick. Yeah, a bit weird to not bother with Stokes' 50. Plenty of time left. George McPherson also said Root. Jamar the Statman says well batted Root. We have a new friend, Ramit Taneja, who's keen for New Zealand to set up a franchise tournament to rescue their future. I thought they had one.
Well, they've got the Super Smash thing.
Yeah,
they've
got the Super
well,
Smash thing.
I think that's their equivalent of the Blast, so it's not necessarily considered a franchise tournament.
Maybe
I
not
might
then.
be wrong.
Okay. Jamar the Statsman says, hurrah Dara. Oh, there's a little chatting away amongst you all, which is fabulous. We encourage it. We like to think it's just like being at the cricket. And if you want to sit in a group and have your own conversation, feel free. And if you're doing it because of us, we're delighted.
We'll
mentioned the
join in your
GPL,
conversation.
yeah.
The GPL is open.
GPL, that's a good thought.
Go to GorillaCricket.com, competitions, and have an educated guess on how many runs will be scored in the day. If you get it on the button, you win what's in the pot, which is currently about 34 quid. It gets up though. Our man and G-Man in Vancouver won 118 quid the other week. The more of you enter, the bigger the pot gets, and the more fun it gets at the end of the day. Someone is bound to win.
Could be quite a difficult day to predict, to be fair. It's
Could be.
tough to know how New Zealand will go about.
I forgot to go over to Blue Sky, so I'm nipped over to Blue Sky, where so many of you have been going in your droves, deserting Elon and heading to Blue Sky. The Mad Old Bat, Hattie the Mad Old Batty, grateful for the cricketing weekend while the wind howls around the barn. Also catching Leah doing the Oz versus India after Guerrilla Cricket. Okay. Peter Spidler, our friend Peter, the Grandmaster and multiple time Russian chess champion. I had a golf joke, he says, but it was terribly below par. Well,
Nice.
There you go. We thought you were summoning up
changing,
Les
by the way?
Dawson. Are we due for a change now? Who's on, Ben?
Yeah, we are.
Can you have a
Mog's
look? What's
supposed to be on. For Billy. Me and Mog's doing his socials.
Right.
You're
Am I
doing some
still-
ball by ball.
okay.
And I'm summarising.
Well, Billy, a star turn as ever.
Yeah, you're
Thank
you're
you.
up next. Get those vocal keep them warm. You're coming on for
Yeah,
a spot ball by ball.
the voice has managed to return to.
Did we drag you out of a pub tonight, or were you having
You
a
didn't-
quiet
there was,
night
there
out?
was there was talks of the pub. I just had a couple of beers and watched Man United lose, which is
always
entertaining.
amusing.
I have to say it was quite amusing. I saw a bit of that and it made me laugh.
Amarin's gold dust coming off.
Well, to be fair, I think it's good for them that they don't have the new manager bounce, because it just shows how entrenched they're. It shows how entrenched the problems are.
Indeed, they got not a great squad. Let's be honest.
Anyway, so shall we switcheroo?
Yeah,
Billy,
we
we'll
shall
see you in a
switcheroo.
minute. We shall say
See you later.
hello.
Well, Rooty draws level with Raul Dravid on 36 Test match
He
centuries. How
does.
fantastic is that? Only 2 away from the
Look at that.
brilliant Kumar Sangakkara. Oh, imagine
He did it
if
in.
he beats Ricky Ponting's record in the Ashes.
Wow. Well, that would be pretty
Imagine
good.
the
He did
scenes,
it, by the
5 to
way. If you look at it, he did it in 14 less tests? Did I count very quickly there? So
Fewer tests, Tim.
fewer. Thank you. It is the musical tour de force that is multi-instrumentalist, lyricist, composer, Mog.
Tour de farce, I think is probably a better
Tour
way to put it.
How are you?
Super, thanks for asking.
I'm delighted. Is it not windy in Melbourne in the same way as it's blowing a gale here?
The bit I can see, there's a little bit of wind. It's about 14 degrees.
You turn your picture off, Billy.
Sorry, I'm on, aren't I?
No, you're not. You're on next.
Oh. Got it wrong. I'll see you in a.
I'll see you in half an hour.
See you in a bit.
Actually, it's 16.4 and it feels like 11. Quality Melbourne summer.
Bit of wet, bit of rain.
Well, Australia look like they're going to win that test.
Oh, what an absolute fucking shambles that was.
Well, 180 is not a very good score in the first innings, let's be honest. And Travis Head did it again, I hear. Another 100 for him, 140.
Marnus made a half century, so
Yeah. So that
He's
annoyed
around for
me.
the next 3 years.
Well, Travis Head was again the star turn, wasn't he?
Yeah, 140.
He was quite fantastic. Yeah, I saw one ball, and I can't remember. It was delivered by Mitchell Stark. I can't remember who he got out. It was an absolutely hooping in-swinger. I mean, it was a classic Mitchell Stark. It was towards the end of play. Maybe it was the last wicket. Who was the last wicket of the morning to fall?
Don't know.
Absolutely cleaned them up with a massive in-swinging Yorker. Well, England, I can tell you, will be looking for that sort of bowling. We haven't, though, seen a huge amount of movement either in the air or off the seam from New Zealand. All that nip and nibble that caused England so on the first morning was conspicuously absent today, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but you wonder if that's... Well, they had the whole hard ball, the soft ball to start with, and with the new ball it was getting hit anyway, so we'll see when England bowl. Often it looks very different when the oppo bowl, doesn't it?
Well, it does.
When you're so far behind in the game, suddenly the pitch has snakes in it, and you know, it's unplayable.
Well, Chris Woakes, we can see, is working with the old medicine ball, loosening up those shoulders, strengthening the arms. The two New Zealand openers are going through their paces of a bit of shadow batting and jogging on the spot.
It looks quite good bowling conditions, you have to say, really.
Well, it does, and that's what surprised me, that it didn't seem to be a little bit more threat in the New Zealand bowling this morning. Unless, Mog, they were just demoralised and it was just bowling for time, as it were.
It looked like it was much better batting conditions based on how England went.
Yeah, but that's what. That's
I think
what
they're
I've got a feeling.
They're a bit broken. They know they're not going to win, so
yeah,
their
exactly.
heart's not quite in it.
That's what you got to think, haven't you?
Well, I can tell you the view of the ground we have is over some delightful trees with kind of a splattering of white blossom and red flowers, but they are definitely more than rustling. I mean, they are not quite a sway, but more than a rustle. Whatever it's sort of halfway between those two things would be is about what we're seeing.
A srussel.
A srussel. A srussel.
I think it looks quite strong to me.
Well, 60 miles
More
an
than a
hour is
rustle.
what 60 up to 60 miles an hour is what Hector said. Well, if we're bothered about 90, that's 2/3 of that. So
Yeah,
that's a high wind. Doesn't look that bad though at the moment. It definitely is still cloudy in windy Wellington, and it's a jumper's day for most of the England fielders except for Ollie Pope. Interestingly,
no, he's got lots of
Because
pain.
he's so hot.
well, he's also got looks like he's got plenty of undergarments under his England shirt, so that might be the case. We're getting the drone view around the ground, looking at this particular moment from across the ground, with that bandstand on the left and the scoreboard on the right, if you know your basin reserve geography.
Is the ability to put a camera on a drone the greatest thing that ever happened to sport?
I'll tell you what it is. It's probably the most cost-efficient thing for absolutely every TV series or film ever.
Yeah.
Because what used to be sending up somebody in an aeroplane to do it, or a helicopter, can now be done a whole lot easier. And I'm sure as a result of it, you see heaps more of that kind of shot in just about every TV drama.
Nothing
Right.
but cars driving along country roads.
No, exactly. Right. Well, the players are heading out to the middle, not the high sunshine and blue skies that admittedly worked in England's favour yesterday. But Tom Latham, who's most likely to take strike, I think, got a decent average, 38 and a half. So he's more than capable. They have the batting capability in this team.
They do.
The question
a
is,
lot of it's a bit off colour at the moment. I mean, this is what we were saying yesterday. You went in, but we were talking about, this is it. One thing that I feared about this Kiwi side was the batting. I mean, the last few times we played them, they've been very steadfast in their batting.
Well, the other opener, of course, Devon Conway, who began his career with a double hundred at Lords, which is no mean. In fact, in some ways, you think, where can you go from there? if that's
down and out.
if that's your
Where
start.
he's gone downhill.
Well, apparently his last
in life.
They
Wow.
had his stats.
Or
His
in
last
cricket.
25 tests, he's only scored 600 runs or something.
Yeah, it hasn't. He hasn't carried on the momentum of that extraordinary start. Wasn't that the test where England chose not to chase a comparatively modest target?
Oh yeah, that might be the one with Sibley and Burns at the top, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah, and it wasn't England's finest.
We didn't
hour.
chase like at 212 and we had a whole day to do it, didn't
Hastened, I'm sure, the end of the Silverwood era. Okay, it's going to be Tom Latham. Have we jingled him up yet?
we? We haven't jingled anybody up.
Well,
yet.
it's going to be Aston Villa's second biggest fan, second most famous fan, who's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and he's beaten him with the first ball.
Nice bit of swing there, though, wasn't it?
Just does swing. So, what New Zealand were conspicuously lacking, Chris Woakes has found off the first delivery, but there's no run.
Right. Facing
Somebody
the first ball.
needs to come in at some point.
He opens up a thing, or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't ball great, but I still don't wanna face him, Tom Latham.
Just a bit of movement off the pitch, just nipped away just enough.
Came in and then straightened.
From the left-hander's forward thrust. And now, something has blown onto the pitch, I think. And all of a sudden, Chris
Might
Woakes
be the
was on his
camera
run.
base of that camera work.
Well, the umpire Rod Tucker has nearly lost his cap. Ben Stokes has nearly lost his cap. He's trying, and there is a huge gust, I think, that has taken everybody by surprise. Anyway, Chris Woakes is now in. There's 3 slips and a gully, and it's wide of the off stump. Taken by Ollie Pope.
And the bowler
no run.
is
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
and I'll give the other batsman his jingle in a second.
That's 2 pretty decent deliveries. The 3 slips and the gully go down. That's down leg. Did he get a bat on that? If he
no,
did,
I don't think so.
well, I'd like to have another look. It was down leg. He was looking to work it down to fine leg.
I thought it was quite away from his body and he didn't catch it up. But
Well,
it seemed to go off the seam or something.
We shall have a look.
Yeah,
No,
it went off the seam.
it would have been a bye, and in actual fact, in that case, it was a lively bit of work by my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome. So well done him. And I was about to chastise him for dropping a catch, and it was actually a terrific piece of fielding. Right, in comes Woakes. He's found his line again. That 4th stump line outside of off stump. Latham leaves, and there's no run. Remember, 583 that target for New Zealand after England made a fair bit of hay this morning. We all had a bit of confusion at the end. Root got to his 100. Stokes was on 49. Root got out, we thought caught by Blundell. As it transpires, it was in the end, diving to his right off Willow Rourke. That has nearly cleaned up Latham, but he's got away with it.
Hit him high.
Hit him a bit. Yeah, it was a little bit
high and going
high.
down.
So anyway, the players, they if you weren't here, the England declared, Root was out, they all went back, and then all of a sudden it looked as though they were having to check whether Blundell had caught the ball cleanly, because as he fell, he was dropping the ball, and the question was whether he scooped the bat underneath it. England were certainly not going to come back, so they declared whatever. Woakes in. Again, that's just a little bit wider and consequently a little less dangerous. Anyway, it means that New Zealand have survived the first over comfortably enough. They are no runs on the board, and we can get up to date with some more messages, Mog.
Sure we can. David Dorrell, Warwoy Pom, I think,
Yes,
says,
indeed.
we're doomed.
But crying out loud. Why
No,
can
it's
it?
It's pretty obvious that you're going downhill. Easy Ollie says, we'll batter them a lot next Ashes, thank God. And Mr. Rolite says, this may be the 4th innings, but it's the beginning of day 3. See off the new ball, pitch flags out, and big quick runs on offer here. What are the odds?
Well, the man coming into the attack is the 47th Test match hat-trick taker. It's this chap.
Gus Atkinson. He's not one
He has 3 slips as well, and that's wide of Conway's off stump. These 2 left-handers opening for New Zealand.
And Conway's jingle is like this.
Atkinson's going to be charging in round the wicket, defended by Conway towards the forward short leg, where there is a forward short leg, so you do have the 3 slips of gully and a forward short leg. I'm sure England's attacking field and mindset generally is to attack. They have the runs to play with.
They certainly do.
Looking at the hat-trick from yesterday for Atkinson, I had a look back at who got the very first ever hat-trick, Mog. Would you recall? By any chance who that was?
Bert Ironmonger.
Not a bad guess,
Okay.
but it wasn't he. I'll tell you in a minute. Although it was for Australia, if that's any help. And something else is blowing across the pitch, and we all stop while Conway does the park keeper's job of picking up the litter and handing it to the umpire.
Distracted by a Snickers wrapper.
And here comes Atkinson with his stuttering little run, and it's wide again and left by Conway, and there is no run. 1 without loss, New Zealand. When did they get the single? Oh yeah, that was tickled around the corner, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was. Right, well I can tell you who it was, Mog. I'm going to put you out your misery because I know it's troubling you.
So much misery.
So much misery.
Tears in Melbourne, you know.
It was Fred Spofforth. He did it at the MCG in 1879, just the 3rd ever Test match. He got Vernon Royal, Francis McKinnon and Tom Emmett.
Who was commentating that match?
I literally have no idea, as that one is off his hip and steered down to backward square, and they jog an easy single. He was born he may have been, old Fred, in New South Wales, but then he came. That's a no ball. Oh no, it was a no ball and a leg by. It's all going on. How big a no ball was it?
Not big.
Oh, not a bit. No,
about
it's
2
on the white
millimetres.
line. Oh, and then he slides quite a long way before he delivers the ball. Born in New South Wales, but he went on to play for Derbyshire, live in England, and he died just up the road from me. Did Fred in Long Ditton, so literally a mile or so from my house.
And his nickname was the Demon.
He was Fred the Demon Bowler Spotter. Atkinson edge to no up in. That's a very sort of edgy. I thought at first it had gone to slip or gully. Cass it was, who's actually at a short mid-off, and it popped up a little bit on Latham. Just how much did that pop? Let's have a look. Oh, it's spooned up in the air. How close does Cass get? Not close enough. But he is very short there at mid-off. And in fact, if he'd have had an off Hayden, it would have been straight to him, wouldn't it?
Yeah, would have been.
Right, round the wicket again comes Atkinson. Again, that jumps a little bit on Latham, but he's got on top of it, kept it down, guided it down to...
He didn't keep it down. If there had been a leg slip, he could have been out.
Well, it's gone down to fine leg, and it's gone for one of these. He became a tea merchant when he ended up back in the UK, did Fred. That's what he was doing.
Was he working for the East India Company?
Don't think he was, no, it was somebody else. He played for many years for Derbyshire.
And that would have been about the time when we were pillaging China for tea, wouldn't it have been, in the Opium Wars?
He also uncovered some dodgy financial goings on at Derbyshire and got the chairman fired. Right, Atkinson in, defended by Latham. Pushed towards short mid-wicket, there is no run.
Sounds like he needs to have a limited prestige mini-series made about him.
Well, he was inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame in 2009. Was Fred? He was 72 when he passed away, sadly.
He waited a while to get into the Hall of Fame, though.
Well, he did, and he died in the same year that my mother was born.
Which was?
1926.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, am I keeping you up there?
Right.
No. Atkinson round the wicket. Nicely played off his legs by Latham. They're going to take one as they can then turn and have ample time to come back for two. I'm not so sure, probably given the weather and the wind and a number of other things, it doesn't look quite as tightly packed there today, does it, at the basin?
Well, they finally fallen out of love with their team again after, the first Christchurch was packed out, wasn't it? They'd just beaten India and they wanted to see the returning heroes, but haven't got in pretty much the next 6 days of Test cricket.
Well, that is true. Oh, that's not going to help me, as I'm looking at Australia and the West Indies for some reason.
Because that was the highest ever Test score.
Yeah, that's right.
We've got something that's not a super chat, but I think it needs highlighting anyway.
Oh, go for it.
Muhammad Ijaz says, "You are beautiful men's, very nice."
Oh, thank you so much.
I say,
made my night.
It doesn't
say
get all of us collectively are beautiful. Oh, that's
bowled him.
Yeah, has he got the goodness me? Chris Woakes has pinned back the off stump of Devon Conway. Not quite castled old Conway, but he's got him whatever. He's gone for a duck too. His slightly miserable decline continues. Let's have a look. I thought at first it was an inside edge, but it nipped back, pegged to the top of off stump. And England are up and away, and young Bethel's so keen to get there and give him a hug that he's dropped his sunglasses on the way. I don't suppose he'll mind.
I'm not pessimistic about New Zealand, but even if you added all of their averages, they're still not going to get anywhere near this total.
No, I mean the only thing. I mean, I think it's highly unlikely, almost uncertain, almost incredibly impossible, given the history of run chases. But it's just records just tumble all the time at the moment in Test cricket. That's the only thing I could think of, the straw to cling to. And the other straw to cling to is the chap coming in who I can't jingle because the bear is, I think, replenishing his alcohol supplies. He's arrived with a can of old speckled hen. Other beers are available, but it is, of course, Kane Williamson, bear.
Oh, it's Kane Williamson.
It is Kane Williamson, bear.
It's Kane Williamson.
That one.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know he's really great, but tell me, I wanna know, have you ever seen Kane?
What was that? Reason you decided to do that falsetto, or have you accidentally sat on your microphone?
No.
Right, 3 slips a gully, a leg slip as well. Woakes in and Kane's immediately off the mark, just tickles it around the corner. And I think I'm right, we've got a sub-fielder on because I can see Rayan Ahmed. Who's Rayan Ahmed on for? We'll let you know if we can work it out. But he is. And who are we not seeing out there?
Well, we'd have to see everybody
chaps
working out, wouldn't we?
Stokes is out there. Obviously,
Cars
Root
is out there.
Cars is out there. Tell you who's not out there, Devon Conway, because he's gone back for a duck. He's gone back for a duck. So somebody's not. Now I wonder who would that be. Woakes around the wicket. Slapped up and over the slip cordon. There isn't a third man. Of course there isn't at the moment. It's gone for 4. Latham moves on to 10. How high over the slip? Well, high enough, without a doubt. Probably landed about 10 yards short of that third man boundary. Don't think Latham thinks it was his best ever shot, but he'll take the 4. There is mist and mizzle and cloud hanging over those hills behind that advanced stand. Round the wicket comes Woakes. That's defended and pushed towards mid-wicket. Bashir Field, so he's out there. We know Atkinson.
There.
We've seen Stokes. We've seen Atkinson because he's bowled. Woakes. Bethel's we've seen. I thought I saw Duckett out there. Have we seen Bashir? Yeah.
Was it Duckett or was it just a little hillock? Just a tiny little bump in the ground.
We always have this. He's 5'8". This doesn't make him a midget. That one bounces, but Latham lifts the bat and quite studiously leaves. It's through to Ollie Pope, and there's no run.
In comparison to all the pituitary freaks that normally play sport, he is quite a midget.
Well, yes. Well, it's not Bashir because he is the man charged with rubbing the ball.
In the slips.
Duckett is in the slips. It's either that or someone's put a garden gnome between first and third slip, but we think it's
Has
Duckett.
Crawley just been sent home?
No, Crawley's I think at first slip. Yep, that one bit inside edgy, but he's got it away to backward square. Gets a single.
Is Cars out there? Yeah, I think Cars.
Yeah, there's Rayan Ahmed, who seems to be enjoying himself. He's got a big smile on his face, happy to be in the action in any way he can. I'm sure. We just don't know who he's on for. We keep eliminating them. Who haven't we mentioned?
Atkinson.
Did Atkinson go off
at the end of his over?
At the end of his over.
I haven't seen. I'll read some of these things.
Yes, do that.
Ombre Nuevo says, lovely that Wellington is experiencing similar winds of 55-ish miles per hour to us, currently inland in the UK, I assume. But they're out there throwing a cherry conker for our pleasure. It's a beautiful symmetry. David Dorrell says, why is a hat trick called a hat trick? I have images of an old man juggling flat caps. Ben McCormick answers, because there used to be 3 hats involved in the hat trick when you had to identify which hat the P was under.
Oh, is that like Find the Lady? Or, that, yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, that thing. Brooke. Will Reynolds says it's Brooke.
Oh, I wonder why. Is there a reason for that?
But he's gone, I think, so we don't know.
Hope he's
Mr.
all
Wright
right.
says, Long Ditton, I used to play cricket there.
Yeah,
I used to play cricket there.
Well, I think we've all played there at some point.
Yeah, Surrey League, isn't it?
That's full by Atkinson to defended by Latham. They've just combined a whole load of the leagues in Surrey into one league. Louis technically got promoted last season and then couldn't figure out how and where he was going to be, which league he was going to be playing in. I think the Surrey County League. There's 3 leagues and they've amalgamated them all into one organisation basically.
Oh, well, they
split
them off about 15 years ago.
Yeah, well now they put them all back together again.
Then they used to have groups of. It used to be tables of 18. Then they split them down to 10s.
Atkinson around the wicket, well defended by Latham, very solid. Back towards Atkinson.
There used to be.
And there's no run.
Yeah, there used to be 4 leagues of 18 or 3 leagues of 18, and then it was 6 leagues of 10. And we kept falling down.
What is the point of consolidating them all into one organisation?
Well, I don't know.
Efficiencies measure of some sort?
Maybe less teams.
I can't imagine.
Fewer.
If you're a listener and you're familiar with the politics and structure of cricket in Surrey, let us know. That's defended again by Latham into the ground, no run. Halfway through Atkinson's second over, the 4th over of the morning of England have been bowling, and New Zealand have already lost Devon Conway, who was bowled by Chris Woakes with a real sharp nip backer, and they are 15 for 1, chasing a ridiculously unlikely target of 583. And even I'm one of the world's biggest pessimists, struggling to see a way that they're going to do it. That one is defended though, and they will get one of them because that was pushed to backward square. So that'll become 582, which hardly makes it look a lot less, really.
No.
16 for 1. 12-2 Latham. Kane Williamson was off the mark with the only ball that he's faced so far, but he's about to face another one from the hat-trick hero that sent us off wandering down memory lane, remembering Fred Spofforth.
Wow.
And that first ever hat-trick.
Okay.
Well, it sent me off down
Sent
memory
you
lane,
off down memory lane, didn't me?
No, you see, I don't think you're quite into your history in the game.
No,
quite the same
I
way
like living in the now, Tony. Living in the now.
Well,
he
me
dragged
too.
me into it as well. I had to try and guess who it was.
Yeah, well,
You
exactly.
could have just got
Bert, what is it? Bert Ironside.
Ironmonger.
Ironmonger.
Was he a real person?
Yes,
Oh,
of course
right,
he was
okay.
a real person.
I thought you made that up, Mom.
You'd be strung
It's
up in
quite-
Australia for that kind
Really?
of comment.
Possible
Yes.
If it's quite possible I'd have made something up, but not in this case.
No. Right, Kane Williamson's going to be facing Gus Atkinson. 3 slips and a leg slip, and he defends comfortably enough. There's Rayan Ahmed, who we think is on now for Harry Brook, who's sharp about his work. He's delighted, I'm sure, to get a bit of a run out. He's
I've never heard of Bert Armhanger. What did he do then?
He played cricket.
Well, obviously, but why is he such a hero? And I'd be strung up for not remembering him.
well, he's
He,
one of
he
the.
played fewer matches than Ricky Ponting. Fewer
He did.
matches.
Was he in the very first Australian Test side, Bert Ironmonger?
I think he might have been. He's
Yeah.
very much a 19th century type.
Yeah, he is. That one's. Oh, that's a very inside edgy. Williamson, I think, was looking to stroke it out to cover, and it ended up bumbling its way to short to mid-on. Safely enough, 4 overs completed, 16 for 1. And while Mog reads you some messages, I'll find out about the man called Ironside, as Bear would have him.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Quincy Jones, wasn't it? He did the.
God.
He did. He did the theme.
Do you remember
tune.
who played Ironside?
Richard something. or
Michael
other.
Ironside.
No.
Raymond Burr. You were
That's
close.
it,
It
Raymond
did
Burr.
begin with R.
That used to be on. That used to be on.
Oh, we're supposed to
when
be
I used
having
go
a
home.
swap. Okay, I'll bugger
Oh,
off.
oh, we are. Yeah.
Am I buggering off?
You are buggering
Am
off.
I-
Actually,
got-
Will's coming on.
Buggering for good behaviour.
Billy's
right,
coming
okay.
on. I'm moving on
Well-
to socials.
Chris Woakes, 1 for 6, is just bowling around the wicket and it jags back a little bit, and Latham, the left-handed Latham, squirts it into the leg side where they'll trot through for a single. Hello, the long-haired Will.
Hello. How are you, Billy?
I'm very well, thank you. Surviving the storm in Newcastle.
Excellent, excellent. It's been pretty hit and miss down here. I've had a couple of trees go down and the main signal mast for the area go down as well, so I haven't got any data, so if my Wi-Fi buggers up, I'm gone.
Well, hopefully it's on optical under the ground, in which case you should be fine.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Well, New Zealand 17 for 1. I predict we all thought they might lose an early wicket, and they have. And well, it's a bit of an ungainly swipe from Williamson across the line. Pope might have thought he got a little tickle on it as he went through to him, but he didn't. And
you wonder
So-
if the talismanic Williamson were to go, do you think that would just be it?
yeah, I think they'd all fold pretty quickly.
I
to
think
be
they
honest.
would.
But I think we've got a similar viewpoint there. I think Tony is a little bit more optimistic about how long New Zealand will last. But I have to say, what are your thoughts, Will? Do you think it's going to be over today, or maybe in
See,
tomorrow?
that's it's really difficult because there's part of me that I like. So when it started, I thought, why haven't they declared
Well,
overnight?
hang on, wait, hold that thought. Woakes is coming in again, and that's back of a length and pushed into the ground for no run by Williamson.
I think that's an easy one, Will. I mean, they haven't declared because you don't want to give the opposition time to prepare for the morning, right?
Oh no! I know. I just thought, Stokes being Stokes, I thought I could kind of see that a little bit, and then if that had happened, I'd say they'd all be out by lunch because that's a very Bazball-y thing. But then also,
Williamson still on 1 as Woakes comes into him a little bit wider on the crease, and this is defended once more. We could see a lot of that stickability from Williamson today.
yeah, I mean, if Williamson does his best impression of a massive Fraser in the Suez Canal, then we could be on for a long one.
There's a lot of shrieking from my downstairs living room. I assume that means I'm a celebrity or something's been announced, which I've absolutely no time for. And when I told the girls that, they were not particularly happy. Woakes comes in, and that's left well alone as it swings away into Pope's gloves. Well, I got short shift. Apparently, there, I disagree with everything that they say. And I said, well, if you talk to me and say I'm a celebrity is the best thing on TV, then I'm going to tell you that it's fucking rubbish. So,
Yeah.
don't say silly things, and I won't disagree with you.
That and Strictly, I just don't get. I've never had any interest in either of them, really.
were you guys was there any chat about why Bryden Cars hasn't opened the bowling? I thought
I just think it's by the numbers, isn't it?
Woakes bowls and it's mistimed by Williamson into the ground for no run. Well, you have to say he's been the pick of England's bowlers this series, I'd think.
Yeah.
That is the end of the 5th. New Zealand is 17 for 1. Anything on socials, Bear?
Oh yeah, it's me. What
Yeah,
is you?
Keep the super chats coming, guys. If you're
Yeah, do keep the super chat. Racing Rant says, Mog's fewer pedantry has my complete support. Now, Jason Hiscock says, our main reason for league amalgamation was to homogenise playing conditions and to try to ensure more regionalised cricket, less travel. Well, that kind of makes sense. I used to hate travelling to the far side of Dorking on a Saturday morning. It would take 2.5 hours to go and play a game of cricket, and it'd be a very long day.
Latham faces up on 13 and Woakes balls around the wicket and is pushed into the offside. And they'll trot through for a single. Well, I actually put a little YouTube comment in there, Bear. So the Hampshire League has also been restructured, and the reason is for travel times, basically just reducing the amount of time it.
Well, it'd be good if you.
Which makes sense, but my problem with it is why the hell can't they start the games at 11:30? Why are we starting club cricket at 1 o'clock for a 45 over game? It's ridiculous. People have got things to do in the evening.
Well, yeah, that's true, but I mean, you got to allow for the travel time. I don't think people, the problem with cricket is quite civilised. And so, don't want to be starting at 11:30. Don't want to be leaving home at 9 in the morning to go and play cricket and getting home. You'd still end up getting home at 7.
Atkinson bars and that's bounced over the top of the stumps as it jags back a little bit. And Williamson leaves it well alone.
I mean, when we used to play away and a game started at 1, so sometimes we'd have to go out to Dorking or beyond, Surrey League. I'm in central London essentially. On a bad day, getting down the A3, that could take 2 hours. So you have to leave at 11:15 to get to Dorking, start at 1, finish, have a beer after the game, and the game could go until 7:30. You ended up getting home at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, well,
I mean, even if you started at 11, you'd still get home at 8 or 9. I mean, it's.
Atkinson bowls the third ball over, and that's jagged back again. England just getting it to nip around a little bit of the seam. There's hands on heads in the slips. There's just a little bit of bounce.
It's a really weird one because Somerset's so big. I think Somerset's the second biggest county behind Lincolnshire. So,
Yorkshire's
so
the biggest
if you're
county.
playing Taunton, for me that's a 2-hour trip just there. So if it started at 11, that also cuts into my drinking time from the night before.
Yes, can't drive drunk in the morning.
Williamson taps his bat on the ground and it's driven slightly uppish, but it looks like he might. Well, he hasn't actually timed it as well as I thought. It should pull up just in front of the boundary, and the capless Chris Woakes will race after it, and they will come back for 3, I think. Nicely drive, just not quite timed. He got his foot to the pitch of the ball. It was slightly uppish, wasn't it? Well, not completely in control.
So I think I was lucky to get that away. I think it could have gone anywhere, really.
Could have gone back to the bowler, certainly.
Yeah, well, Atkinson's done that before, in the first test.
Yep.
A nice caught and bowl to get England off and running. He's going to bowl to Latham here from around the wicket. So that England are making a couple of field changes. They've got a short leg in who's, if you've got the strips, he's the third strip to the left, which is actually quite far away. He might be bowling from short stuff at the ribs, but he starts full. And Latham drives and it's not timed and stopped by cover for no run.
I mean, I think that's part of the big problem, isn't it, with Saturday cricket with youngsters. I mean, when I was a kid, I loved playing cricket, but I think, well, maybe this is a London thing because the London school kids, there's more to do in London. But I mean, I found when we played cricket, we could hardly ever entice 16, 17, 18-year-olds to play club cricket because they had too many things to do in the evening, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Atkinson. Latham faces up to him once more. This is straight and defended back to him. But I think that's the thing. Why I don't. 45 overs is what's played in the Hampshire League, at least in my division, which I think is 5 too many, to be honest. I think 40 would be, perfectly acceptable. And also started at 12.
Are you in the Hampshire League?
I am. Because it's been completely restructured.
Because it's one of those weird, like Salisbury's a weird one, isn't it? Because it's in Wiltshire, so some Salisbury teams play in the Somerset League, and some of them play in the Hampshire League, and it's so that's a bit of a mind bender as well, because you have to go from. So if I'm in the middle of so I have to go over there to Taunton, over there to Salisbury sometimes, sort of and sort of travel times are always kind of an hour and a half minimum.
Yeah.
So has yours not been restructured then? Was it only Hampshire, or is it everyone? Hold that thought while Woakes starts a new over to Kane Williamson, who's on 4 and that's defended comfortably enough for no run.
Well, so that's the Somerset League has been restructured a bit, but it's still basically it's too big, and we get quite a lot of the Wiltshire lot as well, and and then some of the Dorset lot as well, and all of that sort of thing. But the really mad one is that if you want madness, the Disability League is insane.
Woakes is from around the wicket, and they gets a lot of bounce. It really leapt up to Kane Williamson, but he managed to. Well, he played it with soft enough hands that it didn't really go anywhere, and there's no run. That really could have gone anywhere. It just got a lot of lift from the surface, really leapt up and hit him high on the bat. He kind of arches his back away, and it's nearly hit the handle of the bat. It's a nice delivery from Woakes. I think he would even be surprised at how much bounce he got out of that one.
Very well played though in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah. And Woakes is in once more. This is Fuller, and that's an absolute jaffer. It nips away off the seam, beats Kane Williamson's bat.
Absolute seed.
It was a seed, but Williamson does well not to follow it. I can certainly think of England batsman, Zach Crawley, who'd probably follow that and nick it to slip. He just played the line of the ball, and if it's going to nip that way, he's in no real trouble.
But it's Kane, so it's fine.
I do love watching Kane Williamson bat, I have to say. Woakes
he's beautiful.
And again, and he's a bit straighter this time, and they'll take a quick but comfortable single. Yeah, he's fantastic to watch. He is awesome. Do you enjoy watching Smith and Labuschagne bat, Will, or their mannerisms too much for you?
No, I hate them.
We know what Bear says.
I fucking hate both of them.
Really, you've never mentioned it before.
I used to hate Smith with a passion, and I never thought there could be someone I hated more. And then Marnus Labuschagne came along, and it's like, for crying out loud.
Yeah, well, he got out for 64, I think. Good old Marnus yesterday. Woakes around the wicket. This is straighter, but works nicely off the pads from Tom Latham. They'll get at least 2 here. A couple of fielders converging on it. They're looking like they're going to get 3. Bashir and Rayan Ahmed, the spin twins, both trying to reach it. They will come back for 3, and it's hurled in from the boundary.
That means the mental bastard's going to stay in the team for another couple of tests as well, doesn't it?
Look, I want him to be in the team for the Ashes. I want us to exploit him.
But he won't get exploited because it's Australia, so it's entirely on their thing, and they love him because he's some sort of weird, grown in a jar freak child.
It's always the other thing I find is how much the Australians like coffee. England have golf, the Aussies have coffee. Woakes from wider on the crease, and he creates the angle, and he's nicked it. I think he has. Kane Williamson goes. It's a fantastic delivery from Woakes. He's beat the bat a couple of times. He just went wider on the crease. It was straighter, and Williamson prods at it, and that's the 2nd wicket. The end could come quickly.
Oh, it could indeed.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says
He just moved wider on the crease, it looks like. It's the thinnest of edges. The thinnest of edges through. Pope knew immediately, throws it up into light. Williamson, he didn't do much wrong there, did he, Will?
No, but, nicest man in cricket, king of Edgbaston.
It was a good little wobble scene delivery, wasn't it? Yeah. It just got enough.
That was your sort of absolute perfect Woakes delivery, and Williamson is great at playing that sort of stuff, but you get one that gets you every so often, I guess.
You do indeed, and I have to say,
it's
been a while since the last one, so thank you very much. It's Ravi Natarajan who says India is getting GPL and that is Gyan Pay. I'm going to say this completely horribly wrong. I presume this is in some sort of Hindi language, maybe Urdu. I don't know. Gand Pay Laugh by Australia, which is, I imagine it's getting hammered in some way or another.
Well, Rachin Ravindra comes to the crease, averaging a tick below 40. He's another batsman I like. He's another batsman I like watching bowling. We'll jingle him up.
Yeah,
he's had an absolute killer year, but quite a series, isn't it?
It's a very quiet series. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
He is gonna be a star. He is Rachin Ravindra, and he knows his major role. He is there to keep control.
Go on.
Atkinson comes in and the first ball driven down the ground very nicely from Tom Latham. It was the end of the over, so Rachin Ravindra wasn't in the strike, and it's one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Nice poise and timing from Tom Latham there.
Really, he has a really lovely kind of shape to his shots, and yeah, I really like watching this New Zealand team, to be honest.
Atkinson in from around the wicket, and that's an absolute jaffer once more. It just nipped away, but Latham does well to hold the line, and it beats his bat once more, and Pope flicks it very quickly out of his gloves to slip. So that's another thing I always enjoy watching England. I don't know if you two notice this, I assume you do. The keeper always seems to have a game where it's how quickly he can get the ball out of his gloves and give it to slip. And it's a game that they all do when they're passing it around the field, it looks like, and have a chuckle to themselves. And it's easy to smile when things are going this well. New Zealand 29-2, they've lost early wickets, which we did predict, and Atkinson hasn't got either of them. They've both gone to the wizard Woakes, and that's slightly wider and nipped away, and Latham leaves it untroubled. Yeah, two left-handers at the crease, no more left-hand right-hand combination. It could be interesting. This, it's always nice watching left-handers bat, isn't it, Will?
Yeah, I don't really sort of. It's that weird thing that I don't really understand the left-hand thing.
Do you not?
I get it, but I also
Atkinson bowls around the wicket just to keep going. Latham has half played and half left that one. He'll definitely say it was a leave, and it goes through to Pope's gloves. Continue.
The best way of explaining it is, so you know how they say that cloud cover doesn't affect swing? Like, they've done research on it and everyone says it's not a thing. But it is definitely a thing. So do you know what I mean? So like, with left-handers, I know it's definitely a thing and they're definitely different, but I have no idea, like I can't work out why. If that makes sense.
I always seem to think they're better timers, the boy and Mo and Ali. Awesome to watch. Well, they're going to take a quick single here, New Zealand, and they do make it comfortably. Latham dropped the bat on it, and it's only a single. Well, one ball left in Atkinson's over, and he'll bowl it to the new man, Rachin Ravindra, 0 for 18. This will be the end of his fourth over. From Atkinson, I wonder if, Bear and Will, they might turn to Bryden Cast at Atkinson's end after this.
They might well do. Atkinson had only 4 or 5 overs in the first innings before Cast came on.
Well, Rachin Ravindra's scratching his guard, what looks like middle stump, you'd have to think. As he twists the bat in his hands, he's got one of those lovely little jumpers, the half cut off at the sleeves ones. I do like a little cricket jumper, although I always get too hot to wear one. And Atkinson into Ravindra, and he prods at it, and once more it beats the bat, it nips away, and unlike Kane Williamson, he just followed the ball there. It was a nice delivery first up from Atkinson, but fortunately for New Zealand and Ravindra, it passes harmlessly to Pope, through to Pope's gloves, and that is the end of the 8th over. Bear.
Well, Daz Randall says, who got the wicket, please? Well, it was Woakes, who's got both. Bowled Conway and had Williamson caught behind. Ashley Greerton says, do you guys enjoy tests more than the short of game options, or as equally as them?
Yes.
I prefer tests more.
I think most gorillas do, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, before we guerrilla cricket, we were Test match sofa, and it's something beautiful about the game of Test cricket. That isn't. I mean, I enjoy major tournaments, but
I love an ODI.
I don't mind an ODI in a tournament, but sometimes a pointless one between countries, especially after the end of a long Test series, just doesn't hold my interest.
They don't do that. They don't do that as much anymore, which I think.
No, they're kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere now, aren't they?
You used to have
a series,
a long Ashes series, and then an ODI series, and Woakes comes in, and Latham gets on the back foot, rocks back, and pokes it through covers, and then manages to come back, jog back for a second as he moves on to 24.
I think it's so that the sort of bigger sides can operate this kind of weird 2-squad system that, I mean, England do basically have a white ball squad and a Test squad, and Australia are more and more, I think. So it's so that they can do that. You know, over COVID they were completely separate, weren't they?
Latham faces up to Woakes from around the wicket. He goes tighter to the stumps this time, Chris Woakes, and that's passes through to Pope's gloves as Latham gets his hands well out of the way. Yeah, they were. I mean, India seemed to have about 3 squads available at any one time.
Yes.
Yeah. It's insane. It's the fact that they, you know, so I saw a thing, there was a piece on Cricinfo or something, and they were talking about India C, and it's like a legitimate thing, and it's just like, well, that's just depressing, isn't it? That you've got that deep a talent pool that you know.
And yet they still can't win a major tournament.
Yeah.
Wow. Not recently.
Well, yeah, not recently.
Well, they won the World T20.
Woakes bowls, that's an absolute chapper once more. He's in fantastic rhythm here, and Woakes seems to have heard something. Pope wasn't sure. I have a feeling this was Latham's bat hitting his pad, but we'll have to see. Woakes was pretty convinced, but he doesn't seem to have much support from the slips. It was a decent delivery. Latham just poked it, a bit of nip off the seam as the DRS timer ticks down in Stokes. It was pretty quickly decided, no, yeah, I think, and I might be wrong, we'll see a replay now. It was probably the noise would have been the bat hitting the pad, and I think it was.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of nip off the seam, isn't it, Will?
Yeah. And Woakes is so good at that point in the game, you know, when you are getting that little bit of nip from off the seam, and kind of there's a bit of movement in the air as well, and he's very, very good with these kind of conditions. So, and I think also the more pronounced seam with the Kookaburra that they're using this series will help.
He's in once more, and Latham gets onto the back foot and presses it down into the ground for everyone. Well, they've got a short little mid wicket, well, almost a short mid on and a short mid off here, England, trying to entice a loose uppish drive from Latham, which he has done before in this innings. I wonder if Woakes might bowl a couple of off cutters to him for the last 2 deliveries here, just to try and get him to prize one up into the air and be caught by one of those 2 or someone.
That
in the
looks
covers.
good. What's that? Is that pancakes or something?
What
mini pancakes on a stick?
Yes, please. That's what I want now.
Oh, wow.
Woakes is in, and once again Latham plays at that. It's nipped and moved away off the seam. 2 for 12. Chris Woakes is bowling beautifully here. Who said Chris Woakes couldn't bowl away?
Well, yeah.
Where are they now? Although New Zealand and South Africa are the most English-like conditions, you'd have to argue that really, really is a beauty. Joe Root, a new 36th Test centurion, has his hand on his head in first slip position. He's hoping for a catch.
Is he going? Is it 41 the next kind of step?
Woakes, that's a bit of a fit.
Yeah, Ricky Ponting at 41.
No, the next step is Kumar Sangakkara on 38, I think, and then Ponting is 41.
Right.
I think I'm right in saying. I don't know if one of you can look it up.
Certainly Ricky Ponting was 41.
Yeah, he was. I know that for a fact. Well, last ball of the 9th over here. We will see. I think Bryden Carr should get a little go at Atkinson's end. To be fair, we've got how long before lunch? 34 minutes before lunch. So time for a decent spell. Woakes bowls. This is wider, trying to tempt Latham into a drive, and it dribbles really almost on the bounce through to Pope. and well left alone by Latham. Ravindra has only faced one ball so far. End of the 9th, 32 for 2 New Zealand. There.
On the blue skies, what were we going to call them? We came up with an answer. Bleats. Bleats. On the Bleats. Philip Shaw, who told us about his dog getting blow dried in the storm. I sent a picture of said dog. Looks like a beautiful dog. Says a dry, soft farm dog called Balu the bear. I like it. Don't know what sort of breed it is, but it's big and it's a very nice dog.
Does that mean Baloo from?
I think so. Balu.
Is that
Balu the bear. Yeah. Who was also, if you're a scout, wasn't one of the leaders of the scout troop, Balu?
I don't know.
I wasn't.
That's going back. No,
no one was
a scout. Yeah. There was
Brian
Balu
Cast,
and there was Arcala.
Brian Cast has taken over from Gus Atkinson. I don't know if you want to jingle him up
No,
now.
We'll give him a quick jingle.
Guides, wasn't it?
No, well, I don't know. I don't know about the Girl Guides. I was a scout.
I know more about the Girl Guides than
the Cubs.
Scouts, I think.
Atkinson's in and Ravindra plays this nicely to get off the mark. It was short and over the wicket from Cast, and it's just poked it into the offside where they'll wander through for a single. Yeah, Cast on practice, and I think this is a good call. Atkinson didn't look that threatening, certainly nowhere near as threatening as Chris Woakes. And, well, you'd have to say, Will, that Bryden Cast is the man of this series who's really stepped forward and put the cat among the pigeons.
I mean, as a series, yeah, but Atkinson's always going to put himself in with the shout, isn't he? You know, he's had one of the best years you could have in Test cricket, and it's his first year.
Latham faces Cast from over the wicket. Oh, the cat! It's unbelievable. A leading edge from Tom Latham from over the wicket for Bryden Cast. It's an extraordinary catch from Bryden Cast has followed through. Do not underestimate how difficult that is to do. He was on his follow through, dove almost halfway across the strip to grasp that one-handed.
Did he do that?
I didn't see it. I was looking down at the time.
Oh, well, have a look at this. A simply awesome catch from Bryden Cast.
Oh yes.
That is very, very special.
He had to change direction.
There's 3 down, New Zealand.
This could be over shortly after lunch.
Pushed himself off his back foot and sort of managed to change direction, sort of like almost sort of goalkeeper like, and got a hand to it. It was absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I urge you to at some point in the lunch break go and have a look at that on social media. That's a fantastic catch. It's so difficult in their follow through. We've seen it England do it a couple of times in the series. It's really magnificent. Bryden Cast did well. Of course, it's also difficult to get the fly to the ball with the leading edge, and it brings Daryl Mitchell, the man that Tony absolutely adores.
Yeah, well, yeah, I had a little chuckle from next door when you said that. It's not that. It's just we remember that particular series 2 or 3 years ago in England. Well, I mean, admittedly we didn't win it. But
an old black funny on Peep Show wrote that book. Oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
Very good jingle as well to boot. Just seeing that catch from Cast once more. He gets his massive frame down and does well, of course, not when his elbow hit the floor, not for it to be grass and slips. Go up in unison with their arms aloft. Tom Latham was just trying to guide it into the leg side. That was a great catch. And it got a leading edge.
He's having a blind. Do you think he'll be England's man of the series?
I do, and he comes in once more, and it's a bouncer, and it's left
for that
alone.
catch alone,
ducks underneath it. I think he deserves it. To be honest, I mean, it must have been difficult to come back from the betting ban. Was it 3 months or 6 months out? I can't quite remember.
3 months, I think.
Yeah, I want to say 3. And
I think it was originally 6, and then it got moved down, didn't it? To 3.
Well, be right.
It's one of those weird ones that I don't know. I remember when he came back, I thought, "Oh, are you back already?"
Yeah, because I certainly wasn't necessarily his biggest fan, but he's turned me round.
I wasn't. Yeah, he certainly has, and in Pakistan as well. I thought he bowled
and
really
he
well.
bowls wide, and it's driven nicely by Daryl Mitchell, and that will be 4.
Oh. It'll be 4. Yeah, it will be.
3 points.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Open the blade nicely, fast hands, a quick new ball, and it goes kind of to backward point area 4. England have left that cover region open, haven't they, Will, to entice the drive and hopefully an edge from their point of view.
Indeed they have. It's which makes sense. They've got runs to play with. They can do that, and it will pay off in the long run, I think.
Well, we're going to have a change in 2 balls. Tony has settled into the chair to Bear's right. And, well, Cast is coming into Mitchell, and that's left well alone. And he's looking forward to the prospect of commentating on his favourite batsman.
Oh, the man's a superstar.
I do love him.
Well, Bryden Cast his figures. He absolutely should get man of the series, at least at the moment. 4 for 64 and 6 for 42. A 10-for in Christchurch, and at the Basin Reserve, 4 for 46 in the first innings, and currently 1 for 5 so far. Well, the last ball of the 10th, the last ball of this stint, New Zealand 37 for 3. It's certainly not been the start that they wanted, but potentially the start that the Bear and I expected.
Yeah, very much so.
Taps his bat down on the ground, looks up, see Cast coming in, and he leaves it well alone as it goes through to Ollie Pope. End of the 10th, New Zealand 37 for 3. I will leave you in the.
I think Bet365 is having a bit of a fit because it keeps giving me free bets, not registering them, and then giving me the winnings when they come in, which is always a good thing.
Take it.
Oh, it's a no ball.
Oh,
we've got one
another
more.
ball.
We've got one more. Well, you know what they say about no balls? That Flintoff over to in the Aussies in 2005, where he bowled a no ball off the 6th delivery and it bowled a wicket. Will we see the same fate for Daryl Mitchell here? We will have to see. Bryden Cast certainly won't mind bowling another delivery.
Talking of the 2005 Ashes, does Bryden Cast remind you a bit of Harmison?
Oh no! I was about to say Simon. I was about to say Simon Jones.
No, not Simon Jones. No, Simon Jones was whippy and he got
but in terms of
big swing.
Oh well, it was a bit of a bouncer and Daryl Mitchell tried to leave it alone, but he couldn't get his hands out of the way quick enough, and it hits the inside half of his bat and goes down into the ground. And that is the end of the 10th. New Zealand 38 for 3. I was more talking in size and buzz cut, really, rather than that.
See, I would say in size and buzz cut, he's more harmy because, particularly in the 2005 Ashes, Harmy was basically completely bald, and he's got that kind of weird sort of like broadness that makes him look not as tall as he is. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? I don't know.
I think so. Well, we'll leave that thought for Mog.
We shall.
Yeah, we'll leave that thought for Mog.
Simon Jones, by the way, has just joined Middlesex as a disability ambassador.
I saw your article actually.
Well, to be honest, it was a slightly repurposed press release there, but
okay.
Nonetheless, I shouldn't.
Don't let it away. It was well researched.
Beautifully, it was
piece of literature.
It was. Thank you very much indeed. It was. Right. What was it? 38 for 3. Goodness me, it's all been happening. And Atkinson will be looking to continue that as he's bowling to new man at the crease, Ravindra, and he sort of pushes this away, fends it almost rather watchfully out towards a short cover, and there's no run. Mog, are you settled into your it looks like your library, or is that one of them there zoomy backdrops?
It is a picture, but it is a picture of some of my shelves.
Oh, it is a picture of your shelves.
Some of them.
Well, I'm sure it looks a very impressive library. And that one, that does bounces from Atkinson, lifts, and Ravindra just pulls the bat inside of it, has a little walk down the track, suspicious eyeing up of the point where that bounced. It is interesting there. I mean, really, the New Zealand bowling looked fairly toothless. The ball didn't seem to be doing much at all, and suddenly, even with the new ball, and
well, yeah, but
Woakes, Atkinson and Cast make it look a different ball proposition altogether.
Well, it's very different, isn't it? We said this. It's a psychological game, cricket, when you're so far behind the game.
3 slips go down. That's erring onto leg and is helped further down to fine leg, backwards. And there's a collision almost.
No, not a collision. He just
spinners.
ran past it.
He ran past him. It was Ray and Ahmed
being
who was-
really
who was
enthusiastic.
running round from mid wicket, and but backwards square was Bashir, and Ahmed just seemed to lose his footing as he went flying by. So nearly a collision of England spinners, but it didn't quite happen. And it's 39 for 3. Can somebody put their hands up for New Zealand? Can somebody force England deep into this game and salvage, well, frankly, a little bit of pride, because
No.
things really haven't been great for them in this. In comes Atkinson, up onto his toes goes Mitchell, defends to Cass, who is at mid-off, and there's no run. 39 for 3. Goodness me, that target of 583 is a long, 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 long way away. But we are seeing plenty of bounce from England. And Woakes even, who these days is definitely not the quickest, is still he's getting a lot of bounce and movement that just wasn't there for Henry, and it wasn't there for O'Rourke. That's well defended. We didn't see Southey this morning at all, did we?
No,
we
who
didn't.
was that fielding? That was terrible.
That was a shocking piece of fielding. I think it's Ben Stokes, actually. It was. No, it wasn't.
No,
It's
it's
Chris
Woakes.
Woakes. Yes.
Yeah, well, he's the old man of the side.
Well, he is the old man of the side. Bert Ironmonger.
Oh,
his
yes.
claim to fame, which I don't know if I
No, we
messaged
didn't.
him.
I did ask who was Bert Ironmonger.
Right, well,
no one gave me an answer.
he's the 4th oldest as well, Test debutant.
How old was he?
He
when
made it at 45.
Okay, so he didn't have any players, is what you're saying.
He was a slow left armour. He was one of your
Ooh,
club
one
there.
of my club.
Yeah. Right, Mitchell, 3 slips go down. Driven. Beautifully driven, actually. He's threaded that magnificently between cover and extra cover. Who's going after it like a whippet? It's Rayan Ahmed, but he's not going to get there. He leaps the boundary sponge, but it's still 4 runs.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give, the phone.
Very nice indeed. 2 wickets for Chris Woakes this morning, just 12 runs off 5.
I noticed you drove me hard in this first session, huh?
Well, I think our listenership
demanded it. Demanded bear for
Sinus Maximus.
2 hours.
Sinus Maximus. If you're going to sneak off at lunchtime, mind you, I did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was at home.
You didn't even fucking come in. I know what you're talking about.
And I was at home.
You didn't sneak off. You stayed at home and then sidled over to the couch.
I sidled to bed.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Right, Bryden Cast took that phenomenal catch. Well, we've seen some spectacular catching in this series generally. Let me think. New Zealand have taken a couple, haven't they?
Glenn Phillips
was one. Mitchell was the other. And then who for England pouched an absolute?
Gus Atkinson caught one off his own bowling in the first test. Yeah.
No, somebody took one. I'm thinking of it. Mid-wicket. Who caught Pope at mid-wicket? Oh, that was Mitchell, wasn't it? Right. In comes Cast. 3 slips go down. Doesn't really get up much and is defended, but defended for a single because it's out to extra cover. There'll be 1 more to the score. 46 for 3. Ravindra moves on to 3. And Daryl Mitchell, Lancashire and Middlesex. In his time in England, Northern Districts, I think, in New Zealand, is going to be the man on strike. Yeah, he's playing for Northern Districts and the Plunket Shield just before this. And what did he do? I'll have a look and find out. How did he come into the series? That's pulled by Mitchell, pulled down to deep backward square. Bashir fields and they'll just jog a single. He made 10 and 39, took a couple of wickets actually, because he doesn't bowl much in Test cricket anymore, if indeed at all. Didn't make many in the first innings at the Hagley Oval, but he did make 84 in the second, and it was Cass Mitchell.
Ah, yes.
And it was Cass, of course, who got him on both occasions. How was he out in the first innings here?
It's caught behind, wasn't he?
He was caught behind. Can you remember off whom?
Cass, wasn't it?
I think it may well have been. In that case, Cass has got him every innings this series, and this one is defended though by Ravindra. Out towards cover, there is no run. That I'm going to have a look. I've been checking there.
Oh yeah, it's up and running.
It's not only up and running. I don't know if you have had time to actually read any of it. Obviously, probably not.
I have a brief look at it.
It's very well written. I mean, I'm sounding surprised, but it is.
Well done, Abby. Yeah,
it is very, very well. It is very well written indeed. So, if for any reason you can't listen to us, or even if you do want to do that, you can check out our live blogs for both this game and for the Border Gavaskar series. That one is defended into the onside by Ravindra. We should tell you again about the GPL because you've got 15 minutes on that.
See how many people have entered. If anyone has entered.
England added a few this morning. New Zealand have made 47-4-3, and you have just over 15 minutes to get to guerrillacricket.com/competition, and you can estimate the number of runs to be scored in the day.
G-Man Vancouver on 227 and On Brain Wave on 287.
Get in there. Watch the size of the pot there. We'll find that out as after this cast delivery, which is driven, tumbling stop by, was that Chris Woakes again? Oh, don't injure yourself, Woakesy. I think he's all right.
It was, yeah.
It was a tumbling stop where he carried on rolling after he tumbled. I think he might have fallen on the ball. He's let's hope he's all right. That won't help England's cause trying to close this game out.
Oh yeah, he did.
I think he landed on the ball, and the ball may have popped up. And yes,
he landed on his hip on the ball.
Yeah,
ooh, that could be painful.
That could be. Let's have a look. He looks a little discomforted whilst also smiling. So fingers crossed the smile means it's nothing too serious. I don't think it was.
Maybe he just loves pain.
What? There's a name for that, of course. That's whipped nicely off his toes by Ravindra, but there's a man deep square. They just stroll an easy single. I was going to look at how Mitchell was out, wasn't I, in the first innings, unless anyone feels inclined to help me out and do that for me.
While you do that, I'll read some of these things.
Yeah, please do.
Mayank says, this test is absolutely pathetic. So depressing to see this kind of club cricket garbage from New Zealand. Scott Harrison says, be interesting to see England's lineup for the third test and the first test of the summer. Is Zimbabwe first up, or will they treat it as a game to try out some different players?
It was Carr. He's caught behind off Carr, so Carr has got him in every innings so far in this series. Al Darrell.
Yeah, he was, and for 6 in the first innings.
Yeah, well, in the first test he started off comparatively low and got a much bigger score in the second innings. They'll need him to do something. And Ravindra, of course, who's been terrific with the bat, and I think was in India as well. That one is climbs on him a little bit, but he drops the bat and it steers it round the corner, and they take a single. They did think about a second. Mitchell was very quick to throw up an arm and go, nope. You'd stay exactly where you are. And it's 49-4-3 on the cusp of 50. We're looking at the artist, who I think Hector met. Might have done an interview with him as well. One of his interviews, the chap who's painting the action as it happens. He's going to have to paint fast to keep up with our blog and our commentary, though, isn't he? The ball-by-ball painting would be something, wouldn't it?
Painting a cartoon.
Atkinson, driven. Oh, that's a terrific shot by Daryl Mitchell. Again, that's away between cover and extra cover. It's going to speed off towards that extra cover boundary, and it's 4 runs.
1, 3,
Dropped it just a little bit too short, did Atkinson, and up stood tall, did Mitchell. And economy of effort there.
Nicely timed.
About timing.
He's always been a good timer with the ball.
I feel like I should explain that for Jingle as well. Because the words are in a language called Gothic.
Oh, right.
And the song is by goth music legends Bearhouse.
Atkinson defended back to him. Atkinson does a little keepy-uppy footwork.
I thought it was just 1 in one language,
There's no run.
2 in a different language, 3 in a different language, and 4 in a different language.
Well, distant relative of English.
So did you go through a period in your creative jingling where you decided just to do 4 jingles in multiple different languages. We have Japanese, don't we? I think we've got one in German for sure.
There's a German one. I think I did a Sumerian one at one point. There's an Old English one.
Oh, is there? Oh, I'd like to hear that.
We've probably played it loads of
Probably
times.
have. That one's cut. A little bit uppish. Gully thought they might be in the game. They weren't. It's gone down to the third man boundary for one of these.
4, 4, 4.
Well, that wasn't it.
No.
Well, that one's from the theme music from a TV show called Four Corners.
But the background music sounds like another TV show. I mean,
It sounds
it's
like
like a quiz show. Yeah,
it sounds
it's
like
got a quiz show feel to
sci-fi.
it.
Generic bit of
Shitty TV sci-fi to me. But,
Oh, okay. Sounds like a
That was Australia's
game show
flagship current affairs show. Thanks very much.
right.
Well, you know.
Bowling from the pavilion end. Atkinson has 3 slips, a gully, a leg slip, a cover, an extra cover, and a mid wicket and a mid on, and it is mid on in the shape of, I think, Chris Woakes, who fields. Yes, it is. Who gives the ball a very thorough rubbing on his jumper, looking to keep some shine and some movement. They have 3 wickets already. I suspect they'll feel, Bear, that if they can get through these 2, then the end.
Yeah.
These 2 certainly have the capability to mount at least a stout defence and perhaps delay the inevitable and salvage some pride in the process. Mitchell is ready. There's a very short mid-off to Mitchell. Because it's gone to Chris Woakes at mid-on again.
That's the end of the over.
13 overs completed. 57 for 3. Mitchell on 19. Ravindra on 5. He'll be facing the first ball the next over. Mog.
Sarah Azizi says, I think New Zealand should sign Darren Stevens as a batting and bowling coach. Sure. Ravi Natarajan says, at some point you guys should feel that it's pointless to do commentary till the end of the match. Here to the bitter end, I'm afraid.
Absolutely.
Why would we not do commentary to the end of the match?
Exactly. I mean, what do you take
I'm not
us
quite sure
for?
what you're suggesting there.
The result is foretold, and therefore why bother? But you know, it's the journey as much as the result, man.
Every human life ends in death, so why do we bother?
Well, there's a cheery thought as 3 slips go down, and in comes Cast to ball to Ravindra, who defends into the offside. There's no run. Just before that, we saw, so I say in a kind to him, an older gentleman wrapped up in scarf, jumpers, hat, big thick coat, thoroughly enjoying an ice cream cone.
Yeah,
which seemed a bit incongruous somehow.
Nothing wrong
Or
with
the
that.
wrong
My
choice
daughter
for the
keeps calling me old now. It's really fucking annoying.
How old's your daughter?
14.
And you are
53.
What?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am getting
You're
old.
fucking old.
Yeah, shut up.
Well, I'm not having that. He's a young'un. Right, that's short and pulled by Ravindra. But it's the enthusiastic puppy, Ryan Ahmed, who's Rayan Ahmed, not
Not
Rayan
Ryan.
Ahmed. Oh, Rayan Ahmed.
He's not Australian.
He's not Australian. But he is enthusiastic, and he seems to be, every time he's fielded the ball, which has been a lot, he's either been running, jumping, bouncing, but always smiling.
Ah, yes.
He's thoroughly enjoying himself out there. And England should be enjoying themselves, given the state of this game, which is so heavily in their favour. Century, 36th century, I think, was it, for Joe Root this morning?
36.
Yeah, 36th century for him. Probably making up for Bethel and Duckett, who both fell in the 90s. Massive lead that England have. That's worked nicely off his legs by Mitchell to backward square. Crawley fields, and they take another single. The deficit
Well, if these
still
two,
525.
if these two get a double ton each, it could get interesting.
Yes. Well, and
pigs may fly.
Yeah.
It's just never. I am old.
Then Glenn Phillips could finish it off with Nathan Smith.
One of the things about being old is I've realised that never ever say something is impossible, because one day someone will do it.
Yeah, that's true. That's always been my attitude. Records are there to be broken.
And Cass, full, floaty a little bit, perhaps a slower ball, but it was dug out by Ravindra. And there's no run for 59 for 3.
Has he got a cricket bat on his little chain around his neck?
Ravindra or Cars?
Cars.
Don't know. Maybe it's a cross.
Very good question. I don't know.
Could be.
I don't know. We'll get Hector. If Hector's listening in one ear to us, ask him what's on the
Find
chain
out.
around his neck, Hector. Hector, our roving
Bail him up
reporter.
at
The prolific
Woakes.
Hector. Who's churning out content like a one-man content factory. Up onto his toes goes Ravindra, down into the offside. And again, there is no run. One ball left of the 14th over.
Thing is, now he's going to want to be our roving reporter at every fucking ground, isn't he?
Well,
and it's like there's quite a lot of us would like to do that.
I can't guarantee to get him into every ground, but
No.
you never know.
Well,
I wrote words of wisdom, a bit like the magnificent thing you wrote for me, Bear, for the ECB.
Absolutely.
Or more accurately, I wrote, sent to you, and said, "Can you sign this?"
Yes.
And you said, "Yeah, all right." Okay, round the wicket comes Cars. That's edge, that's taken, and Ravindra's gone. He throws his head back in absolute frustration. It was too close to his body for the shot he was essaying. It didn't work. It edged its way to Pope. Cars has another. New Zealand are in the mire at 59 for 4 at the end of the 14th over.
Now you're gone. Oh.
Ravindra, he knows that was the wrong shot there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But it's too late. You don't get a second chance. He has been caught behind by Ollie Pope off the bowling of Bryden Cast. Cast his second wicket of the morning. And, 59 for 4. This game is running rapidly away from New Zealand. And maybe England are eyeing up a couple of days on the golf course.
I think they most certainly are, Tone. Yeah, you might even get home early tonight.
Well, that I wouldn't say that would be nice, but it actually would be nice. Anyway, Mog, what messages have you for us?
I was going to go back to it and I've forgotten it. Sorry to whoever that was. Mayank says in a very timely fashion, these two need to be there at stumps at 275 for 3. Guess not.
Yeah. Maybe it could be 275 for 4.
Ravi Natarajan says 53 is not old. You can still start a new family at 53, and your new kids at 14 can still call you old at 67.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, hang on. I'm not that far off 67.
Yeah. You want a 14? You want a 14-year-old?
You don't look at.
Well, you're offering
53.
Hand yours over.
No. But
Baby Shaker says, I can't spend my only day off listening to this embarrassing effort from New Zealand. Thanks for your commentary, GC. Catch you for the next test.
Well, we look forward to seeing you. I'm sorry it's upsetting you. It's not our fault. We can only commentate on what we see.
Well, exactly.
And actually, for some of this first test on the first morning, we were commentating on what we couldn't see.
Yeah.
But, you know, not for the first time.
Well, you could see on the little 4-inch screen.
Atkinson's going to be over the wicket to the new man, which is, no, not to the new man, to Mitchell, who angles the bat, guides to point, and there's no run. And guess who's fielding at point? It is the ever-present bouncy puppy that is Rayan Ahmed.
The new man is...
Surprise! Tom Blundell!
It is indeed the wicket-keeper, the other number 66.
Not as good as 66, clearly.
Well, I'm sure again, that's a job for Hector. We'll find out why he's got number 6. How dare he have? As we said the other day, you know, nobody sang "Get Your Kicks on Blundell 66," did they? They just didn't. 59 for 4.
Oh, I see why it's Route 66, right.
God,
I think that was a tinge of the ironic there. I don't think...
A hint of the facetious.
Yes, exactly. Right. Or no,
that could be Jason.
No, Jason's
I
not
actually
coming in.
heard the doorbell then.
Oh, well, if he did, that's unless it's a surprise food delivery for us, it could be that. I didn't think Jason was coming in. Be fabulous if he is, because then I won't be on with Jack Jones. Why has that all stopped? The bails fell off.
Bails have come off.
Right, so
Looking a bit gloomy.
it is gloomy. It is windy. Oh, hang on.
They're going off.
They're going off. Is it? Well, we're only into the first ball. I think they're bringing the covers on. Oh no! I think it's raining.
I thought Messi said there was just going to be 3 pure days of good weather. Had words with him.
Well, this will slow things down. Yeah, it's raining, I'm afraid.
There are patches of what look like blue sky off in the distance there, though.
Well, we do have a delay at 59 for 4 with Mitchell on 20 and Blundell yet to face a ball. Atkinson was about to bowl the second ball of the 15th over when the wind gusted. It brought with it a squall, and alas and alack, everyone has gone. So wickets to fall: Latham 34, Corton bowled Cass, Conway a duck bowled Woakes, terrific ball on his off stump. What did William? I've missed it now. Williamson
made 4.
Yeah, he did.
Ravindra made 6.
And Ravindra was caught behind off the bowling of Cass. What was all that, Bear?
Jason.
Oh, it is Jason. For some reason I thought Jason was doing this from home. Oh, well, I'm not a man. I'm not alone. I'm not alone for the rest of the day. This is fantastic.
You're never alone when you've got a phone, Tone.
Never alone with us. You're never alone with a strand. It's a famous failed advertising campaign. Anyway, 524 is what New Zealand need, or this little rain squall to last for the next 2.5 days. One or the other. Mog, who have you got?
Still a chance. Nicholas Agar says, New Zealand in chaos. How did they beat India? India beat themselves, maybe. Jonathan Shulin says, rain is looking more likely now than I thought earlier. Well, it's raining, so you're right there. Dara's Easy ponders, who is the man of the match? Who do you think it is?
Bryden Cass, I would say, so far, but
Atkinson got
Atkinson with a hat-trick.
It depends what Atkinson does in the second innings, really.
Has to be. And then Root got his ton.
So did Brook.
Harry Brook in the first innings just took the game away. So there's a few candidates, all of whom are England. They're English. 123 he got, didn't he, in the first innings? Brook.
Dara was thinking.
Oh, is it raining?
Man.
Yeah, no, they've all gone off for rain, Bear.
Oh, okay, so that'll be lunch then.
So it will be an early lunch. The encouraging news is we're looking at David Gower, who's looking dapper as ever, and he's out there, and he's not got an umbrella, which I think suggests that although they ran off for a squall and they did get the covers out, the rain may not be setting in for the day. Let's really, really hope not.
It looks pretty. Yeah, that'd be a bit annoying, wouldn't it?
Well, that'd bring us all back tomorrow.
Unnecessarily.
Well, not unnecessarily. Necessarily.
Well, necessarily, but unnecessarily.
But annoyingly.
Yes.
The England players might have been thinking about a couple of days golf. I think we were thinking about a couple of days sleep.
Yes.
Your football match is already off, isn't it?
It's already off, yeah.
No surprise there, as was Watford's today, alas.
Yeah, the bloody Merseyside derby was called off.
It was. So, what shall we do? Shall we pop something on for lunch?
Yes.
Shall we play young Hector and Henry's chat with
we can do that.
Cricket Village chap, whose name I can't remember.
Yeah, we can do that. I can't remember it either. Go to show.
I think it should be
what age will do to you.
Should be the most recent.
Yes.
I've not heard it, so it'll be a chance for me to listen to it.
Here we go.
Right, we shall see you A,
Jack
after
Meacher.
lunch, and B, when the rain stops.
Yeah, Jack Meacher. It's only half an hour, so you're going to have to come and put something on again.
Oh shit, we'll do it anyway.
Yeah.
We've been chatting for 10 minutes, so that we'll see. But yeah, I can do that.
Whether you're screaming from the stands or the sofa, Virgin Bet has even more for you to shout about this season. Because we're giving you a totally free bet builder on a selected football match every week this season. So get ready to make some noise. Join us and claim your bet builder free bet every week. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Use Bet Builder free bet on selected match by kickoff. Min odds evens. Max 1 free bet £1 to £20. Except via pop-up. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
This episode is brought to you by Pepsi Max. As women's football goes from strength to strength, Pepsi Max want to help inspire the next generation to even greater success. So, just like they are with the Men's League, Pepsi Max are proud sponsors of the UEFA Women's Champions League. And Pepsi Max are also supporters of inspiring players like Millie Bright and Leah Williamson, who really help showcase what can be achieved in the sport as it reaches ever higher levels. Pepsi Max, thirsty for more.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of Hector and Henry's World of Cricket. Sorry for the delay, we've actually gone worldwide now, we're joining you from across the world. Henry joins us in Adelaide, I believe. Red, how are you? Where's the mic gone?
Yeah, sorry. Evening all. It's actually currently 9 p.m. It's a bit later for Heck. Join you in Adelaide. Been playing cricket out at the Academy for the last 2 months now, coming up to Christmas. But we are Mr. Worldwide now, this pod, even though our last episode was out about a month ago, so we're sorry for that.
No, it was actually about 2 months ago. Time flies. Okay, but we're going global, we're getting on the big stage. How's the net bowling going? How different do you find it is playing in Australia in comparison to England?
Well, I'm currently injured bowling-wise. I had a double stress fracture, so coming back from that. But, playing here, there's actually been a bit of rain about the last 2 weeks, but besides that, it's unreal. Like, the pitches are rock solid. Very nice to bat, especially when we play white ball stuff. Red kookaburra or white kookaburra. Huh?
Any runs?
Yeah, start of the season, 71 out, 86, and then a couple 30s, and I've sort of been struggling the last 2-3 weeks. So I'm not really too sure what I'm going to do about that. I've been changing a grip on my bat every day and feeling like it's that, but it's not. I'm probably just technically doing a bit rubbish, so we'll get there.
Doing a bit of a Marnus Labuschagne. Anyway, I'm sure no one's listening for you, unfortunately. So today we are extremely lucky to be joined by one of the most prominent faces in the world of cricketing social media at the moment. Earlier today we spoke to Jack Meacher, who told us what it's like to rise through the YouTube ranks. He's now gained a following of 391,000 people. So yeah, he's done pretty well. He's filmed with the likes of Ben Stokes, Jimmy Anderson. So yeah, if you want to listen on, you can find out what it's like facing the likes of Chris Woakes, Stuart Broad with a relatively old ball, and Rashid Khan, and yeah, what it's like in the ever-developing YouTube world. So Jack, thank you so much for coming on today. First of all, just before we talk all things cricket, for the older listeners out there of the show, we've done the introduction, but could you just explain the concept of Cricket District, just how you came about to start the channel, what the thought behind the branding was initially, and how quickly everything sort of fell into place?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it a lot. It's great to chat to you guys. Cricket District was, Toby started it, my colleague Toby started it back when he was at university, and I joined in 2019. He had it kind of under various other names. It was called Cricket Stuff, and then it was called Cricket Now, and it had all these different names, and then eventually we landed on Cricket District. And basically the whole point is just to make positive social media that is not boring, and it's trying to be just a bit more creative than mainstream standard kind of coverage of cricket. And both had a bit of frustration with mainstream media and newspapers and press and journalists trying to get lines out of people, but all we want to do is just make fun videos and fun content, and that's kind of the whole premise about it. But now we're at a team of 5 of us, and we kind of run as Cricket District's social media, and we kind of run as an agency as well, helping other people in cricket to level up their social content, making content for bat manufacturers. We have a good partnership with Neon. Sixers Social Cricket, we help them with their social content. So yeah, it's a really kind of exciting time for cricket content and cricket media as a whole. So onwards and upwards, I guess.
And it's safe to say you guys have blown up pretty significantly. I think you've got about 390,000 followers now on YouTube, and like we'll discuss different episodes. But how hard is it being a content creator at the moment? And are there any like milestones you've come past that you guys look back on fondly?
Yeah, I guess originally when we started, it was always access, and that's kind of still now is the main thing we ask for. It's just access to players or access to stadiums, whatever it is we're trying to do. A lot of people when we started doing it did have a guard up and were like, what are you guys doing? Like, why do you want to take pictures of this place? Why do you want to film this person? So eventually getting that access then kind of opens those doors. And I guess milestone wise, I know we'll chat more in depth about videos later, but kind of getting access to Broad and Anderson and England Ashes series, it kind of opens those doors of mainly just trust to other people that we're not doing anything weird or annoying or stupid. We're just trying to make fun videos, and that's hopefully now what people know us for, rather than anything else, which is the main thing.
Well, you must have had big main struggles when you were just up and coming and sort of didn't really have a label. Do you still have struggles now with that, or is it quite easy because sort of everyone knows you in the cricketing world?
No, definitely still struggles, and it's definitely still, I guess, the main struggle being a cricket content creator. I don't know what it's like in other fields particularly, is that to be purely that, it's really difficult to make money off of just doing that, which is why we do agency kind of side as well, to support what we're doing in general, make the best videos possible. That probably was the main struggle. Now the struggle, I guess, it's a good question actually, what the struggles are now. I think it's just volume. We want to do so many things, but we also don't want to spread ourselves too thinly, and we feel like like I said earlier, there's massive opportunity in the cricket space now. We've seen it in other sports, people doing content around golf and football and whatever it is, YouTube channels to go with those sports. But yeah, for us, we just feel like there's so much potential. It's finding the right thing to do, finding that audience, and keeping connected with the audience as well, because it actually could be easy for us to focus purely on the professional game and post every time India, Australia are playing, every time England playing New Zealand, but actually we still really love talking about grassroots cricket, and we have another Twitter account called That's So Village, and that is kind of like still part of that every day, and what we don't want to forget. So I guess that is kind of a struggle, if that answers that all right.
I guess there's that That's So Village stuff that sort of relates a lot to people who just play like bog standard sort of club cricket, village cricket.
That's the beauty of cricket. Bog standard. Yeah, that's the beauty of cricket, though, is that you've got everyone can relate. If you're a pro, if you're like, there's something relatable in every single format, and we speak to the pros, and they will sit and watch That's So Village for a long time and just scroll through. We put a tweet out most Monday morning saying what's the best thing that happened or what's the most village thing that happened, and just sitting through and reading the DMs. There's always something new in cricket as well. There's always something that like, oh my days, there's something else that stopped play that we didn't think could stop play. So there's so many variables. It's what makes it such a great sport.
Yeah, and the scorecards have become a personal favourite over the summer.
Yeah.
You post just some incredible scorecards. And you touched on building trust, like between players, and how that's really helped you. Being able to film with these amazing players, Stokes, Anderson and Broad, as you mentioned. I was just wondering the process of how you get these guests. Is it through like their agencies, and how lenient are these, easygoing are these agents?
It's a good question, and it's really varied, to be honest. If we have an idea and we would like to do something, we'll basically just try and reach out to that person either via a very simple DM, WhatsApp, or we'll go through the team they play for. So for example, Sussex recently, we shot with Tim Mills, and straight through to Sussex and said, can you pass me on his details, would love to do this, and they're happy to do that. And we've met Tim a few times, so it was it's quite easy to do that. Whereas Jimmy and Broad was a opportunity brought by one of England's sponsors, LV Insurance. So they came to us and said, we've got an hour window, do you want to do something? And basically just gave us that time, and incredibly grateful for that opportunity because it's wild that even happened. We literally had just an hour, so it all comes in lots of different directions. Similar with Stokes one, that was Red Bull reaching out to us saying, "We've got this idea. Do you want to do this?" And we thought, "Yes, please."
Yes.
Yeah.
Offer us stuff, Jimmy.
But we do spend, and Toby, massive credit to Toby. He is very, very good at just keeping connected with people and keeping chatting and discussing and always being kind of just really, really out there in terms of our community and making sure that we're still at the top of it when it comes to people saying, "Oh, what do you want? We want to do this. Who do we go to?" Toby's very good at being there, like straight away to know that it's Cricket District should be the place to go.
Yeah, I mean the fact that Red Bull approached you to do Stokes instead of the other way around must have been pretty like a
it was wild. And
What
again,
was that like? What was that like on top of a roof doing that?
Really hard to bat. It was really, really hard. It was coming out of a bowling machine bat. There was nothing behind it, and it was just like buildings. So you're trying to spot this ball out of a building site that's just kind of flying at you. Very, very, very windy day as well. You can probably see in the video. Didn't handle it very well.
And Stokes made it look pretty simple.
Yeah, I really want to do the challenge with him again at like a normal net and just see how many balls he can do it in, because that would be incredible.
He would smash that record. And
another little thing actually, while we're talking about that, the what was really cool about that opportunity was that after the video, Red Bull obviously brought these nets in to do the video on, and then allowed us to reach out to our community, and we basically put it out there and said, any clubs who need a net, we'll send you one. We've got 2 brand new. We just used it for that video. So just amazing opportunity that for us, not just to film with Stokes, but to provide a club with new facilities. It's awesome.
Yeah, that is amazing. And you guys have a massive community at the moment, as Henry said. What sort of future do you see for like the brand of cricketing YouTube as a whole? You mentioned that you guys weren't a big fan of the mainstream media, but I'd just be interested to find out what you think the mainstream media thinks of you guys on the flip side.
It's a good question. And the first time we went into that press box at the test series wearing shorts and t-shirt ready to run around, we did get some funny looks. Now we're a little bit more trusted, like I said, and are allowed to get out. We've got ECB press passes, which is absolutely awesome. But yeah, I think on a whole, I think it is just positivity in terms of going forwards. We've seen it in so many other sports: golf YouTube, football YouTube, even baseball YouTube. Like there's so many things out there that cricket is behind on in that regard. We hope that there's a brilliant community of creators as well, not just fans, that are all slowly starting to find each other and work together to build up the industry as a whole. But in general, I just see so many opportunities and so many things that we can take from other sports and manipulate to cricket, that it is a really exciting place to be. And I know, like we talk about, it feels bizarre, like me talking on a podcast, but we do see this as we are just starting, and we have so many ideas that we want to do and execute that I see as a really, really positive time.
Yeah, and
do you have a?
You go, right?
You go.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And you have orchestrated, obviously, a lot of those. You mentioned loads of other content creators trying to sort of get up to your level, and you guys have arranged a lot of like meetups with those content creators. Do you guys almost see it as like your duty to build a network, not just with cricket fans, but with cricket creators as well, or are you just very much like your own sort of entity?
No, I think the more of us that are doing more content, the more opportunities are going to come for everybody, and that's what our ultimate goal is. I wouldn't say it's like a duty as such. I still, like I said, I don't ever look at us as like the only cricket or the top one. I just see us as one of them, and I want everyone to get a piece of it and get opportunities like we have. I must admit, I'm very bad at looking ahead. I just have a lot of edits to do at a certain time, and that's my job, is to get through those day to day. So that's why the other guys are here in our team to help look ahead and look around at what else is required, and making sure those other creators also have opportunities as well.
I was going to ask, being a being a massive cricket fan yourself when you were younger, and obviously still now, you sort of got the dream job for many cricket fans. Do you ever just like look back when you get all these like ECB passes and in these amazing grounds? Do you ever sort of sit back and think about it and think about like how good the position is? Or
I always say every time I go to a cricket game, this is as close as I can be to being a professional cricketer, but I'm just not good enough. I wish I was. And I actually didn't. I played junior cricket when I was really young, and then I stopped for I don't know how many years it was, but I didn't play for like a good chunk of time, and then only took it seriously for the last 5 years or so, and now proper, fully fledged cricket badger. So I think that it is some moments are really are pinch yourself moments that I feel incredibly grateful to have had those experiences. I think the biggest pinch me moment was when, after shooting with Stokes, so that was mid-Ashes, that was after the first test, which is mental how he was allowed to do that. And it was at Headingley, day one, just on the toss, and kind of all the photographers kind of banked up taking pictures of Stokes walking back, and he walked straight over to me, shook my hand and went, "Oh, great video, absolutely loved it." And in front of all these other people, were like, "Who on earth are you?" Who obviously hadn't been on YouTube, hadn't seen the content, and that was probably the moment that I think that is just mental. How on earth that happened, I do not know.
It must be amazing to get to see the personal side of all these cricketers and just to form connections with them, and as you say, you can see them later on in matches and be able to speak to them. And you mentioned you played junior cricket. Just how time consuming is the industry? Do you get to play any club cricket over the summer?
Ready to launch your business? Get started with the commerce platform made for entrepreneurs. Shopify is specially designed to help you start, run, and grow your business with easy customizable themes that let you build your brand, marketing tools that get your products out there, integrated shipping solutions that actually save you time, from startups to scale-ups, online, in person, and on the go. Shopify is made for entrepreneurs like you.
Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/setup.
I only missed one game last year, every Saturday other than one, so make sure that I'm... And I think that's like one thing, again, going back to talking about those not losing touch with the grassroots side of things. If we're kind of acting as a voice in that space, we're trying to be the club cricketers and club like fans of the game, we should still be playing the game. We shouldn't be like, "Oh, I'm not playing that. I'm sorry." We were mid-Ashes last year, and we still travelled back from Manchester to play. I think I got like 2, didn't bowl, and I still loved it. So it's the best time,
best day.
No special treatment there.
There is like you said, cricket as a whole is time consuming as a game, so it kind of comes with it, and in general, it's just I think that we just try and make sure we keep in touch with that reality and keep in touch with that club cricket side. And like I say, missed one game last year and still loved every minute.
Awesome. So should we move on to section 2? So now we're just going to discuss like what's going on in the world of cricket. And I guess obviously we can start off with England v New Zealand. First test concluded in a sort of thumping win for England, taking it by 8 wickets. Did you manage to watch much of it? And we know you partnered with TNT Sports, so what's that been like recently?
Yeah, I tried to watch it. Obviously, time zones are pretty tricky, but first 2 hours try and watch and then drift off to sleep. And every day watching the highlights back, waking up in the morning watching them, I tried to keep in touch as much as possible and enjoy it a lot. And I think that TNT partnership was brilliant for us. So, I mean, back in the day we were just trying to take videos and post them, but to now have an official kind of partnership with TNT to help promote those clips is fantastic. And especially that Glenn Phillips catch, when we saw that come through in the collaborations box, we accepted that quicker than he could imagine. So it's a really, really awesome partnership, and I enjoyed the first test a lot as well. And I feel like watching cricket in different parts of the world, like in England and Australia and New Zealand, it just has like that specific look of those highlights, that look and feel of the grounds and the grass banks and stuff. It's nice to watch.
Yeah, they look amazing.
Yeah. And what did you make of Bethel on debut? Have you managed to see a bit of him like during your content stuff? Have you crossed paths, and what do you think?
That's a good question. We've never actually crossed paths with him. However, I think that again there was a lot of questions and a lot of like people questioning things, but these guys obviously know what they're on about. Stokes and Car obviously can see something in and can see something in the future, and why not test them out in this time on a relatively low risk series, I guess. That's the right way to put it, but why not try them out? And I guess that does now raise a question. He did well, got a 50, quick fire 50 in that final innings, so if they're flying Ollie Robinson over, how he slots into the team with Pope there as well.
I guess Pope kept really well and got runs whilst keeping, so why would Ollie Robinson probably come in? Do you reckon he'd come in for the second test or stay sort of bring on?
It's a good question, isn't it? It's a good question. I really like Ollie Robinson as a player and watched him a lot during last season in terms of the county championship, kept an eye on his scores, and he actually came on our podcast as well to chat about, I think they had an amazing win at some, I can't remember when he came on afterwards, but he came on after playing and just to chat to him. He's such a positive guy, and I think he deserves an opportunity as well. So whether he gets it in this game or the next, or if he's just there for the experience, it's just nice for him to have that recognition to be brought and called up into the side.
And on the flip side of that, Chris Woakes, probably at the back end of his career now. A weird test match for him. Didn't bowl particularly well in the first innings, but obviously it was really windy then. His batting seems to have fallen apart a little bit, but then obviously bowled really well in that second innings. Do you reckon this will be his sort of last overseas tour?
It's a good question. So we actually faced him back last year. He's such a skillful bowler. He's so skillful. And he was off a couple of paces, but he's incredibly skillful. And I always just think he's got control. And when you've got guys in there like Cast and Atkinson who are a bit less experienced, to have someone like Woakes who you can throw the ball to and say and trust to get it on a string, basically. I think that why would you not have him around the team? Why would you not have him in your side at least? So I don't know if it'll be his last one or not, obviously, but I'm a big fan of Chris Woakes and always have been. So hopefully in that second test, like I say, he can get a bit more control of the ball and take a few more wickets.
Quite an off the question from here, but when you were saying you faced Woakes off a few paces, and I saw you face like Jimmy and Brody off a few paces, is there like a thing, an insurance thing, where you can't face them off a full run up, or?
No, I guess it's just them. I think Broad and Anderson, that was at Lords, so they actually were, after speaking to them, they said they're probably about 75 to 80% of their effort. So we did use a very, very old ball for the first for the first few. And so that doesn't really quite count, but Woakes, he had a new pink ball, and it was hooping, and that was mid Ashes, so he kind of took his time. But then somebody like we faced Potts, one of our first ever Village versus Pro videos, and he was full run up outdoors in the middle of Durham.
Right. So was that Potts and Rushworth as well?
Yeah, Rushworth, and that was Scott Borthwick as well was bowling. So they all took it seriously, and so it's just kind of down to the players really. Again, we're very much we're careful, and we understand that there's always a media manager or an agent watching over us, making sure that we're not going to injure any players. So we just take it sensibly.
And you guys obviously do a lot of franchise work as well. You say you're going out to South Africa for the SA20 in January. The IPL auction didn't make sense of that at all. Firstly, Prithvi Shaw, David Warner and Johnny Bairstow all went unsold. Were you surprised at this? And in terms of Johnny Bairstow, do you reckon this is the end of his high profile career?
It's interesting, isn't it? With the IPL auction, I feel like it is sometimes quite difficult to keep track of it all, because there's, in the IPL in general, to be honest, there's so much going on, games last so long, that it is always quite difficult to keep a track of, and especially with the auction. I guess I wouldn't say shock is probably the wrong word for me personally, but I do think it's just kind of what the teams want and how they want to balance their sides. So I'm definitely no expert in that field, so I just kind of keep an eye out for those names that I love, and I'm really happy that some of those guys from the English setup got picked up. And Johnny Bairstow is, he's just finished T10, and he still had a brilliant time there. And I still think he's got, I don't know about internationally, but certainly in terms of franchise cricket, I think he's got plenty of time left in him. And I think he's got an SA20 call up as well. So I think he's Joburg Super King. I did actually see him in person playing, because hits the ball very hard.
Yeah. And then on the flip side, there was the 13-year-old who signed for £104,000 for Rajasthan Royals. He's already played for India under-19s. Do you reckon he'll get much game time, or will it be more of an experience?
I didn't actually know that he played for India under-19s. That's mental.
Yeah,
He scored 100 against. He scored 100 against Australia under-19s.
Did he really?
Yeah.
He's a freak. He's pretty built for 13 as well.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Well, I am actually that again. They're the kind of stories that I take more care of than watching the main game. I want to see this guy in the nets on social, whacking it and facing. Well, he went to the Royals, didn't he? So facing Archer and facing those other quick bowlers is, and they've got Benem Mafaka as well and Faruqi. So all three really quick, talented seamers. See how some 13-year-old gets on against them, but it's mental, isn't it? It's crazy. And if he plays, I can actually kind of see Rajasthan wanting to do that if they've got a game that might not have anything on it. Exactly. Just to have that as their kind of their thing would be. I can see them doing it.
Are you guys going out? Are you guys going out to the IPL at all, or
not as of yet? But we would absolutely love to. I think it's the top of our bucket lists in terms of going to the place where the biggest cricket fans are. It's like people say it's a religion there, and I've never been to India. Jacob and Toby, who work here, they went to Dharamshala. I couldn't come on that trip, sadly, but I'm desperate to go. So if there's an opportunity that comes up, then I'll be all over it.
Yeah, well, I was just at the Nets with India for training, and sorry,
casual. Just continue.
No, but it was, it was crazy. The minute Kohli and Sharma and Bumrah come out, oh my god, it was flooded. Streets were flooded, all trying to touch them. They're clearly gods. It was nuts.
Yeah.
How did you do there, Red? Did you bowl?
I bowled. I got pumped a bit, and that was my day over. So yeah,
bowled 2 overs and then leave.
Pretty much.
If we just move on to the sort of specific episodes, just conscious of the Zoom time. Still haven't upgraded to premium, Red. Sorry.
I'm happy if you want to send another link. That's fine with me.
Oh, yeah. Well,
well, segment 3, we'll be able to get through.
Go again, yeah. So we just like to talk about some specific episodes. I mean, it's outrageous the amount of people that you film with. Who was the first professional that you did? I know you mentioned you did Jimmy and Brody pretty early on, but I remember watching Rashid Khan a few years ago. Was he your first, and how was that experience for you?
Yeah, it's interesting. So the first kind of village versus pro episode, or when we're kind of batting with the pro, would be that Rashid Khan episode, which was an amazing experience. He's a great guy, and we had met him through doing previous work, kind of just marketing and cricket in general. So he was a great guy and really open to the idea. And we thank him massively, because that kind of started everything else, which is brilliant. Yeah. But if you look really far back from that, and content that isn't that sort of village versus pro, it's more just general. I think the first one was Phil Salt. And for me, the first, I know I wasn't even there for that shoot, but the other one would have been Luke Wright. I remember really vividly. And I don't know if you guys have ever been to Hove, but the nets are incredible. And it's our local club. They invited us down very early on and just said, make some content, that'd be great. So we were right in the nets and made a hype video for him, and he posted it, and we were absolutely buzzing. And it's that was kind of the first one that kick-started it all, really.
Yeah.
You ever since that episode, you guys have clearly grown rapidly, and been out to South Africa. I was a big fan of actually the quizzes you used to do with the players last year. I kept up to date with them, but what's been your favourite ground to visit in terms of views, atmosphere, anything?
Good question, and get asked it a lot, to be honest. And it's a bit of a weird one, because like I said before, we are proper club cricketers, and there's a place in Devon called Valley of the Rocks, and it's in Linton Lynmouth, is a little village, and it's genuinely like one side of it's almost like a replica of a cricket stadium, because you can go up on the rocks and you can still kind of get that view, like top down view of a cricket stadium, but you're in the village. And we did play, the deck's not very good when we played on it, but everyone absolutely loves it there. Such a welcoming community, and I think that would be kind of my favourite ground I've ever visited. If you want it internationally or the professional grounds, though, can't beat the Oval in my opinion. It's an amazing green space in London. That is brilliant.
Yeah. No, that's where I actually met you. I think it was 2 years. Oh no, it was the Ashes at the Oval. It was a rain delay, and you were doing that whole cricket challenge for your socials. Me and my brother were there. We played.
Really?
Yeah. No, I got a picture with you. I'll send it to you after. You, Toby, me, and my brother. Yeah.
Where was that? Sorry, Ashes Oval.
Final day. Yeah, I think it was the final day. Yeah, final day, 2023. It was like the rain delay, and everyone was just so tense because Aussie were like 110 for naught or something. And then
I remember that, because then didn't the clouds just kind of open, and then it was just a really nice afternoon.
Oh yeah, and there was just that whole massive. Everyone was playing cricket behind like the car park. That was good fun.
That's amazing. That's really cool.
No, that was a good day. And you guys obviously now do your own podcast, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
With TNT, you work closely with Sixers Cricket. Seems like there's not too much more that you can do. What aspirations do you have as a brand, and what's next for your expansion?
Yeah, I guess like I said earlier, there is just generally a lot going on, and it's getting that balance right of not spreading ourselves too thinly, but making the best content possible. And this is our third attempt at trying to do the podcast, and we've done it many times before. We started it in lockdown, kind of a couple of episodes didn't quite pick up. Again, our good friend Nikhil, who's a commentator, he came over and we did some in person here, and again couldn't quite keep it up. But now we've kind of got a new style, I guess, of podcast that we're trying to keep really consistent of, and I think that's a really big goal for us this year, well 2025 in particular, is to keep really consistent on that front, because we've got such incredible connections in the community, in cricket in general, not just players but umpires, other creators, TV guys, media people. There's so many people that we want to give kind of spotlight to, that we feel our podcast is a good platform to do that. So that would be a really big goal, and the second being just to grow our YouTube channel as much as possible with consistent long form quality content that everyone can enjoy. Like I say, we can get opportunities, and a lot of the time we're very grateful opportunities come to us, but this year we're making a real effort to reach out to people and make videos that have been on our list for so long and saying, we need to make this one day, and we're finally starting to do that. And I can bit of an exclusive, I can give you some sneaky information that we've got a video coming out start of the year. So the first video in 2025 is probably going to be our biggest yet in terms of an edit. It's probably about 5 hours worth of content and hundreds of gigabytes of footage that we've been kind of doing several shoots for. So that's something to keep your eyes peeled for sure.
Yeah,
I was just about to ask for a teaser preview of 2025.
That's kind of the main thing for us, is just making some really, really just YouTube content's been on our list for ages. We've got so many ideas, and again, like I say, converting those golf or football ideas into cricket, there's so many opportunities to do that. So it's just ticking those boxes and making sure we can. And like I said earlier, SA20 is really exciting. We're going back there as kind of a just going back there in the capacity of filming with 6 of us this time. There's only 2 of us went out last time, so 6 of us going, which is great. So plenty more content that's going to be coming from there.
Awesome. So, and just to finish up, one question: if you could film a village versus pro with any cricketer in the world, past or present, who would it be?
That is such a good question. I think I would have to say Freddie Flintoff, because he can bat and he can bowl, so we could do both parts of the episode with him. I think that would be and good chat, so it would be awesome.
I reckon you could probably still do that.
I reckon so.
Yeah. Maybe that's the teaser for 2025.
Yeah,
there we go. That's actually a good idea. Write that on my list.
Well, Jack, thank you so much for coming on today. It's been a real privilege for us to get to chat to you. And yeah, I hope we'll see you around at the Oval and the Ashes in about 4 years' time. That'd be great.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much for having me on. Appreciate it a lot. Cheers, guys.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Jack.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
And welcome back to the second session as play starts on time for a change, and Atkinson just pulls out of the first ball that he was about to bowl. I'm Jason Hiscox. I'm joining you for the first stint. With me is Messengers.
Good morning. They're actually starting early. Was there a wicket right on lunch, was there?
I don't know. It's 59 for 4. There's a wicket happened whilst between me getting to West Jordan and me getting to the GC Towers.
Must have been right. They must have finished a couple of minutes early.
Yeah. And that is first legitimate ball, and that's short and defended by Mitchell. And we should be joined by young Billy, who is yet to be seen. He is. He's literally turned up. So I shall let him in, and then he will take over for the ball by ball for this first spell.
So I was really interested by that discussion with Hector and who was it?
Atkinson comes in and it's just turned into the side by Darren Mitchell. Sorry, I'm late, guys. Of course, it started a couple of minutes earlier because they were off for rain.
Oh, is that what it was? Right.
Yeah. So they had lunch a little bit earlier. Was the reason?
Excellent. So I really enjoyed that podcast at lunchtime, and I'm just putting in the chat the website Cricket District, which those guys were from. It's in the chat there if anybody's interested. Sorry, Billy.
Alright, Atkinson bowls to Mitchell well. It's a false start. He pulls up, so must distract him. It's incredibly windy at the basin, isn't it?
Well, it's quite windy. I think it's also quite greasy underground, potentially, even though they got the colours on fairly sharpish.
Yeah, it could help England get that extra little bit of zip through the surface. But not that they need much help at the moment. New Zealand are in
but the one thing
quite
I think
a lot of trouble.
You don't want to do is run up and not have a stable footing when you deliver the ball. So if they are going to pull out of it, if there's any uncertainty.
Atkinson's into Mitchell once more, and that's left well alone. Through to Pope. Yeah, the Cricket District lads are interesting. I was potentially going to be on that with Hector, but I was in Dublin, unfortunately. But they did a good job.
I thought they did an excellent job. I hadn't even heard of Cricket District before.
Those are the guys that sort of play against professional players and see how they measure up.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right.
They've got.
I remember seeing one of them. I think
successful YouTube channel
where they played against Cape Cross and they had a single wicket bowl out competition.
Atkinson's it again, and Mitchell pushes it to points to no run.
And it got to a bowl out, and no, you could see the steely eyes of Kate Cross. Suddenly, no, it was all a bit of banter beforehand, but when it got down to the down and dirty, she was all professional, all switched on. No, definitely competitive and wanted to win. And smashed out a single stump.
Yeah, what I love about it is, as an old fart, watching these young people getting really enthusiastic about cricket, but communicating in a way that relates to younger people rather than us old buggers.
Atkinson gets the crease and slightly died off the pitch, that one. It just turned into the leg side by Darren Mitchell, who moves onto 21 of 21 deliveries.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, it's good that they reach all markets, Messi.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think Atkinson is actually sprinting in at 100% at the moment. I think he's just assessing the conditions and making sure that if he does come in at full pace, he's not going to do anything awkward to himself.
Well, he's been you'd have to say he's been the worst of the England bowlers so far, although they've all been very good. Carson Woakes, especially in its cast, who scratches his foot at the other end, and who will come into bowl the 16th over. It's a fantastic catch. Did you both see that off his own bowling?
It's a good.
No, I didn't. I was sound asleep at the time. It is a bit of a shit show for New Zealand generally at the moment.
Yeah, you'll have to scour Instagram or YouTube and have a look. Messes, it was an amazing catch. And he comes in 2 for 11 at the moment and bowls that's full, and Mitchell drives it off the inside half of his bat up to mid on, but he'll get no run.
I think the only thing you could say about it was it didn't come back with that much pace, but to change your direction in any way off the follow through.
It's so difficult to do that, and he dove to his right full stretch, one-handed. It was a very good catch. But I know what you mean. But what do New Zealand go from here? They're just playing to pride, really. See if any of them can get into any semblance of form. Cast comes in and Mitchell tucks this one off his hip, and they'll wander through for a single to get Blundell on strike to face his first delivery. Blundell needs some runs. They've got a few keepers, New Zealand, so they can shift the gloves around. He's no certainty to play in the third test.
Des Reynolds is asking if we are able to describe the field for Atkinson and for Cass.
Well, we absolutely can. It's harder off a TV screen because they don't necessarily pan to give you a full view. But I will.
We can certainly give you the close fielders.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Cass comes in. He's got 3 slips and an almost leg slip, and that's gone down the leg side. And it's a good take by Ollie Pope, who dove to his left full stretch and managed to gather it cleanly. Not a good first delivery to Tom Blundell. You want to make the play first up, you'd have to say. Get it full, get him driving.
Yeah, bit of a grimace from Cars. He knows that wasn't what he intended.
No, so Ben Stokes had a wide leg slip, almost. He's just touching the
They
peak
tried
of his
this
cap at the moment.
either in the first innings or yesterday, and it just flew past the slip.
Well, Cass comes in again to Blundell. This is short, and he rocks back and looks to get off the mark with a single, but is sent back, and rightly so, because there was never a run there.
And Rayan Ahmed has taken the field after lunch as well, so is Brooke still off the field then?
Yeah, I wonder what it could be. There hasn't seemed to have been any injury or anything. I don't know if he's just feeling slightly unwell.
He's getting a new set of golf clubs delivered for tomorrow.
That I wouldn't be against. Blundell taps his bat on the ground and raises it, pointing at kind of second slip area, and dredges. You'd have to say it's a chance to third slips left hand, but unfortunately it went incredibly quickly and flew in between them, really. It was Jacob, the young bleach blonde hair of Jacob Bethel. It was a nice delivery from Cars, flew his hands, and it was a pretty poor shot. And it's hit his wrist. It went very fast to him, so it goes down as a half chance, but a chance nonetheless, you'd have to say. And it goes away to the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah. No, you could say as a goalkeeper, he just punched that over the bar, but that did go very quickly into the top right hand corner.
It did well. Blundell's off the mark, not in the manner he would have wanted, but he's off the mark nonetheless. This is shorter, and he pulls. Is there a man out there? He's going back, but it will sail over his head and into that little marquee tent for 6 runs for Darryl Mitchell, who certainly isn't going to hang about.
That was a nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was very much a sort of ponting swivel hook. And he hit it up into the air and let the wind do the work, I think.
Yeah, nice time, but that oh, go on, Messi, socials. Cool.
Yeah, Mr. Rolite says, hello, Messi, just thinking that if you grow the beard a couple more inches, slip on a red suit, you could get some festive season work. Well, I've got the stomach for it, I got to tell you. The last time I actually did dress as Santa was about 30 years ago for a work day. Unfortunately, it was 40 degrees that day, and it was hell. I wanted the sooner I could get out of it, the better. That's the trouble with Christmas in Australia. It's just not like Christmas in Europe. It's fucking hot sometimes.
Well, there's a bowling change. And
Yes.
this is an interesting one. And I was talking about him earlier in the little preview of Bear, saying that I thought Shoaib Bashir could be very useful with the wind today. And we're about to get a look at him.
Yes, if he bowls with the wind in the right way, it'll hold the ball up when they try and loft it back over his head.
Yeah, precisely. It could just help him with a bit of drift, the flight. And we will see. So Atkinson is no longer here. You mentioned that he might have been struggling with his run-up or various things. The wind does make that kind of thing difficult, but we'll see if Bashir can use it to his advantage.
It's very breezy. I mean, you can see this the shirt flapping away like mad.
Well, you'd think Mitchell will have a go. We'll see what field they've got for him when
there is a long
we get a chance.
on.
Well, they've got a leg slip and a slip, and this is full from Bashir, and Mitchell prods forward. 2 full to see if there was any spin. And there's no run. Yeah, you think it might be a kind of bit of an in-out field. As you say, the breeze whipping his shirt across him. And that's a better line and length, and just stuck in the pitch a little bit. Mitchell was a bit early onto it and went slightly uppish to the very short mid-wicket. Difficult to get your line and length in the wind as well, you would say, as a spin bowler. But we'll see what Bashir can do here as he bowls, and Mitchell advances down the pitch, but in the end just defends it to the short mid-on. I'm a fan of the sort of leg that England have got in place here. Bashir just gets ones to bounce and maybe get to catch the glove on the way through or something. There's a chance there potentially. And that's a pretty rank delivery, but Mitchell doesn't quite give it the treatment it probably deserves.
Well, he played that much too technically correct. He just straight back, punched it back towards the way it came, and Jacob Bethel is going to eat that up all day long in mid-wicket.
Bashir bounces in. That's a bit better, and that does bounce. Oh well, he got lucky there. Mitchell, I think it's come off an almost a leading edge. It was difficult to tell, but that was that little bit of extra bounce that his height
onto body, I think.
Just
maybe not.
Beat the lot. I think come off the thigh pad, which is why it ballooned so high, and luckily, and well, lands safely. He didn't get anything on it, but well, it's an interesting 5 deliveries so far from Bashir. Can you finish the over off and have a maiden? Yes, he can. As Mitchell presses forward and blocks that one back to him. End of the 17th, New Zealand 71.
Sorry, I've just accidentally closed down my YouTube tab, and my computer's giving me shit at the moment, so I can't actually give you anything there. What I can give you is something that Peter's Fiddler, who was on with us a couple of days ago, posted, which a couple of hours ago, but I don't know if it was read out. He said, I had a golf joke, but it was terribly below par, which fits entirely into the guerrilla cricket idiom of bad puns. So thank you for that.
That was read out, and I did laugh at it, and I'll laugh a second time at it.
Well, there's no point not making the best of it, is there?
No. Well, Bryden Cast 2 for 22 comes into ball at Tom Blundell, who's 10 off 4, and it's slightly shorter and dug in, and Blundell negotiates it well down into the ground.
I'm sure Tony was smiling at the puns there, as a man of many puns.
Indeed.
Some good, some
do you think
not
Cars
so.
will continue? Do you think Cars will continue to bowl short here at Blundell and Mitchell, or do you think he'll pitch a few up? How do you think they'll go about it? They've got the slips in. He's had a mixture of both. They've got a backward square leg. They've got a kind of they've got a wide fine leg and a backward square leg, and then they've got the 3 slips. Bethel waiting to see if he can take the next opportunity that comes his way, and this one's full, and it scuttles along the ground, and Ollie Pope does well to take it. And it was an attempted Yorker by Bryden Cast that very nearly came off. It just went in between bat and it went just to the right of his bat and
pretty much under the bat before it came down. It's a good ball. If that had been straighter, I think that would have been smashing out off stump.
I'd have to agree with you. It almost looks like Tom Blundell's got a black and red kookaburra, and you two will know better, but it almost feels like a bit of an old-fashioned bat, that one. in look, not so much size, because I assume it'll be far bigger. And Blundell faces once more and prods at this one, and that goes down into the ground, I think, on the bounce through to gully. For no run, not the best shot from Blundell. He needs to put that little fish outside off stump away. We're just having a look at Bashir dismissing Blundell in the first inning. So maybe this is why he's been brought on to bowl. Maybe they think it's a little bit of a match.
Yeah, he gets bounced, and the first test dismissal was him cutting to point, wasn't it?
Well, Blundell needs to negotiate bride and cast before he can think about Bashir. And he bowls and he pokes at one again, and no need to play at that at all. It nips away off the seam, and luckily for his sake beats the bat as he nods back at his partner at the other end. And Pope takes it cleanly.
Yeah. England well on top here and continuing to exert pressure on everybody apart from Darryl Mitchell, pretty much. Who seems
they're bowling
kind of
nicely.
oblivious.
Yeah, that's right, there's someone in the background tucks into what looks like a kind of battered sausage kind of thing. And cast balls, this is Fuller, and on the pads, and Tom Blundell flicks it down to the backwards square leg or very fine leg, very wide fine leg rather, take your pick, and they will come through for a single. Riding across the speed, it's kind of the low 140, usually that delivery at 141, and there we go, they have patented the, oh, that looks tempting, doesn't it? That's making me hungry.
It's an American sort of sausage on a stick.
Is that what they call a corn? Is that what they call a corn dog?
Yes, it is.
Oh god, I hate Americans, honestly. Why can't they have normal names for food?
Because it's a corn
Corn dog would suggest a sweet corn. It's just a battered sausage on a stick.
I don't think that is a corn dog, actually. No, I don't think that's a battered sow.
Yeah.
Well, Mitchell faces up and it gets on the back foot and defends and stuff side for no run. The end of the 18th, New Zealand 72 for 4.
It's a corn batter that they could have been.
I've heard that corn dogs are remarkably disappointing.
Like most American things, Bessie.
Mr. Rolite says, doesn't the Aussie Santa sport a red mankini? I'd like to see that, man. You really wouldn't like to see that. Certainly not in my case. I think nudity is preferable for mankinis, generally speaking. And Will Reynolds says, Billy, that was glorious age shade throwing. Age shade throwing, yes. What was that in relation to?
What was that in relation to? I'm not sure either. These things just roll off the tongue. I don't really notice them anymore.
Yes, we're all ages when we're not looking.
Unconscious bias.
Bashir, a good maiden.
The bat
first
thing,
up,
he says.
He'll try again. It's thrown a bit wider, and it's driven for no run by Tom Blundell. It's all about consistency of
the bat thing, Billy.
Oh yeah. Well, there we go. Do you agree with me in the fact that it looks slightly old-fashioned as Blundell faces up? Stead bat again, it cuts hard. That was a bit of bounce from Bashir, but it was played really nicely. England do have a sweeper out there in the shape of Rayan Ahmed, who hurls it in right-handed to the boundary on the full to Ollie Pope.
I'm not sure how to take old-fashioned when that is the bat of my youth, pretty much. What does that make me, by implication? I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I'll leave that up to you.
Try not to take it personally.
If to use the words of Jose Mourinho, if I speak, I'm in big trouble. Blundell on 13, unlucky for some, faces up and it's defended back to Shoaib Bashir.
Well, I mean, anything Jose Mourinho says it's going to piss someone off.
Well, if it's only one person, then he's done well. Generally.
Bashir bounds in again, and that's wider, and it does spin, and beat goes through bat and pads of Tom Blundell, who went for another drive. Then Duckett has his hands on his head. It was a good take by Ollie Pope. It spun and bounced prodigiously with this rock-hard new ball. Really nice delivery, reminiscent of Moeen Ali getting Virat Kohli out. So
that's gone a good 9 inches over the top of middle stump.
Oh, and it bounces once more. This is good bowling from Bashir, tidy stuff. Blundell's negotiating him unconvincingly at the moment, you'd have to say.
And you do wonder whether
that's what he offers, isn't it? This is just that bit of bounce.
He bounced with the hard ball. No. If he keeps bowling this well, I could see another person being pulled into the piranhas.
Well, Blundell advances down the track to try and counteract that bounce. It's a bit of a misfield, and that mid wicket, and they will come back for 2 to end the 19th over. 76 for 4 New Zealand. These two are making somewhat of a partnership.
Okay, so a whole can of worms has been opened up here. Will says, also, aren't corn dogs so called because it's a corn-based batter, which appears to be true. And I look on Google, and a corn dog is a wiener on a stick that has been coated in a thick layer of cornmeal batter and deep fried. That's fine. And there's a thing saying, people also ask, what is a corn dog in Australia? It says, in Australia, a hot dog sausage on a stick, deep fried in batter, is known as a Dagwood dog, a Pluto pup, or a Tippy dog, depending on region. I got to tell you, I've never heard of any of those things. Google sucks.
You don't want to mispronounce a Dagwood dog, do you, Messrs? It could be
you do not.
thought of something else. The first ball of Casters over is short and bounces, and it's well negotiated by Daryl Mitchell. Defended for no run. I quite like this combination of Cast and Bashir, both bowling in tandem, to be honest.
Well, they're both trying to get lift in different ways, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, that one was almost into the armpit of Mitchell, and he played it well enough down onto the leg side. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another one there.
Cast comes in, and that's bounces well, and Mitchell does well to trust the bounce. It kind of goes over or just next to his off stump. He's got a little kind of, it's a wristband, but it looks like it's got a bit of padding to protect his wrists, Daryl Mitchell. Comfortably, that one went comfortably over the stumps.
Yeah, he's bowling that
kind of on the legs.
Enforcer length where it's pushing you back, pushing you back, pushing you back, and sooner or later he's going to push the full ball and see if the batsman can get forward in time.
Cast runs in. Very nice rhythmical run up and bowls front on, and it's defended. Good line and length, well defended by Mitchell. I think that's what they call good cricket all round usually. Target 583, it looms large, doesn't it, for New Zealand? It's difficult, wouldn't you say, guys, to get motivated for their batsmen?
Well,
they know they're going to lose the Test match,
once
but
you're
you're playing for your country.
The 4 premier top order batsmen out, albeit 3 of them aren't in any real form, and 1 of them is coming back from injury, then it's an awful lot to ask for your middle and lower order to do anything about it.
Cast bowls full to Mitchell, and this comes off the inside half of his bat. It's flicked away to mid wicket, and they'll race back for a couple, but that's all it will be as they think about the third. But there was definitely
my theory is that New Zealand lost the whole series when they dropped 73 catches in the first Test match. And once they did that, they were fucked. They had potential until then, but yeah.
Well, it's interesting because they beat India so convincingly away from home. One of the most extraordinary results in the history of Test cricket ever.
Yeah, I think the adrenaline ran out.
I mean, Will Young, player of the series, doesn't get picked. I struggle to understand that logic, to be honest.
Yes,
you've got to pick on form, surely. Mitchell faces up and defends nicely straight back to Bryden Cast.
And everybody acknowledges Tim Southey shouldn't have been playing this series at all.
Well, at least rest him for this game,
Yeah,
because
just
now they're in the very
vote.
now they're in the very difficult position of not wanting to play him in the next game, but probably have to.
Yeah. It's the the farewell tour thing is not a fucking good idea.
Yeah, well, as the Rolling Stones said, you can't always get what you want, and no, they would be perfectly within their rights to
keep getting it.
Well, can Cast get what he wants here, which would be the wicket of Mitchell? No, he can't, is the answer, and Pope takes nicely. It might have wobbled a bit as it went over the head of Mitchell, and Blundell will get the strike for Bashir's next over. 20 gone, New Zealand 78 for 4, Messrs.
Mayank says British people shitting on any other country's food is the most ironic thing you'll ever hear on cricket. To which Mr. Rolite says, I live in Paris, Mayank. You should try Andouillette.
Andouillette, oh yes. That's an experience for those that don't know. Andouillette is basically a sausage case encasing offal.
Ooh, well, basically everything in French food is there to seduce you.
And it smells of it's very sort of lightly smell of urine, which is slightly off-putting. But it is quite.
Sell it so well.
It is quite tasty, but no, you have to sort of unlock your brain to enjoy it to its best, I think.
Well, Bashir's going to continue here. It looks like the wind's blowing across him, and Blundell tucks it into the leg side, but he will get no run. Yeah, the wind looks to be bowling from right to left as Bashir looked, so it's blowing away from the right-handed Blundell. So we'll see if Bashir can just hold one up here, make sure it doesn't drift. It goes on with the arm a bit, and Blundell gets a nick. This one bounces a bit and turns, but Blundell rocks really nicely onto the back foot and hits it away. Two fielders converge on it. Ahmed does well to dive it well. No, he doesn't do well, but well enough because Woakes would throw it in, and it will not go for 4. He chuckles to himself. He dove and tried to flick it back, but got it very slightly wrong.
He got it more parallel to the runner rather than perpendicular to him, and actually they did a good job to stop the boundary, but they only saved 1 run. I think they probably would have only saved 1 run anyway.
Mitchell will now face Bashir and gets on the sweep and sweeps well without much timing. And they didn't get a single. I think they thought about it, and Blundell sent him back.
The danger of that man Bethel who likes to run out people. And that smashed into the short leg on the defensive leg guards, as I thought it would, and deflected towards Bethel. So no, that made it a lot easier for him to get round and get a throwaway quickly.
Mitchell gets onto the back foot and turns it into the leg side where there'll be no run. Yeah, I thought he timed that sweep quite well, so that explains it. Hammered into the shin guards at short leg. Root was under the helmet in the last test, which was very surprising. I can't quite see at the moment who's under it now. Pope's of course keeping, so it could well be Root himself, as Mitchell prods forward and they'll get a single. Bashir does the fielding off his own bowling.
Yes.
Outrageous. You can't be sticking. So, who is it? I still can't tell.
Could be Crawley, but it's more likely to be Root, I think.
He
Crawley's
doesn't
done
seem
it
to
in the
mind
past.
going under there.
No.
Yeah, Root. Yeah. The best. Can you think of the best person to ever be at short leg? I'd throw James Taylor's hat in the ring for that particular accolade, and Blundell rocks onto the back foot, and Bethel once more does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Well, I wasn't too
You're
shabby.
probably too young to remember. David Boone was a superb short leg.
He was.
Really was.
Boone's good. Bell was good.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about David Boone. Seems like a good man.
Well, he's got the perfect gig these days. He goes around being match referee.
Match referee. As does Chris Broad. Gets to watch his son play cricket and.
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore, yeah.
Nice little number. Will Reynolds says the only good thing about Britain and food is the fact that you can get such a wide variety of other nations' food. I don't entirely agree. There are some very good things in British food. A good steak and kidney pie, a nice pork pie. Pies, basically.
Sausage rolls?
Yeah, sausage.
Yeah, it all depends on the meat rather than the pastry, I think.
Yeah. And he also says Will Young is busy recording a new album, Billy. Mr. Rolite says British Indian restaurant curries are the best in the world. Well, I mean, a whole lot of curries were invented in Britain, really, weren't they?
They are. Tikka masala in particular. Was said, could I have some gravy, please? And
talking about Andouillette, he says, yes, Jason, it is, but it's like they haven't cleaned the pig intestines before stuffing it with, more shit.
Well,
and he points out that 95% of British Indian restaurants are actually
Bangladeshi. They are.
Stokes is waving his arms around because the wizard Chris Woakes is standing at the top of his marked ball, 2 for 12 so far, 5 overs, and he comes in to Daryl Mitchell, who sits on 25 and bowls, and that's defended back to him very correctly by Daryl Mitchell. Can you find his Woakes' jingle, Jason? I'd love to. I'd love to hear a bit of that if you can.
Here we go.
It's very out of date.
Instagram. And he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour. Not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Well, Chris Woakes is bowling and it's left alone and gets through to Pope on the bounce by Darren Murchie. Yes, a very good first spell. Chris Woakes bowled with good accuracy, and I'd say he's justified his place on the tour, wouldn't you do?
Yeah, he's nibbled away and got 1 or 2 wickets every game, which is and he's got the important men, which is what he needs to do.
He took 3 key wickets in the first test, 2 again today.
I hope he's played well enough to convince England to take him to Australia. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about that.
I'd love to see him here.
Mitchell faces and presses forward, and I think, and I absolutely love Chris Woakes, that if we turn up to Australia with him in our bowling attack, I think we're in a bit of trouble and asking for a high.
I don't disagree at all.
No, I think for Australia he will be replaced with a workhorse like Matthew Potts instead, potentially, as well as all the fast bowlers.
You really need fast bowlers, and you need people like
Woakes bowls to Mitchell, and that's defended back to mid off.
You need fast bowling all rounders, in my view, like Atkinson.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, I think you can just about call Atkinson an all-rounder. He's a decent batsman. I know he's got a Test 100. So yeah, you can just about call him an all-rounder.
Now, I want to draw attention to something that happened yesterday at Wellington because of what happened elsewhere. At one stage, New Zealand missed a wicket because they had a fielder at second slip rather than first.
Woakes bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Mitchell for no run.
And I can't remember who was batting. I think it might have been Bethel. The ball would have gone straight down first slip's throat, but because they were trying to cover more ground, they had someone at second, so that was a miscatch. Then in Adelaide, Travis Head nicked one at about 70, I think he was on. Went straight down where first slip would have been because India had a second slip but not a first slip. And then in South Africa, it happened again with Sri Lanka had a second slip and not a first slip. So I think the lesson is don't try to be smart and have a second slip and no first slip.
Well, Woakes completes the over, and that will be no run. Yeah, Messi, I've made my thoughts very clear on this. I hate it when people leave gaps in the slips, Jason. I think you can leave a gap, but it needs to be wide. It can't be. Yeah, you can't be leaving gaps between.
It's an each-way bet, and in the end of an each-way bet is very often you don't win.
Yeah. Frank Rockefeller says Cornish pasties. I wouldn't put them up on the sort of pedestal of English foods.
Artisan ones, yes, I agree. They're fantastic. Not the mass-produced ones.
I actually think some of the English fish, when well cooked, is also really good. Will Reynolds says Dizzy was often under the lid, wasn't he? I'm not sure about that.
Bashir continues to blunder, and this is turned away, and England have hands on heads. I assume that went pretty close to short leg, and they will get a single. We still can't quite work out. I think it might be Root under there, but it's difficult to work out. Maybe we'll get a better view. Yeah,
aerial, but it was in front of the line rather than behind the line.
Yeah, no real risk. Nicely played. But I do like the fact that they've got a short leg in with Bashir's bounce. Could catch Mitchell's glove as it turns into him, and he presses back and pushes it into the leg side for no run.
Frank Rockefeller says English candy, best in the world. Well, I think it's what you grow up with and get used
candy
to.
As in,
to a large extent,
well, English chocolate, which uses a lot of fat rather than cocoa solids.
Yeah, it's sort of nice, but when you compare it with Dutch and Belgian chocolate, maybe not so good.
Mitchell skips down the wicket and then ends up defending it for no run.
We are due to have a change at the end of this over. Tony has walked into and is ensconcing himself and preparing, sanitising.
Mitchell remains on 25 and presses forward and defends. It's going through a little bit of a sedate period so far after lunch. No wickets in this session. Bashir's got 2 more deliveries to try and make that change as Messi chuckles to himself, and no doubt we'll hear what that was about soon. Sheer bowls, and it's flicked up to mid-on, and they'll trot through for a single. Go on, Messi.
I do a couple of messages while we change. Frank Rockefeller says 1.5 slips might just do it. Cornwall would cover it. Sorry.
One ball left in the over. Hang on, Messi. One ball left in the over. Blundell taps the bat on the ground to face it and skips down the wicket and plays it nicely with the spin down to long on, and that'll be hurled in for no run. So the end of the 23rd over, New Zealand 85 for 4.
Mr. Rollout says 1.5 slips in spread eagle position, legs akimbo. To which Mog says League of Gentlemen reference. And the next one is from Mr. Rollout, and I think who's on socials now?
It will be Mog.
It'll be me.
Oh, well, you know exactly where we're at. Thanks, Mog. Catching our
Watching with interest.
Yeah. As we watch a very cloudy and grey and, well, not miserable, but dour New Zealand. As Chris Woakes gets the ball and prepares himself to bowl another over. It's kind of the hard yakka at the moment. It's a bit of the phony war type stuff.
Yeah, it's been a little after that rush of 4 wickets. Kind of lunch came at the wrong time to a certain extent for England, or the lunch and rain, which pretty much came at the same time.
Here comes Woakes. He's in. That's attacking off stump, and Blundell has dead batted that back to just to mid off.
I mean, the ball's only 23 overs old now, but
there's not been
there was 14
really
overs
much
old at
movement
lunch,
at all.
but not much has happened. There was a bite and a bounce and a
there's bounce still from
it's
Bashir.
just not there.
Bashir is getting a fair bit of bounce still.
I can't believe the rain is altogether made that much difference. It was just a
wide
flurry,
of
wasn't it?
Wide of the crease, angled in. Blundell chops that down, and the man at the bare mid wicket sweeps up the ball. There is no run. I don't know whether it's the wind is very gusty. It seems to be coming every now and again. Shear's bowling. No, he's quite a tall guy. Probably, there's quite a lot of sail on him. But Chris Woakes fills out his shirt a lot better, and doesn't seem to be flapping around quite so much. That's defended by Blundell into the offside. No, he fills out his shirt a lot better, Chris Woakes.
Are we objectifying cricketers now?
Yeah, I was going to say, fills out his shirt better than whom?
Bashir, who's tall and a bit of a beanpole.
Oh, right, I'm with you. Yeah, Chris Woakes has got a little bit more muscle on him, perhaps.
Heft.
Wide again by Woakes, angling in, and Blundell's got everything in lined up for that one. Defends it into the gully area.
It's interesting, isn't it, how I mean, we've said many times, spin played a big part in the last test played on this ground, with Nathan Lyon getting 10 wickets. And Bashir, since lunch, certainly has been the most threatening fielder. That's
and England have very much
interesting
got
offside field too. When you look at that,
they've got 2
line.
slips, a gully, 2 men sort of on the drive, and that's outside off stump by Woakes, cut down into the pitch by Blundell. 85 for 4.
Blundell's looked a lot more confident because he looked very scratchy going into the lunch/rain delay, but he seems to have picked up a huge amount of confidence since then, looking far more solid.
Yes, he's rattling along. He's 20 off 25 balls. I don't know whether that's judicious shot selection or just being a bit lucky with the balls that he's faced. Anyway, here he is crouching, waiting, and another wide ball, which he gives the full Marnus lunge and leave to.
Yeah, the ninja leave or the Jedi leave or whatever they call it.
That's the end of the over. 24 overs are gone. 85 for 4.
I think we need to play the crucial psychological, we've got less than 500 runs to get jingle.
Is there one? If not,
No.
there will be.
Do you want one?
No, you're all right.
Mr. Rollight says Paris chocolate makes your eyes water. Not that, Jeff Thomas says, and I agree with him. 128 people watching on YouTube and only 36 likes. Come on, folks, that's worse than Zach Crawley's average.
Yeah, you're right. Smash that like button. Smash it. Smash it. Smash it.
Smash the subscribe button as well. Anyway, here comes Bashir.
Sprightly.
And clipped up towards him by Mitchell, and there's a sprawling stop by Bashir, who makes good use of his tall frame. And here he comes again. That's a nice ball. Pushes Mitchell back outside off stump and dropped into the offside under his feet.
His 4 for 69 was very much the.
It was a cute take, wasn't
well, it was the surprise of the. Given that there was a question whether England should play a spinner at all.
That's again slightly flatter and quicker and punched off the back foot by Mitchell down to long on. Where I think is that Bethel or is that Stokes down there?
Stokes, I think, down there. I see your point though, because they both got. I mean, obviously Ben Stokes is the more ginger of the two, where Bethel's is fully peroxided blonde.
He's got frosty tips.
They definitely has what? I'm sorry, frosty hips.
Frosty tips.
Oh, I thought you said frosty hips.
And that's again.
I was starting to get a bit concerned, Jason.
Full on the off stump, defended on the back foot by Blundell through square leg. Have you not heard the term frosty tips for someone who's got?
Now I know what you said. I've absolutely heard it before, but I heard frosty hips. I was going to say, I know it's a bit chilly, but how do you know what his hips are like?
And his hips don't lie.
No, that's again rinse and complete, but played off the back foot, defended into the leg side.
But what I was going to say was they both got the sort of the wisp of hair that comes out the back of the cap, haven't they?
Yeah.
And from a distance you can see there's a similarity.
Bit of a ducktail. Yeah.
Well, not quite a duck's arse.
Man on the drive up
Teddy boy tradition.
And yes, again playing it off the pitch, Mitchell. Basically waiting for it to pitch and then reacting. It's the end of the over. 86 for 4. England, I think, what are they now? Still need over 500 runs. New Zealand.
497, I think it is.
Yeah, it is. So they've under 500. First landmark has been reached.
Crucial goal.
The crucial goal for New Zealand, but.
Oh, someone play the
I am
super chat
on it.
jingle.
I am on it. I am on it.
Oh, fantastic!
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Yeah.
And Richard Milgate, €2 in, says smashed.
Thank you, Richard
Milgate. Top
Milgate.
man, Richard. Appreciated. Like away.
And
We're
let that
thrilled
be
with that.
an example to the rest of you.
Yes.
Pony up the cash, tiny asses.
Quite right too. Seems to be a very friendly atmosphere. We keep seeing film of lots of children who are sort of bothering the camera, and a very large
horrifying.
chicken, man in it, or a man or lady, we do not know because it's hard to tell, inside a giant chicken suit.
It is hard to sex a chicken.
He's probably quite warm in there.
Oh, and possibly illegal.
Woakes in, attacking off stump, stoutly defended by Mitchell. And Woakes feels
Is
off
the
his own
chicken
bowling.
there? Is the chicken there because it's Tegel or whatever the sponsor?
Yes, I think it is.
Shelves.
Shelves.
They're egg suppliers in the New Zealand.
Well, it's in the middle of a roundabout, isn't it? So maybe it was just trying to cross the road.
It wouldn't be long before there was a punny joke. Well, there's no other side, and that's wide by.
That's a lifty ball.
Yeah.
Bit of bounce at last.
Yeah. Angled in, lifted, sort of got in a little bit of a tangle, but the ball landed safely, sort of off the pad onto the stomach and back down to the ground.
What did you say the brand was? Tegel, did you say?
Yep.
Tegel, something like that.
Tegel is the sponsors of the series.
Ah, they are. Are
It's
they
all
like,
over the hoardings.
Are they like a KFC of New Zealand?
Not sure. I mean, they are in the background right there. That's full and outside off stump and ignored by Mitchell.
They might be more like Ingham's, which is one of our local chicken providers.
What are they? Tegel? No, that's.
Careful what you type, Tony.
Don't put a K in front of it.
Yes, don't put a K in front of it.
Okay, I won't. All I found is a suburb of Berlin. It can't be that, can it?
Nope.
Oh,
probably not.
3 slips for Woakes. But then ball's not going to go to them if he rolls that line. That's on leg stump, and balloon. Well, doesn't balloon, but just flops out to the leg side off the pad.
yeah, as in Tegel Airport, of course.
I can't see a German suburb sponsoring a test match, but you never know.
This is very steady stuff by Woakes, but it's not
here we
particularly
go.
threatening.
They're a New Zealand poultry producer. Well, yes.
Bernard Matthews, basically.
They're the Bernard Matthews. Beautiful.
Again,
beautiful of New Zealand.
That's taken the inside edge of the pad and gone just behind square, but plenty of space there for them to jog a single. That's
specialises in free range and uncaged produce.
So not Bernard Matthews then.
So not Bernard Matthews. Well, Bernard Matthews was turkeys, not chicken. So
it was turkeys, but are turkeys not poultry?
I trust you'll be sending them an invoice now for all this advertising you've done for them.
Well, I haven't said it's any good. I've merely said that that's what they do.
Well, it's all about name recognition.
When we worked out, it wasn't
it's all the NLP,
Berlin Airport.
It's all the NLP that we're giving by repetition, and repetition.
Repetition.
That's an echo.
Oh, yeah.
Last ball of the over. Woakes comes in. He's got a leg slip now, but that's gone past what should have been the 4th slip or wide gully. On the floor to the boundary for 1 release.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That would also explain why they have a free range area, sort of signposted on the ground there.
That's quite well played by the batsman there. No, hit low down on the bat. He had soft hands, went straight to ground. I'm thinking he actually kind of played that on purpose. Anyway, that's the end of the over.
We've been objectifying cricketers ever since the first Guerrilla Cricket reference to a fast bowler's arse. And Will says, and Chris Woakes is a handsome man. AJ says, moved over to Guerrilla because I don't think they like grammar school boys on Talksport.
And
are you all grammar school boys?
I'll comment after the ball, which is whipped to the leg side.
For me.
I went to a fee-paying school, a headmaster's conference school in the UK. If people know what that is. But I did go there on a scholarship and a bursary.
Ah, well, there you go. I was a public school boy, I'm ashamed to admit. Well, I'm not ashamed to admit. You are what you are. No, I'm not ashamed.
Yeah. We call them private schools here, so...
And that's down the ground and wailed over Bashir's head. But it doesn't reach the boundary on the full. It's 1 bounce.
Was he hitting?
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Finally, a bit of attacking intent by Blundell, who's been content really to just work the ball around so far.
Are you sure that didn't go all the way? I think it cleared the sponge, but didn't make it as far as the sight screen.
It looked like it bounced in front of them.
Oh, did it?
And that's worked out to mid-wicket again by a slightly quicker ball from Bashir. Bethel's on it like a flash, and the ball's back to Ollie Pope in a hurry.
Yeah, it was a 4. You're absolutely right.
And I think the limited time window for Bashir to affect a wicket with harness, and they've got both in front and behind square catches on the leg side now. So is this going to mean that And that's rising, but played off the back foot by Blundell off the bottom corner of the bat to that sort of man at a short mid-on.
I mean, it's in some ways it's similar to the England's innings. You know, you had quick wickets followed by a stubborn stand. Can it do though what the England pair did? What was it, 174? That partnership.
Slower ball by Bashir. Blundell was waiting for that for an age before dropping a bat on it. Nicely flighted too, just outside off stump.
Is he bowling into the wind, Bashir? I think he is as well.
Yeah, well, that's generally the way. That's quicker, flatter, and worked into the leg side through square leg. Past the man at under the lid. And that is the end of the over. New Zealand 97 for 4. Just 490 to get. Ish.
Carl Herbert says that Teagle chicken is a little large to be stuffed into a turducken. And this, I hate to think how large the turkey was.
You couldn't air fry it, could you?
You'd need some special equipment, I think.
I think you definitely would.
Mr. Rollight says, I confess Messi to going over to the dark side earlier. Didn't last 20 seconds. Came back and felt very ashamed. Oh, as long as you've learned a lesson from it.
You've got to see whether the grass is greener, and often it is not.
Well, the grass is never going to be greener than anywhere other than New Zealand, really.
Well, that's true. It is very green.
Although it's... No.
What about Ireland? The Emerald Isle.
True. Very true.
Yeah. I wonder which one has more rain.
Chris Woakes again.
Yeah, he's coming in. There's a leg slip. And 2 slips. And that's a good leave, my word. That's snaking back towards off stump, but on the length, I think that's probably gone over off stump. Ollie Pope takes it kind of above his head. Yes. It's a leave. It's a fairly good leave. No. Yes, it's well over the height for height.
The angle we had at first,
halfway down a pitch.
Yeah, looked a lot more like it might trouble his off stump, or the top of his off stump.
Works in again, wide of the stump. Punched off the back foot to cover. Can't beat the man. Blundell bit skittish in this over for the first 2 balls. It was kind of ran at the first ball and then sort of like a cat on a hot tin roof for the second ball.
Well, as we said, he's had a game of 2 halves so far. Up to lunch, he looked very scratchy and like it could be out any minute. He's looked a lot more assured since.
And that's slightly more composed. The ball is swinging away and bouncing, and Blundell just gives it a sort of kind of view as it goes past towards Pope, with his bat well out of the way.
Again, good work from Ollie Pope.
Yeah, you don't really notice him behind the sticks, do you?
He's uncomplicated. He gets on with the job, and
he's
sometimes
neat and tidy, very much in the mould of his former director of cricket, Alex Stewart.
Yes.
And that's wide and angled in and defended by Blundell without too much ceremony.
Well, you do get the impression with Ollie Pope that he's very much the, oh God, if a job needs doing, I'll put my hand go type lad,
please,
isn't
sir,
he?
please.
Yeah, a bit like that. Doesn't always work in his favour. When he was promoted himself to open and immediately got himself out, but you can't really, in a way, hold that against him.
You have to learn the adult skill of saying no to somebody eventually.
Well, absolutely.
And that's wide and full and punched through to mid-off. Can't beat the man.
And the debate will rage about Bethel and whether he's secured that number 3 spot, or whether England will just stick resolutely to their plan that Pope will go back there as soon as Smith is back.
It's going to be very awkward to work out the permutations. Looks like Crawley is somewhat at risk at the moment based on form. Some pre-movement there by Blundell trying to put the bowler off, but Woakes is having none of it. That's just punched down to mid-on. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden. New Zealand are still 97 for 4.
AJ says, I've plugged your show loads on TalkSport. They even said they read your comments out, which they don't, but good chat though.
Yeah, no, I've noticed that they do a lot similar to us now, which I don't believe is entirely coincidental.
Copying ass bastards.
Well, I mean, it's a big world. There's room for plenty of people. I mean, Crawley.
Well, we did it first, and we do. And do we do it better?
We
probably do.
Of course we do.
Nobody does it. That's to quote Carly Simon. What was I going to say? Oh, Crawley. There we are. We're seeing him signing autographs.
There you go.
He'll probably
Bethel to open.
He'll probably get a ton somewhere, a big ton, and then
he'll get a Bairstow ton to secure his place.
Secure his spot.
Anyway, here comes Bashir. That's flighted outside off stump, and that's sort of nicely worked past the man at short mid wicket, down to the man at long on, and Mitchell takes the obligatory single, gets off strike after one ball faced, and allows Blundell to take the remaining 5. Bashir blowing on his hand to get some pace into it, and that's short and punched very much similarly to the previous ball, back down to the long on, but off the back foot this time. Yes, really can't really remember, apart from the ball through the slips that Bethel punched over the bar, a genuine chance being created in the last since lunch, and that's full and pushed wide of mid off, and
play the 100 jingle,
and takes England to 100. Sorry, it takes New Zealand to 100.
Yep, it does indeed. Which again, this partnership has been hugely important.
Put together 40 since lunch, when it was 50 odd for 4, 59 for 4, I think. So it's been successful. That's Fuller, sort of played off the outside half of the ball through point, bit uppishly, bit aerially, but safely enough to Rayan Ahmed.
I mean, the thing about Crawley is you've got to look at where his averages are not so great. And remember, in New Zealand, his average score is under 10. It's 9.4.
Okay.
Shouldn't have taken him in the first
5
place.
tests and 9 innings. So and yet you would think, these are good wickets for a tall fellow.
Full and caressed out to mid off. There is no run by Mitchell.
He had a shocking time in Sri Lanka as well, didn't he? Where he only averaged 8. Other than that, his average
pretty much his first series, wasn't it?
It was. It was. Other than that, he's pretty much
defended
steadily in the
stoutly
30s.
by Mitchell. That's the end of the over.
As much as I hate talking about soccer, Dara Azizi says, I'm looking forward to the Arsenal game tomorrow. And Will says, men or women's? They're both on at the same time, so we can't watch both, which sucks. Will says, the Arsenal women's team are great, historically the best in England.
Yep.
Which I will cede to your greater knowledge. Oh, where is this fucking ghoul that's just appeared on my screen?
we do not mention the name.
It is well, the name of
It is
course
some-
would be
it
vaguely
is some-
familiar to you, but
it is some reality Z-list.
a reality star, and it ain't Big Brother, and it's not I'm a Celebrity, although a lot of people might like to see him on I'm a Celebrity.
Just to give him nasty Bush Tucker trials.
Yeah, exactly.
Or just a celebrity hangings, something like that.
Anyway, Woakes is going to continue. He's got 2 for 17 off 9 overs. That's a nice ball. That's just nibbled away. Blundell's done quite well not to follow the ball there, and it's just zipped away just slightly to Pope. Yeah.
For a man who's in much the same way as Crawley, Woakes' figures in New Zealand haven't been great, and his away figures, as we know, so dramatically different to his home averages. But he's really here without ever topping huge speeds, which he doesn't.
He's
at
very
all.
effective.
He's just really working those.
But this is the most English-like
cutters.
place apart from England, I think.
Yeah.
Here he comes again. That's on leg stump. That's whipped away. There's no mid-wicket. Bevan was disappointed. And that gives them the opportunity to get an easy 2 out to the man on the boundary.
The challenge on the thinking, whether Woakes makes it to as far as the Ashes, or indeed is the right type of bowler for Australian wickets, I think that is something England are going to have to look very hard at, and I rather think they might decide that he's not. They have time, and they have obviously a home series against India before they have to worry about that sort of thing.
Into the leg side, scampered through for a quick single. Stokes is grinning away. That's something.
Well, he should be enjoying himself. He played here for years as a lad, didn't he? Or he certainly trained here.
Plus his team is nearly 500 runs ahead and only 6 wickets left to get.
Yeah.
There's reason to smile.
Yeah, all of these things are very good things. It's a little bit annoying for them that this partnership is looking
3 slips
pretty well set.
And a leg slip for Mitchell, who drops that ball into the leg side, and there's a bit of untidy fielding at sort of wide mid on, but it doesn't cost England any runs.
And this partnership, 45 runs now?
Yeah.
Of 15 overs, so it's not been exactly
Which
express.
Blundell has got the major contribution.
But we know Mitchell can play big innings, and there's so often been a thorn in England's side, but not so often in a winning cause.
Wide and angled in, and left alone by Mitchell. And Woakes uses himself a little grimace and a little remonstration for not bowling it slightly more at the stumps.
They like that camera angle looking down
They
over
do.
that bush.
It is a very pretty tree.
It is. It is.
Or the camera's stuck there and that's the only shot.
That's the other. It gives you a
They
sense
do
of
like
the
the
wind as well.
artistic direction, I think.
Yeah, well, they do a good job
A
of
nice
that.
colour
actually.
red on the tree.
That's full and floaty by Woakes, driven but without any real timing by Mitchell, and that's the end of the over.
Will would like to pose the question, who would you have opening with Atkinson in Australia?
Oh, that's a good question. I know how I'd want to, but
Well, everyone
whether
would
or
say
not,
Jofra, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
You know.
whether or not he'll be fit to go is another matter.
Mark Wood, clearly. Let's not
Mark Wood
forget
doesn't
Mark
like
Wood.
the new ball.
But he does tend to come on when there's...
He likes the first change.
First change. Ollie Stone, I don't think is
There's
done enough since...
There is an argument for having somebody who swings the ball, given the first shout,
Well,
and then when the ball is... No.
Do we have a left armour?
The Josh Hull, the forgotten man.
Well, poor old, but again injured and out for an elongated period of time, isn't he?
Yeah.
Or a long period of time.
She's going to continue. That's floated, and flamingo down the ground by Blundell. There's a man down at long on, which I think is Stokes, who... Oh no, it's Crawley.
Who loomed out of the sight screen.
Who has been dispatched to nether parts to be in disgrace.
Well, no, I think he's there because they're looking for the one that Mitchell or Blundell, both right-handers, might loft in an attempt to get after Bashir.
Slightly shorter by Bashir, and punched off the back foot to cover. And there is no run.
I mean, it's sort of...
I like the narrative that he's been exiled down to the boundary as a punishment for his failures.
To graze in the outfield. No, I think he's there for a very specific reason to...
Again, flatter and fuller, but outside off stump and ignored by Mitchell after he covers the line.
To cut off one particular line of attack on Bashir, which is the lofted straight drive or
Mitchell
the
is
lofted
very
on drive.
much not trying to essay anything that is not absolutely 100% in his arc of experience.
Well, England down to, well, obviously just for the spinner, but there's the slip and a forward short leg.
As we see Pope doing the awkward job of putting the bells back on without taking his gloves off.
Did he switch them at the same time?
No, we haven't tried that yet. I think they might have to try that soon. If we don't take a wicket in the next spell, in the next stint. Yeah. And that's short and flat and horrible, and slashed off the back foot, but didn't time that, and he only just dribbles out into the point area for a single.
I mean, the one thing we haven't seen from Bashir here, I mean, and don't forget it is only day 3 just after lunch, but there hasn't really been any turn. He's doing it all with flight and
There
bounce.
was one big turner that
was
went just over the top of off stump.
Oh, I must have missed that one.
Where Blundell played outside the line of it and just... his last ball of this... almost last ball of this over. That's defended into the ground.
There is also a man of not silly mid-on,
He's
but
an on-Hayden.
Very short mid-on. Yeah, an on-Hayden.
And I think at the end of this we will be having a swapperoo.
Are you able to stay there, or do you just for can you do a half hour just on the decks?
Yep.
Oh, top man.
We should be doing a drinks break as well, I'd imagine, so we may get a chance to do some things. I got to say, Tony, I'm still dealing with your thing about greys in the outfield, and I have this image of lizard people all over the outfield.
Lizard people? Why would they be lizards in the outfield?
The greys.
Aliens.
You know, there's, aliens everywhere.
The
they
greys
called
are different
greys?
to the reptilians, though. They're two separate things.
There's a cultural reference I must be missing here.
Oh dear me! You've missed a whole part of this conspiracy world.
Oh, I clearly have. I was just merely thinking of grazing, like
Greys are
cows do.
Greys are what they describe extraterrestrials as.
Ah,
some
Roswell.
of them, yes.
Okay,
yes.
well that would explain.
Right,
I guess.
it's going to be to take you through in the next stint. Billy on Ball by Ball, Messers on your socials, and Will Reynolds on summarising.
So I'll invite Will to have his own comments rather than read his comments out. And Richard Mumford says, good morning, thanks for the great coverage. Thanks, Richard. Do you think Zach Crawley should be dropped after this series? Well, he's got another match to prove himself, but I suspect he won't be. What do you guys reckon?
I wouldn't have thought he will be.
No, he won't be dropped.
It's not the McCullum Stokes way, is it? They let them play through it.
Once you're in the club, you're in the club. You can't get fucking out.
Yeah.
Unless you're a wicketkeeper, in which case you're highly suspect.
Yeah, unless
exactly.
you're a fantastic keeper who bats at not quite the strike rate they desire.
Yes, yeah.
Poor old Stokesy.
I was thinking about that. It's interesting, isn't it, that under Alex Stewart, basically Surrey have had 3 of the best keepers of their generation all just turn up at the same time. It's mad.
Yeah, well, I mean, it may have something to do with his expertise and his coaching abilities. And let's face it, you know, isn't the Oval where every county cricketer aspires to be? Because you know, it's a great team. It's where you get noticed. They've got fantastic facilities, and
Most
you're more likely
money.
to get paid more. Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's the coin more than anything, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you
in-
don't want to
in
be
county
you don't
cricket.
want to be at Sussex, and you know, players like Ali Orr switched over to Hampshire basically just because Sussex couldn't pay him enough.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hampshire are going to be the next. They're going to do a sort of Newcastle, I think, because they're going to have such a massive injection of money with the takeover.
Yeah.
That I foresee kind of big change.
I hope so. We deserve
the other thing
a
is you
title
get to
some
play at
point.
the Oval, which is the best ground in Britain, as I hear.
Yeah, it's a nice ground, the Oval. I was there over the summer for a day's play against Sri Lanka, which was good fun.
I
hadn't
thought
been
you meant
there
you
for a
were
while.
playing.
Oh no, I haven't quite reached those lofty heights, Messes. Well, hopefully we can bring England a wicket in this stint, because Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell have dug in nicely.
Yeah, they really used that lunch break to kind of have a little talk to themselves and have found a bit of grit, and they're sticking around, aren't they?
Well, there's
England
still another
have
good.
gone the other way.
There's another good kind of 3.5 hours of play left in the day, I think. So still plenty of time for England to take the 6 wickets.
Unfortunately for them, there is rain on the horizon, but not till after the close of play tonight, when it's going to piss down, and then it's going to be fine again tomorrow.
Well, Atkinson is going to bowl just the 7 overs so far for 35 runs. He wasn't necessarily at his best. We thought he might have struggled with his run up because of the wind. He bowled a couple of no balls, so that's something he'll be hoping to rectify. I don't think he's had a change of ends. I don't think he has. I don't know if
I think he's been
corroborate
the
that
whole time.
Yeah. Always 7 overs. Well, he's bowling to Mitchell, who's batted nicely, and you know what they say, drinks breaks can bring wickets, so we'll see if that works in England's favour. Atkinson bowls, it's cut, but 2 points and there is no run. Mitchell's smiling to himself. Well, he's got to have a bit of fun out there, I guess you'd say. Well, they haven't got much to smile about.
Yeah, and Mitchell is really good at that thing of it. He's very sort of Stokes-ish in that he kind of gets himself in, and then he really kind of gets going.
Well, Atkinson holds the ball in his hand and he bowls to Mitchell, and that's an absolute jaffa as he nicked it. I think he might have. Pope goes up, they all go up. It's been given. Fantastic delivery. Well, drinks breaks do bring wickets. It was a wonderful ball by Gus Atkinson. Moved in, nipped off the seam, went away, prodded forward by Daryl Mitchell, and it's a healthy edge through to the safe hands of Ollie Pope.
Well, I think we'll give you that wicket. Yeah, well, you asked for a wicket, you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we go. You shouldn't feel guilty at all. And Tony's back just in time to jingle him up. He doesn't have headphones on, so he's unlikely to be able to hear it. But no, really nice delivery. Oh, there we go. He's got headphones on. Are you going to jingle up the wicket, Tony? Perfect.
After you've gone.
And yeah, it's just really nice delivery, wasn't it, Will? Just moved in, nipped away. As I say, drinks breaks do bring wickets, and that's precisely what England needed. And now 5 down. New Zealand, well, the end is looking nigh.
Yeah, you wonder if Atkinson's heard all this talk about Cast getting the man of the match and gone, you what?
Well, you never know. The destructive Glenn Phillips strolls to the crease, averaging 37.
Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
Yes, Stokes absolutely delighted with that bowling change. Everyone ruffles Gus Atkinson's buzz cut hair. As Darren Mitchell, he'll be disappointed. Would have wanted to at least get a 50. But Atkinson, well, he's taken one, hat-trick in his Test career. Never know.
Don't push your luck.
Oh, well, stranger things
Billy.
happen. Stranger things has happened.
He's going to get knocked over his head now.
Well, you never know. It's on strike, he could easily hit Biff's first delivery for 4. So Atkinson comes in, bowls, and it's short and flies off the edge to points, really. It's a nice delivery, a bit of steepling bounce. I do have to say, I do really like this England bowling attack. All bowlers just with a point of difference, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, yeah. I think they really complement each other. I was saying yesterday, I think, that they remind me of the 2005 bowling attack in that they are all kind of they work as a pack, and they have different elements that kind of complement each other. And yeah, I think there's a bit of that going on. I'm not saying that they're at that level, but they are similar.
Phillips was to take strike again, and it's full from Atkinson and pushed up to mid-on. Well, if you mean if by yesterday you mean 2 hours ago, Will, then you're technically correct.
Oh, I'm surrounded by pedants.
Of course you are. This is guerrilla cricket. This is the home of pedants.
Very good.
Cricket nerds and pedantry are very closely related, I can assure you.
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to think Phillips might take the Stokes-like approach to batting. He likes to be aggressive and he gets on the back foot. That's a really nice shot. Carved behind points before. Beautifully timed, beautifully played, straight out of the middle. It was a slow 125 km/h delivery by Gus Atkins, wide outside of stump, and got the treatment that it deserved.
I was going to say, I really like the way that this England team have been using point, because it's been they've sort of moved point kind of a little bit backward and sort of moved round a bit, and the fact that they're sort of bowling that line, I think, is really interesting. It's quite kind of, but that completely scuppered my point.
He might try and go straight for an LBW here, but no, he goes for a similar line, and this time it can't beat the point fielder. And it is no run. The end of the 32nd, 175. Messi, what's going on socials? Let's have some super chats, please, guys.
Yes, please. Darren Mullen says, is English cricket in a good place? Mike says, I could see Crawley averaging in the teens for 2 to 3 years and not getting dropped. And YouTube has decided to crash on me. That thing. Oh, it's back. Okay. Richard says, do you think Johnny Bairstow will ever play for England again? We haven't got many alternative openers. And do you think Chris Woakes will go to the Ashes? He's quite old now, around 33. I don't think Chris Woakes will go to the Ashes. His record in Australia is pretty ordinary. Very ordinary, actually. I don't think Johnny Bairstow will play for England again either, even though he's
completely in agreement.
Contract.
Completely in agreement with you, Messrs.
Got enough angry redheads without having him. And Kiwi by day says, about to get on a plane, really hoping the game is still on when I land in 2 hours. Good luck with that, Kiwi. And Mike says 400-run 6th wicket partnership.
Well,
upcoming.
the wicketless Bashir is in to Blundell, and his first delivery of this new over, Blundell dances down the pitch and hammers him back over his head for 4. Really nice shot from Tom Blundell, moves him on to 39.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he got to the pitch nicely there, didn't he, Will?
Yeah, slightly goldfish though.
Well, that's a surprise.
I know.
Well, he might go again here.
Golf.
This is guided and for no run by Tom Blundell. Can't pierce the infield on the leg side. Yeah, slightly goldfish. I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. The weather's too miserable here, even for me to play golf. Although I might try later on today.
I don't trust golf.
Too much wind.
Trust golf. That's defended to no one. Go on, Will. Why don't you trust golf? Let's get controversial. I'm going to rip you apart.
The thing about golf is it's not competition with other people, it's competition with yourself.
Yeah, that's what makes it so great. It's played between the ears.
I don't know. I think it's. I don't know. There's a lot of things I think.
Bashir bowls and Blundell dances down the pitch. He's so got to the pitch. That looks massive.
Wow.
And well, it's gone for a huge 6 out onto those banks. And you'd assume Stokes will be somewhere clapping Bashir for that. He seems to love it when his spinners get hammered for 6.
So the invitation to you, Billy, is actually to rip Mog to shreds, because he says golf isn't a sport, it's barely a game.
Oh,
I agree with
let's not take the mick, Mog, for God's sake. Blundell flips into the leg side and moves on to 46. Golf at the moment has got about the most bloody money in it of any sport ever, maybe just about.
Dirty money.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabian money.
Still money then. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a bit of John Rahm's $430 million contract.
It's obscene, isn't it? I mean, I got to say that the Formula One. Sorry.
Bashir bowls and gets a bit of bounce and is turned to the leg side for no run to end the 33rd.
So there's a really interesting article, if anybody wants to have a look, on the BBC Sports website under Formula One, where the Formula One are changing their rules so that the scrutiny available to them in relation to their ethics committee, in relation to the goings on by their president, is being cut back dramatically because, the chairman of the FIA is a Saudi Arabian prince who doesn't want any accountability. Now that's what
it's
with enough
what
money.
is it? It's Salman.
Bin Salman.
It's going to annoy me.
Can we also mention our very own An India Datta's excellent article about the changes to funding between India and the UAE, Pakistan and the UAE.
Blundell faces up on 46 and defended up to mid-on. I confess to having not read it. Do you want to tell us a bit more about it, Will?
It's you should read the article because
I
it
will
will go into it much better than I can. But essentially, it's all of this, the goings on between India and the sort of lesser nations, and kind of all this kind of, do you remember the chat going on where people were saying, oh well, people should the sort of big three should pay the other nations, and there's a bit of that, but it's kind of a bit more. It's much more
Blundell's
complicated.
still on 46, faces up and guides this really nicely. He's got to his 50 now, Tom Blundell. It's a fantastic innings. Guided past backward points. It was short and wide from Atkinson, and he fended it with really good timing for 4. He reached it off 50 off just the 56 balls. It was nicely guided, late cut, and raced along to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, money in sport is becoming more and more the controlling influence. So if you've got enough money, you buy the lack of accountability that comes with that power.
Atkinson bowls, and this is turned into the leg side for no run. Well, I'm about to write a 2,500 word essay on sports washing, which will be quite interesting.
Well, good luck with that. Is that for publishing or for studies?
Oh, it's just for work, university essays, studies.
Yeah.
Messing around, which is just what I'm not sure any of my work's good enough to be published, Messrs.
Oh, look, get over that one, Billy. None of us is good enough to be published. It's only by publishing that you actually learn whether there's things that people are interested in that you publish. There's so much shit out there that you might as well add to it.
The 4th delivery from Atkinson has left alone some bounce, and Pope takes it cleanly. Well, you never know.
Don't doubt yourself. Put it up as a major work on the Guerrilla Cricket website, and it'll be a start to your huge career in sports journalism. There you go.
Oh. Well, I should write the old article for the website. I reckon. Might give it a go at some point. Blundell still on 52 deliveries left to go in this Atkinson over. Can he get one a bit fuller? Maybe target the pads of Blundell. That's what England haven't done enough in this innings, and this one again is short and wide. There's just no point bowling there, Gus, and it's carved similarly to the way that Blundell got to his 50 for 4 more.
If you're right, there's a new book out called States of Play, which I'm listening to at the moment on audiobook. It's really interesting and it might help. It's
thank you.
Yeah, it is good.
I'll have a look. Well, one delivery left of the 34th. Atkinson really needs to target the pads, as I previously said. Blundell's giving anything short and wide the treatment, and this is a bit straighter into his ribs almost, and Blundell defends it for no run. End of the 34th over. New Zealand's 129 for 5. Their target is 583. There's absolutely no point in saying that number. England need 5 wickets to win. Messers.
So Mark Zipp comes up with a much more cogent argument. He says the main reason to not trust golf is that if you have even the most basic of athletic ability, every 7th shot makes you look like Tiger Woods, and all the other 6 shots are horrible car shots. Shot 1, David Gower. Shots 2 to 7, Jimmy Anderson reverse sweep. I think that's pretty good.
You do damn Jimmy like
pretty
that.
Spot on, Zippo. Yeah.
That's good analogy. Of course, it depends how good you are. Of course, it depends how good you are at the game.
Yeah, but that one shot makes it all worthwhile. That's the other thing.
Exactly.
The satisfaction that comes with that is huge. Yeah.
Bit of turn and bounce and grip, and Root, who remains under the lid as fielding its short leg as it comes off the inside half of Phillips's bat. Bashir, no wickets for 35. I messaged our very own Hector, who's at the ground. He's had a big night, old Hector. He was out with Steve Harmison on the piss and rolled in at 7 in the morning, I think. And that was blocked by Phillips into the covers for no run.
I warned Hector about pacing himself.
Well, he wasn't in particularly good shape this morning, from what I heard. I'll say no more than that. I don't want to embarrass the poor boy on air.
He's living the life.
He was on the loo, I think, for vast periods, and that's hit hard. Really nice shot against the spin from Glenn Phillips, lofted over cover, all the way for 6. That's a fantastic cricket shot. Moves to 10 off 8.
Excellent shot.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
Well, I wonder when this Bashir experiment comes to an end, and maybe Bryden Castle will come on at this end very soon. That's a really, really good shot from Glenn Phillips. Beautiful swing of the bat. What will Bashir's reply be? It's driven once more, and will the fielder get round to it? Will he cut off? Really, really good fielding from Rayan Ahmed. That's fantastic work from the sub fielder. The man on for Harry Brook. Fantastic work. They'll get back for 2. Must be difficult being a sub fielder. You've got to have a job to do. I'm not sure you even almost want to, unless you're Gary Pratt, of course.
Yeah.
Bashir, 2 balls left of his 10th over, and this has got the treatment it's deserved from Glenn Phillips. It's swatted away into the leg side, not fully timed. It should have gone for 6 really, but it will roll into the boundary sponge for another 4.
Okay, is that the end of the over?
Yes, I think it is. Go on.
Okay, so Mark Zip says exactly.
Oh no, well, one more to come, but go on, on quickly.
He said that one shot is how the game gets you in. It's infuriating.
Bashir, Bullseye's bowled him! Brilliant delivery from Bashir, just gone on with the arm and having taken some real tap by Glenn Phillips and that over. It's a fantastic reply from Bashir, who takes a well-deserved wicket and pinches Jacob Bethel on the nose. I don't know what that's about, but there's a bit of laughing going on. Phillips is annoyed with himself. He looked good and looked set, and it's just a really nice delivery from Bashir. It's completely flummoxed Phillips. Just gone on with the arm and scuttled between bat and pad, almost under the bat, and Bashir wheels away in celebration and punches the air. England have their 6th.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says, you're out.
Well done. Sorry, Richard Mountford says Cass is a great bowler, plus he can bat a bit. Do you know if he bats higher for his domestic team? And what domestic team does he play for? He's part of the Durham Mafia, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. A few in there: Stokes, Robinson, Cast. Yeah, he does bat a bit. I want to say kind of 9 area Woody. Yeah, he's decent enough person.
He's sort of 8. He's sort of 8 or 9.
8 or 9
usually.
Yeah, and after that 6 and before the wicket, Mayank had just typed England are doomed. Game on, New Zealand. Thanks. I'll give you that. Wicket, Mayank.
Yeah, we'll give that to you. Well, just the 4 wickets needed now at New Zealand. 141 for 6. They've managed to get past their total in the first innings. It was a nice delivery from Bashir, wasn't it? I reckon that's just held in the wind a little bit and kept a bit low. That's a nice arm ball.
And Sophie Kale has no sympathy for Hector. She says, we all know the rules. Never drink with journalists or professional sportsmen. Yeah, it's quite true. You're just asking for trouble, but I think Hector is enjoying it now.
His stomach hasn't been quite university lined yet. He'll get that.
For an 18-year-old to be on a tour with a press pass is... Oh, fuck, I would have...
Oh, it's awesome. I'm pretty jealous. Oh, jealous is the wrong word.
I think I'd have probably been able to keep up a little bit better because I'd already been working in a pub for about 3 years.
I think it's fair to say Hector's had some practice.
Atkinson bowls and it's driven, not quite timed by Blundell for no run. Yeah, I'm sure he has, but not quite enough practice to keep up with Steve Harmison.
Yeah, I think he's anticipating a couple of days of extra R&R if this game finishes today.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying your little roundups with him, Messi.
Oh, thank you, Billy. Yeah, it's good fun talking to him. He's so good. He really is.
Yeah. He's absolutely class. Well, New Zealand showed some resistance, but that's now been broken with a couple of quick wickets. You know what they say, one brings two, will it brings three? And that's defended, not on this occasion, defended by Blundell. For no run, England just need to try and get Nathan Smith on strike, you would think, Will.
Yeah, although he can go a bit. But it
they don't care about the runs.
No, but you know, that's exactly what I was going to say. He's a bit of a smash and grab kind of batter, I think, which, you know, can be great in certain situations, but this is beyond that.
Well, Blundell will try and farm the strike. You would think Atkinson bowls, that's a false start, and the England slips have their hands aloft in the air, which I assume you mean that someone's gone behind the bowler's arm or something ridiculous like that. It is extraordinary how often that happens. I mean, seriously, what the hell are people doing? Have you not come here to watch the game or something? Do you not know the laws?
Well, it's
really, it does infuriate me.
It's more
Quite
difficult with the grass banks, I think.
Yeah, but they're to the right and left. They're not straight on as such.
Yeah. I
don't know. We need a panning out of the ground, and that delivery when it's finally bowled, the third of the over, has been left nicely by Tom Blundell. And Chetan Patel, England's spin bowling coach, is having a chat with Sher Bashir, talking him through that wicket, maybe a couple of plans for what they're going to do to Tom Blundell. 3 balls left in the over before Bashir got the chance. And Atkinson stands at the end of his mark, take a couple of paces before he gets into his stride and runs gaining towards the crease. Bowls, and that's straight and defended very correctly by Tom Blundell.
I love how spinners see the game. I think it's really interesting, kind of like actually kind of having a natter with a spinner's really fun, and it kind of gives you quite a lot of different kind of angles to look at, like in terms of when you're planning your own bowling. It can be really useful. I often used to sit down with the spinning coach.
Well, Atkinson bowls and it's wrapped Tom Blundell on the pads. England slips go up, but it was sliding down by a decent distance, you'd want to say. 1 ball left in this over from Atkinson. It was nicely bowled. I think England have got to do that a bit more to Blundell, to want to target his pads. They haven't really done for the whole of his innings, really. They more tried to look to nick him off, but he's played very well so far, you have to say. And a person vying for his place in the side for the next test, you'd think has probably kept it with this knock. And he waits, his bat pointing to where the vacant third slip would be, and that's really nicely timed through mid-wicket. Might go for 4, it absolutely will. Beautiful timing, he moves on to 58.
It's a great shot.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Richard Bamford says, game over before tea, around 30 minutes to go, possibly. Mike says, I need to know how he got that press pass. I'd love to get one next time I go to a test. A lot of work and connections, I suspect. Is there a test series after this, says Richard Bamford, for England? If so, when and when? No, there isn't. The next England test match is in May against
Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe. It's a 4-day one again, isn't it?
And then the India series in England. And it's time for change, so I will bugger right off.
Yeah, I'll leave you to it.
All right, thank you, chaps. Fine effort. This one is drilled down to long on by the new man, Nathan Smith. And he gets himself a single.
Do you want me to jingle him up?
Ah, why not?
Batsman quaking Abercream. They feel the moment.
Bashir recent wicket taker. Oh, that's an attempted chop where I think he was looking to aim to backward point, and he got a bottom edge and ended up with Atkinson taking it at fine leg, or dealing with it at fine leg, not taking it like a catch. We do have news on Harry Brook. Apparently he woke up this morning with a sore ankle, and it's a precautionary measure to get the enthusiastic young puppy that is Rayan Ahmed out there. This one's thrown up, launched by
Lovely
Smith.
Shot.
That's
Lovely
an
shot.
absolutely gorgeous shot. That's gone several rows back on that grass bank. If they have rows, it looks a little bit more random than rows, but it's certainly cleared the boundary by a country mile.
Such a clean strike. It was just step and hit, and that was gone.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? I don't think England mind that Bashir, if he can take a wicket or two, conceding a few runs is really not the issue for England. That's played off the back foot by Smith to extra cover. There's a short extra cover. So England still looking to attack the new batsman. Let me have a look. We've got a single slip. We got a backward point, a cover, a fairly deeply set mid-off, and that's just defended by Nathan Smith. There's a fine leg as well, a mid-wicket and a mid-on.
Very much
in
an
place.
in-out
pretty
field.
Standard, yeah, kind of in-out looking field.
With men sort of for the mistimed chop or drive.
Bashir still with that spring in his step, but he's not averse to conceding the odd run if he thinks it's in the interest of attacking. That's played off the back foot by Smith. Cut down to Rayan Ahmed, who is the man at deep point, and will be a single. Blundell, who's got his 50, 59 for him. Smith already on 9 or 5, 155 for 6 New Zealand. It's 37 overs completed. It's a long, long way to go. And is it Mogg again?
It is Mogg.
It bloody is.
It's bloody you again, mate.
How blessed you are. Carl Herbert says, as a former sight screen attendant at Seddon Park, it's a challenge with the grass banks, especially when chatting with Greg Matthews.
Well, I imagine that's a challenge all of its own making. Greg Matthews, who is mad as a box of frogs most of the time, with the hair to go with it when he had hair.
Well, he had a second life of hair, briefly.
Yeah, he had a toop, didn't he? He was one of Shane Warne's brigade.
Atkinson, 2 slips for him. That's beautifully played by Blundell. He leaps up onto his high onto his heels, or toes rather, and steers it out between cover and extra cover and gets 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I've remembered what that little folly stroke monument thing is. It's the William Wakefield monument, one of the founders of Wellington, member of the New Zealand Company.
They certainly like their W's there, don't they? William Wakefield of Wellington.
William Wakefield of Wellington, yes. And it was originally built in the Basin Reserve, and that one's clipped off his toes by Blundell down to backward square.
Then they thought,
then they moved it outside for a while.
This roundabout would make a very nice cricket ground.
Yeah. Then they moved it outside, but then at the request of, I think, his family or the new governors of Wellington, he was anyway one of the founders of Wellington.
It matches up nicely with Ambrose Atkinson of Auckland.
Indeed. So back it came into the ground, I think. I can't remember when. So anyway, it's been
you haven't
and
got
out.
copious notes on the matter?
No,
that you haven't.
no, this was a very quick read just to figure out. That's clipped as well. That's clipped away wide of the mid-on. That's going to go for 4-2. There it goes. And it's chased by a bit of paper in the breeze.
1, 2, 3,
which nearly won.
4.
This could be a nice, interesting interlude here, because I think there's no pressure on Smith. He can just play his natural game. His natural game is quite aggressive.
He is very much so. He likes to attack, and why wouldn't you? I don't think he's thinking he's going to bat for 2 days and a bit.
Well, I think he thinks there's going to be a good ball along sooner or later for him.
You do get the impression that batting's got a lot easier since lunch, but they have lost those 2 wickets. He defends that one, defends it to short extra, and there's no run. So 164 for 6. Still, obviously, that target 583, and they remain a considerable distance behind that. A record, an all-time Test record chase total is what New Zealand would require. Currently it's 419.
For a successful chase, yes, but I mean there's been plenty of the other larger targets set.
That one is worked, but worked straight to mid-on, no run. Well, they need 419 at the moment, and 418 for 7 was the score, the highest ever score. Yeah, absolutely. Where it was
Nixon McLean.
Ramnaresh Sarwan and Shiv Chandapal for the West Indies.
Big scores in the 400.
Yeah, they both got 100, and
Omari
got
Banks,
60.
Omari Banks and I'm trying to think of
Antigua,
a spinner. Yeah,
up onto, well, he was getting up onto his toes with Smith, but the ball itself kept fairly low, which might have slightly alarmed him. But it's the end of the over. It's the end of the 38th over. It's 164 for 6. Oh, wise man of Melbourne, where are you? Half asleep. No.
Looks so.
No, I was just waiting for YouTube to reload because it's a pile of shit. And as it turns out, there's not really any new messages, except I did say in response to something Billy was talking about before, about why people walk behind the bowler's arm and stuff. I said I think it's because you'll find people are shit. I called him Billiam, and Will R wanted to just check which Billiam it was aimed at, whether it was him or Billy. It was Billy.
Well, yeah, so they've lost 6. Yeah, and as I say, West Indies lost 7 in that 418 in 2003.
Lots of discussions between
Stokes
the captain and his the supportive captain and his bowler. No.
Well, we are going to still see Bashir. He has got that wicket. And it was an important wicket too. Was it Blundell he got in?
It was.
No, it wasn't Blundell because he's still there.
Glenn Phillips.
Glenn Phillips. Well, exactly. Who
Just
seemed to get himself in no kind of position at all.
Sort of scuttled through, just a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, and felt like it was just slightly done for pace.
I wonder if they're trying to hatch a plot to try and lure Blundell into
kind of my old captain's plot,
in
which
the
I'll
deep.
describe
But
after
one day
the-
thinking, well, he isn't going to have any part of it with that ball because it was wide of off stump and he leaves it. It's through to Pope and there's no run. There is a slip and a forward short leg. The slip is the eternal as ever Ben Duckett.
My captain did subscribe to the Ian Botham theory, which was if you can't bowl them with the
always as he nearly chopped on. I thought for a second he actually hit Ollie Pope, not a stump. And Blundell's gone for a little walk away and a chat with himself because I think he realises that wasn't a great shot.
No.
Yeah.
You can't get him with a good ball.
He was
get him with a
looking
bad
to chop
one.
it.
So bowl a shit ball.
And he chopped. Whose boot does he chop it onto? No, he
bowls it into the pads of Pope.
Yeah, well, he chops it onto the pads of Pope, and but it misses his off stump by what Grubby rather eloquently calls a boarding house scrape of butter. That's defended off the back foot by Blundell.
See another public school boy?
I don't know. I think so.
No, but he did go to Cambridge.
He did. Yeah, he did go to Cambridge. Are we sure that didn't actually hit the stump?
Yes.
Okay. Bashir wide of the off stump. He's gone for that. It's gone high, but it's also gone long, and it's gone for 666.
Yeah.
I was queuing you up for the 666, the number of the beast one, but you didn't.
No.
Is that only for 3 6s in a row?
I tend to only use it for 3 6s in a row.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm always a bit worried that you get pinged if we do that one.
Well, it's all
they don't appear to be quite so observant.
Probably too short to be picked up by the algorithm quite so easily.
Yeah, well, it's 170 for 6 now.
Well, I'm using all of Monk's original jingles.
I think have we lost the ball? I think we've lost the ball.
It's in someone's car.
Yeah, it's gone out the ground. It's on the roundabout somewhere. There's 1, 2, 3, Well, there's one chap who's just sat under a tree who's not really bothered.
How many people did it take to retrieve a cricket ball?
Well, no one
with
seems
three. One with the shirt on, one with a can, and one to supervise.
Yeah, there doesn't really seem to be anybody who's, everyone seems to thinks it's terribly amusing, but no one seems that keen to jump over the wall and get it back.
Well, they won't be allowed back in then, will they?
Well, that's true. Surely if you've got the match ball, you go, well, you can't have the ball then. If you don't let me back in, you can't have the ball. Surely it's the ultimate leverage.
Ugh.
Well, somehow, a ball has found its way to Bashir.
Somewhat damaged by concrete, but assessed by the umpire.
Yeah, the umpire's had a look. He's thrown it back to Bashir and said, get on with it, lad.
Yep.
So
bowl with that rock.
Get on with it, he will. So presumably they have retrieved it from somewhere. And he's going to be bowling to Blundell, who's on 70, and he bowls an absolute piece of pie filth.
Yeah, you could Charity call that an attempt at an arm ball, but it just basically slipped out the side of his hand and was barely inside the
Ollie Pope seemed to
crease.
make it look worse, because as he brought his arms up, he basically nudged it further on. And I think it was Duckett who had to do the cleaning up. That's driven, he's taken a count. Oh, it's a bump ball. Goodness me. I was getting all vexed for no reason, but that was beautifully taken diving to his left. But off a bump ball, and we move on at the end of the 39th over with a score 174-6. There's always something happening in this game.
Yep.
But Tom Blundell is the boy on the burning deck here. Everything around him is falling apart. He is not going to give this game up, and he was doing a good job for his team. Mog.
My egg says Blundell and Smith both could become New Zealand legends if they score 150 each.
Well, that would make it interesting, wouldn't it? With what did you say left?
Says
400 and something left, 419.
413. I believe it is something like that.
Sounds right.
Tendeka says New Zealand can't make the final of the World Cup, the Test World Cup, right? Which is correct.
No, they had to win all three games, I think. So.
Well, England never could.
And some calming lavender for the Bishop has been recommended by Will.
Oh, thank you, Will.
Seeing as he got so het up with that.
Well, it was an excellent dive to his left by Bashir. Right, Gus Atkinson, man of Surrey, is back into the attack. 2 slips and a gully for him, and it's wide of the off stump, and it's taken at shin height by the Bishop of Rome behind the stumps, and there's no run. 174-6.
His paces have been somewhat down in this Test match, haven't they? He's not really bent his back and got a lot out of the wicket.
And yet he's got a hat-trick.
Yep.
So, it's not a bad return for a bloke who's not been bending his back.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
True enough. In he comes anyway with those 2 slips and a gully, and it is the gully in the shape of Jacob Bethel who is called into action. It was sort of played late and a bit outside edgy, but all the way along the ground by Nathan. It's a sharp bit of very lively piece of fielding by
and paces were up on that ball. That was up at 85.
Well, there you go.
Whereas some previous balls have been bowled at around about 80.
I think you want to give him the benefit of the doubt on a pitch that's
dead. You don't want to flog yourself.
Well, I don't think it wasn't dead though, was it? Oh, that's flicked up, but flicked out towards mid wicket, and there's no run. I mean, he was bowling at a good pace to allow the ball to do the work, as they say.
I do wonder if he's setting him up for another drag on. As we see the hat-trick from the first innings, where the initiating wicket was a drag on from Smith.
It was, wasn't it?
Off Atkinson.
It was indeed. Right. Well, he's got Smith in his sights again, and is beautifully off-driven. Is there a man there? No, there isn't. That's a gorgeous off-drive by Nathan Smith. Gets him 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Lovely, classy shot that. Driven on the up.
Well, as we've said, the lad can bat. Had that very good spell with
he does
Worcestershire.
remind me very much of sort of Colin de Grandon version 2 in terms of attacking batsman,
Atkinson
waspish bowler.
That's whipped away. Oh, dismissively by Smith. I'm just looking to see if it has a full distance. I don't think it did. I think it's gone for 4, but it was a super shot, flicked away through mid-wicket. Great shot.
Treating Atkinson with contempt.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
4. Yes, indeed.
I mean, this is a very much a sort of de Grandon counter-attack that's going on at the moment.
3 and 21 he made in the first test. That's left alone outside of his off stump by Smith. He's already equalled his first test second innings score, which was 21 off 44. He was LBW to Cars in that. He's been played prior to this test series. Played a few List A games for Wellington, and he's got a few runs, but not too many wickets. 0-9. No, nothing special. Took a couple of forfers at Durham, which included Potts both times. And then he made a 33 in the blast for versus the Bears at Edgbaston for Durham, did Nathan Smith. For some reason I thought he was at Worcestershire, but it was...
I think that's where he played his
yeah,
test
he
games.
was. He was playing, yeah. He was for Worcestershire at Durham. So for what are they? The Worcestershire Rapids, aren't they, in the blast? I think.
Yep.
Well, we're seeing there is Harry Brook with his feet up in a... What's he wearing? He's got sort of Jesus sandals on, isn't he?
Yeah.
Jandals.
So whether we can only see one of his feet. So whether the other one's in an ordinary shoe, I couldn't tell you. But he certainly got one sandal on. This is a horrible, awful, yucky drag down. But unfortunately for Bashir, Rayan Ahmed is at backward point.
He's getting through a lot of work, Rayan Ahmed, at the moment with Bashir's profligacy outside off stump.
Yeah, certainly has. Bashir, well, this is the thing about Bashir, and we've said it so many times, he's not the finished article. He's learning in the
get after him, his
stage.
brain does go a bit on occasions.
That's about a ball, and is treated with suitable respect by Blundell.
I could just quote Jeremy Henderson. I'm sorry to have to say this, to be the one to say this, but I think Bashir is a pretty average spinner with a high proportion of shit ball wickets.
Well, a different way of saying what I was saying. In that there's, that's dragged down and pulled away, and that's gone for 4. And I'm afraid that really was a bad ball. That was
just
loss of control. I think Messers teed up with exactly what he then went and did.
2, 3, 4.
I think that might be the end of the over spell for her.
Well, I would be very... I mean,
time for some cars.
Ben Stokes is surprisingly tolerant, isn't he, of standing behind a bowler that's taking some tap. But unless he takes a wicket, and you never know, of one of these balls, that's a better ball thrown up outside of off stump, given a bit more air. Blundell again.
I was surprised with a good ball in a minute. No, all this rubbish, and you can surprise him with a good ball in a minute.
Well, exactly right. And this is the thing.
No,
that's
randomness has its own strength on occasions.
He's learning on the job. Reverse swept nicely by Blundell. That's going to go all the way down to fine leg. It's going to go for 4 more. England are leaking runs like a multi-hold bucket here, but they don't really care at the moment, nor should they.
Nice reverse swat.
It was, as you say, a reverse swat.
Because it's not a sweep, because it's way too short.
Yeah, he's struggling with his length, is Bashir. Whether the wind is a contributing factor to that, I don't know. It doesn't seem as windy as it was. And he comes, much better ball. Flighted and right on the length on off stump, and well defended by Smith. And it is the end of the over, 41 complete. And Mog, what have we got?
Jonathan Trilland says, don't worry, they'll let you back in at the Basin Reserve. The officials are super laid back.
Well, so like I said, if you've got the match ball in your hand, then
you might not
you
even
have
need
leverage.
Let you in anyway. Will Reynolds says, bring back Jack Leach. And Andrew Cook says, NZ's really missing Kyle Jamieson.
Well, they are, but it's a long-term
Kyle Jamieson,
stress factor, isn't
Adam
it?
Milne, Lockie Ferguson. There's the whole list of players. I think Lockie Ferguson's a bit long in the tooth now, but
Well, somebody said bring back Cars, and we've got
I wasn't
Cars, but
expecting
we've
it
got
to
Cars
be
for Atkinson.
Yes, I wasn't expecting him to be for Atkinson. I thought it'd be the other end.
But we do have the man of Durham, strong Durham, strong England, said Ben Stokes, paraphrasing what many Yorkshire captains have said in the past.
Potentially, there's another man of Durham to come in.
Well, Ollie Robinson.
Well, I say of Durham, now of Durham, but formerly of Kent.
Ollie Robinson, yes, he was. You're absolutely right. Okay, so for Cast, there's no slip. There's no slip.
Well, he's not going to bowl
So
it up
the field is
to the wicket, is he? He's going to bowl it slightly short.
Looks like they're going in short. Yep. And that was dug in by Cast. Doesn't get up very much. So I think that pretty much telegraphs
that was
the approach that England are going to take.
Well, I wouldn't say that all the time. That's the well, they've got three men on the boundary.
There's a man on the deep mid wicket. There's a man at deep deep backward square.
And there's a man at long leg.
I'm pretty sure there's a man at long
and
leg.
There's a man
long
at
leg.
fly slip as well.
There's a man, a very fine third man, if you want to call it that.
It's like long slip.
So expect more short pitch bowling, folks. Yep, there was one of them. Hauled away. Is it hauled far enough? No, it's going to drop well short. And who should it be? Well, who else? It's the enthusiastic puppy himself, Rayan Ahmed, who comes scampering like a dog after a stick and can field, and they'll take a couple, and the score moves to 190.
Dogs chase balls as well.
They do chase balls as well, and he is able to chase that one.
In fact, retrievers can be a right pain in the neck if you do it once and you get to do it again and again and again for the next half an hour, because they will not give up.
Not called retrievers for nothing.
No.
Well, that's it. So they do what they say. It says on their tin. That gets a little bit of lift. Smith plays it nicely down to backward point. Bashir fields, throws to Duckett.
I get all my pets.
They
from
take
tins.
a single. You get all your pets from tins. My two cats are both very good footballers. I keep we keep a little.
Do you do pounce training on them?
Do I do what on them?
Do you have some kind of fluffy ball which you throw at them and they pounce on it?
Yes, yeah. But there's a dish we keep on the coffee table with 3 ping pong balls in, and they just and the boy cat particularly just gets up on the table and flicks these out and goes off and plays with his sister. Take it in turns to chase these balls.
It's a bit naughty, isn't it?
No, fine, they're allowed to do that. Right. Oh, that was short. There is that man at a very fine third man or a fly slip. It's Atkinson. Can't say grazing out there now, can I? Because that seems to bring to mind some sort of alien conspiracy theory.
Ruminant activity.
Oh no, it wasn't.
Just
something else now.
Weirdo conspiracy theorists like Messi.
Yeah. To me, grazing is what cows and horses do.
Yep.
I've never really been aware of anything else. 192 for 6, 24 for Smith off just 18. Been going really well. Well, Blundell's been going nearly the ball for his 81. That's driven straight back to Cars, who immediately turns and flings down.
That was very quick.
The stumps of the Blundell, who was not backing up and was safely in his ground, but.
Well, he was backing up, but he was very quick to turn.
Yeah,
he was back in the crease before the throw came.
Well, they were both quick, but Blundell was just a little bit too quick. Shows Bryden Cast is still very switched on.
It's going to be a no ball.
Oh, it's a big fat old-fashioned one.
Yeah, well, it's not quite. Yeah, it's fat
enough. It's not a Mohammed Asif no ball.
No, it's not. Right, Cast in short, but wide of off stump and taken the shoulder height by Ollie Pope. No run.
They're not going to give Nathan Smith too many opportunities to drive, I think, now. They've seen he's very clean hitter down the ground. They're going to make him work square and make sure he times the ball and keeps the ball down to get his runs.
And the deficit has reduced to, what do they need? 390.
It's below 400. Is that crept by?
Well, it does.
391.
Yep. In comes Cass. Worked off his legs by Smith. So Crawley is the man down there at long leg, which is appropriate because he has 2 of them. He puts in the throw, and after 42 overs, it's 194 for 6. Cass has 2 for 31, and Smith and Blundell continue to frustrate England, Mog.
England's got the fear. Richard Mountford says these two are playing well. Records
They
made
are.
to be broken.
Well, it would be.
Be a hell of a record to break.
Does lock in and play tests.
Not anymore.
He's still playing. He's just a white ball specialist.
Yeah, he's been a white ball specialist pretty much since the 2019 World Cup, from memory.
Will suggests or asks, is the wind combined with Bashir's height messing with his length? Is that why he's not being quite so good?
We think so.
Well, this is test number 2,567, and I think Australia and India and South Africa must make it 2,568 and 269.
Yep.
So in 2,569 tests, there's still that West Indies record of 418. So you'd have to get the highest successful run chase in over 2,500 test matches. But records are there.
I've got to say, I was very scared when Nathan Astor went Burko in 2002.
That was defended well outside of his off stump by Smith.
And that was 550 that they were chasing. And I thought, if he keeps on going like this, he's going to do it in the session.
Richard Mountford actually brought that up.
Did he?
When Danny Morrison batted for a long time for a draw with Nathan Astor.
Bashir in. Again, he keeps Smith honest, who defends in front of his off stump.
But it was all with a second, or even perhaps even third new ball. Second new ball, certainly.
2 good balls, making the batsman play pretty much on a good length, right on just a shade outside
Change
of
the
off stump.
plan, he's going to bowl a rubbish ball now.
Well, that's what I was going to say. How can he get through an over of those, or will one drop? Now, it means that for Smith, they've just brought in mid-off a little shorter. That's forced him onto the back foot and hurries him, and he kind of squirts it off the bottom of the bat to short leg. Again, there's no run. That's 3 good, accurate balls. It's almost as though with each accurate ball, we've seen the England fielders just creep in a little bit more. But can he maintain it? Can he deliver an over of all good balls? That's decent. Fired through outside of off stump. No run. That's 4.
Oh,
countdown.
Countdown.
Got 2 more deliveries to try and.
Can he join up the dots?
Well,
I can't handle this
very
pressure.
good. As throws that up, defended again. That's a decent ball. Ollie Pope. No, it's not Ollie Pope. It's Ben Duckett. Scurries, little legs.
That's why he doesn't feel in the
Bustling
outfield.
along.
He can't. It takes him an hour to walk out there with his tiny, tiny little legs.
He's very, but they go very quickly. No, he does have a long stride, but he has a faster cadence as a result.
So this is the last ball of this over. It's a bit of a pull down, but not quite as bad as some of the others. It's worked to mid wicket. It's a maiden over for Shoaib Bashir. Well done, lad. And he walks away feeling just a little bit better about life, and it's 194 for 6
You're
after 43.
Thinking to yourself, how did I do that? I must remember how I did that. So I do it again next over.
Watch that video back.
Visualise it.
We should
Richard
have one
Mountford
more over
thinks,
before tea.
we should bring back Jack Leach as well. And Christian Kutzer says, where does this English bowling attack rank in the current bowling attacks around the world?
That's a very good question. I think when I look around the world, it's hard to look. Bumrah and Siraj.
Well, the argument is that
Shami, when he's on form, and are hard to beat, aren't they?
The World Test rankings are to some extent a reflection of current bowling performance.
But certainly the Australian attack as well. Right, Cass, short, pulled, fielded, very well fielded, in fact, by Ben Stokes, who's at square leg. And and I'm not sure they took a run in the end.
Now, he does get himself into odd positions for a captain, Ben Stokes. He will go where the ball is likely to go, rather than where the traditional captaincy positions are at sort of slip and mid-off.
He's always trying something. I mean, he can change the field.
He hasn't bowled himself yet. I'm wondering when he will.
Yeah, well, that is the next obvious thing. Can he get himself on as a partnership breaker? That's short, that's pulled, that's through mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs.
Nicely played, down and all the way along the floor after about 10 yards.
It was, because it was shoulder height from sort of
and he studied the needle there. There's 3 men who potentially could have cut that off.
He has, with the last of them being Chris Woakes, who jogs after it, knowing that he's not got any kind of prayer of catching it up. 198 for 6.
No, he's on course for a runner ball 100 in the losing cause.
Well, he is. He's an hour ahead of the runner ball. That has him up onto his toes. No, he says, holding his bat and his hand up. So Smith couldn't hardly fail to get the message that
is it a no, or is it is it a Labuschagne no run?
Well, however he was doing. Is Marnus popular in Australia?
I think everyone realises he's got a certain amount of ADHD.
Yeah, not in my circles, no.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying you're typical, Mog, but you observe those around you. Right, in comes Cass. That's guided, and that's Duckett. Lively bit of work by Duckett, who is the man that slipped dives to his left. And the 5'8" giant Ben Duckett flung himself to his left, and actually that was
he saved a couple of runs there, I think.
Definitely saved a couple of runs. Very athletic by the boy. Well done, Ben Duckett.
Fully outstretched, horizontal.
A flying Duckett. The flying Duckett, not a flying picket.
Flying Duckets.
Not a flying picket, a flying Duckett.
All 4'3" of him.
No, he's not shrunk. Did someone put him in the wash?
Farong's going to be after
you
now.
Very cold out there.
Cass, oh, that's a good bouncer. That is a good bouncer. And Smith was alert enough to duck underneath it. But that's how you bowl a decent bouncer. Angling in at the batsman. It's got to follow the batsman as well as be short. And that's exactly what that one did. Smith was underneath it.
The doyen of short pitch bowling for New Zealand, Neil Wagner, was so expert at.
He was the
getting it within this sort of 6-inch by 6-inch box, sort of at the shoulder, basically, where you can't get.
Well, he also used to be the man who'd have to bowl into the wind,
yes,
by and large in Wellington. That was always his remit. Right, Cass. That chain of his jangling around his neck. He's over the wicket and it's left alone. Taken by Ollie Pope, and there's no run. The wind is billowing the shirts.
A bit more than it has been in the past, I think.
44 overs, 199 for 6. These two continue to frustrate England, and of course that will be tea. So off they go. This session, 29.5 overs. Remember, we had that one extra ball because of the rain break. 140 runs, 2 wickets, going at nearly 5 and over. This is Bazballian in the way that they're going, and I think, Mog, if I'm right, I may just have seen a super chat.
You certainly did.
Interview. Can we jingle that, Jace?
We can.
Jingling Jace.
So it's not milestones, it's marketing.
It is marketing.
Super chat.
And
Messages says for $10 Australian. In fact, it's worth a super chat to say that Marnus is a shit goblin.
A shit goblin?
A shit goblin. That's the term that he's adopted for him, and it's quite appropriate.
Okay.
Might as well knock off a few more of these.
Yeah, go for it.
Will Reynolds says, will Duckett go house hunting in Hobbiton while he's in New Zealand?
Ooh.
No defence of the short man this time? Okay. Richard Mountain says, this test has gone so quick, so much happening in a short space of time. Wickets, runs.
It is.
Fast run rate, hat-tricks, really enjoying it. My Ank, being optimistic, says these two could put on 175 in the next session.
I don't think England will be worried. But I think they'll be very glad to see the back of one of these two very quickly. I think we will too.
Richard Mountford, well, it means you might have to come back tomorrow.
Well, I think that's our. We are marginally biased in our commentary a lot of the time. We acknowledge that.
If I'm back on again tomorrow, then very wrong.
Assuming, let's say, 2 wickets in the final session, that would mean 2 to take. That's when I have to negotiate with the Bear and go, Bear, I'm not driving an hour just for 2 wickets, and you live round the corner. But we'll see. We're not there yet.
My anchors found a player potentially smaller than Ben Duckett.
Harry Pilling
was a South African-born New Zealand keeper, only 4'9".
Well, Harry Pilling was about
5'3".
Oh, he was 5'3", was he? How tall's Bavuma?
He's
5'7", 5'8", but he's quite stocky.
Oh, okay.
He's very muscular.
He is very muscular.
I thought he was shorter than
that. And he's a man who gets decent scores now when he came.
Well,
there's a long time where he had one solitary century, which is in the match against England at Cape Town, where Stokes got his 256.
Well, I rather suspect that poor old Bavuma suffers from all those batches he's had to stand next to Marco Jansen, which kind of gives you a false impression of his size.
No, he's got 6 centuries in the last 2 years, I think.
Yeah,
3
no,
years.
He's made 4 or 5
class
50s
act.
in a row.
Yeah.
At lunch, or at the rain break, as it was in fact, after 14.1 overs, New Zealand, in replies to England's 427 to 6 declared, with a lead of 582, so 583 is what they were chasing, or are still chasing. 59 for 4 they were at lunch. They've moved on to 199 for 6. So although they've lost 2 wickets, they've moved the score along. They have a terrific partnership going between Blundell and Nathan Smith, who's both of whom have been very aggressive. It will be an interesting evening session when they come back after tea. In the meantime, Jason's been doing a lucky dip, like an FA Cup draw. And where have you landed, Jason?
I've landed on the Bishop and the Bear, episode 84. I don't know what it's about.
Who was our guest for episode 84? Or was that the one I did on my own?
No, it's not the one you did on your own. It's Bishop and the Bear 85, so it's the one immediately before that.
It was that. Do you know what? I've already forgotten.
Well, they come along so quickly, but we'll play 10-15 minutes of that.
Well, we will, and then we will see you after tea.
Yep.
Take care.
Come on.
Whether you're screaming from the stands or the sofa, Virgin Bet has even more for you to shout about this season. Because we're giving you a totally free bet builder on a selected football match every week this season. So get ready to make some noise. Join us and claim your bet builder free bet every week. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Use Bet Builder free bet on selected match by kickoff. Min odds evens. Max 1 free bet £1 to £20. Except via pop-up. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
Marks Electrical. For all your big brand appliances at Christmas. We've big screen TVs, American fridge freezers, ovens, coffee machines, tumble dryers, and more to see you through the festive season. Plus, Marks Electrical will deliver next day for free. We've an installation team and we can take away your old appliance. Just some of the reasons we've a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. Conditions and geographical areas apply. This Christmas, find your next appliance at Marks Electrical. Why wouldn't you?
No home. No address. No address. No bank account. No bank account. No job. No job. No home. No home. No address. No address. No bank account. No bank account. No job. No job. No home. It's time to break the vicious circle. We're working with charities like Shelter to provide a bank account for people who are homeless. Search HSBC UK. No fixed address.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. It's been all action for us, early morning action. 6 in the morning action, getting up at 4 action. And the Bear and I glad to have a few days off, and at least the West Indies series, white ball series, kind of goes early evening through to the very early morning, and he's a bit less disruptive on the old system. We've got 3 things we're going to talk about today. Largely, we got to look back at that Pakistan series, which was the proverbial game of 2 halves, although I suppose you'd call it a game of 1/3 and 2/3. But it was pretty different ends to the way it transpired. India hadn't lost at home since 2012. Beat them 18 series, I think they've gone before that. New Zealand have overturned them.
Only lost about 8 tests in that time.
At home. Guess who England are playing next? And we got a white ball series before them. With all sorts of interesting things. We're going to see Salt and Pepper at the same table. Maybe, if Pepper plays. We shall see. Our guest, who I'm delighted to say has joined us, is the one and only Billy Stevens. Billy Whiz. I don't know, what do you have a nickname, Billy?
I don't
or one
really
you can share?
No, I don't necessarily. No, I don't necessarily have a nickname, to be honest. It's not really that nicknameable name. I guess maybe Billy the Kid, the odd person calls me.
Billy the Kid, William Bonney. I did think of that one. Billy Whiz. Do you know who Billy Whiz was? Billy Whiz was.
Heard of, but you'll have to elaborate.
He was a character in the Beano.
Yes.
Character in the Beano comic. That was Billy Whiz. Anyway, what do you want to drink?
I would love a nice Guinness, please.
A nice Guinness. There you go. With a little
nice
shamrock.
Thick Guinness.
With a sort of a instead of a shamrock, we'll do you sort of a profile of Paul Sterling on the head of it, and see what that looks like.
I'm not sure the head's big enough to fit Paul Sterling.
That might be a very large pint glass. We should see more of a bucket. Bless him, Paul Sterling. Right. So let's start with that extraordinary series that we're still sort of reeling from how it transpired. What did you make of it, Billy? Was England's demise all about their batting?
I think you have to say it probably was. Eventually, of course, the first Test match was extraordinary with all the records being broken. Brooks triple 100, Root's big double 100. But then, just no one scored any runs after that. I mean, if you look at the stats, I think Brooks scored 300. He only scored another kind of 40 runs aside from that triple 100, something like that. But yeah, I think it was all our batting, really. I mean, our inability to play spin in the subcontinent, considering we've had so much recent practice, is slightly baffling, really. And I think Stokes' leave to be dismissed in England's final innings kind of summed the whole thing up, to be honest.
That was horrific, wasn't it? I mean, what was he? I don't know what he was thinking on that one, to be honest.
I think, part of it for me, if I was interviewing Ben Stokes, I think I'd have been quite scathing. I almost think we just looked like we kind of gave up midway through that 3rd test. Our brains are absolutely fried, and there was just no energy. We were incredibly flat. And I would kind of be thinking, lots of England supporters came over for the Rawalpindi test, deciding game, and we just weren't up to it at all. And yeah, back to the original question, I do think our batting is to blame, and with so many people like Pope and Crawley and Stokes himself in dire form.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'd agree with that up to a certain point, right? But I got a bit pissed off with Nasser at the end of it. I mean, Nasser was banging on at the end of it. Look at South Shaquille and look at this and that guy and how they play spin. Yeah, they're at fucking home, man. And they play it all the time. It was kind of like, well, look how they play with soft hands and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, that is true. But, that is the product of where you play your cricket, right? And England don't play cricket in those conditions. So the fact that they do go hard at the ball, it's hard to put away. You play like that your entire life. Then suddenly you're supposed to switch just like that? Okay, you're a professional, but it's not that easy, right?
I completely agree with you. My only point is, it's just very similar to India. Win the first test and then lose the next 4. And my point was, we've shown nothing. We've shown no learnings from that series to now. That series ended in February, and this, is in October. We've shown no learning or ability to adapt at all since then, which I just think is a shame.
I think you've got a point there. I mean, there's already, as we thought there might be, there's an awful lot to unpack there. So let's sort of take it a step at a time. One, to Bear's point, yes, they're at home, true, but England won there, by piling fast runs on, let's say, slow, low tracks that were very hard to get a result on. That's what they did in 2022, 3 times. Here, you had the extraordinary situation after that mind-boggling, record-breaking first test, where as soon as Pakistan effectively looked across the border to India and said, well, actually, they always seem to beat England. What if we do a bit of that? So they completely changed the direction of the series with the repeat, on the second test on the first test wicket, i.e. reusing the wicket, and then 2, the creation of that thing. So you had of the same environment? No. Conditions, pitch, the same for the third test in Rawalpindi. So you did have a sort of it was more dramatic. It was more dramatic than England winning the first test in India and then losing the next 4. It felt different to me. It felt not doctored, but although to a certain extent
it was doctored.
But it felt like I guess the first question you got to ask is, was it just smart tactics? Is spin of any kind Bazball's kryptonite? And did Pakistan wake up and come up with a revolutionary way to make sure that they turn the series around? If I'm a Pakistan fan, I go, yeah.
Okay, right. Whilst those are all true, you also got to look at where England lost to a degree. 2 of those tests, and it's harsh on Jamie Smith, but we dropped South Shakil when he was on 20, which was 120 runs or 110 runs off the score. Plus, if he had been caught, who knows where Nauman and Sajid Khan would have got to in their bashing. I mean, that's 200 runs you've basically cost yourself there. Similar situation, Jamie Smith, and more culpable, I would say, was the second test when he dropped Agha Salman. It was an absolute straightforward dolly edge that should have been snaffled by a fucking under-12 wicket-keeper, basically. Straight into the gloves and straight out. And that cost us that game. So, I mean, you can analyse lots and lots of these situations, but actually where you lost the match, there were 2 important points in both those games which have gone the other way. England probably win both tests, in my view. We'd have had a lead. At the end of the day, if England had been rolled for 150, 60 in that second innings, Pakistan would have had to chase 100, 200, 210. And in the second test, they'd have to chase 300, in which case England certainly would have won that test. So, I mean, whilst you can overall look at it and go like, oh, well, we're shit. I mean, we threw it away at certain points ourselves.
We did, and that's what.
And you can't overlook those and just say, oh, blah blah blah. And the other thing, and the thing that annoys me about this is all about the batting. No, it's as much about spin bowling.
Correct.
You have inexperienced spin bowlers. Look, Jack Leach is better than Bashir, but they're both reasonably inexperienced in those conditions, right? More so than Bashir. But you look at how Sajid Khan and Noman. I mean, they're not massive spinners of the ball. I mean, Noman's a roller, but the wickets are helpful, right? But what he does varies his pace massively. Yeah. I mean, there's a 20 km/h difference between his fastest balls and his slowest balls, which is 15 miles an hour. And if you have control and you can get it up and down at those different paces, you're going to flummox even the best batsman. I mean, that's what you do. That's your job as a spinner.
The thing I would say, sorry, I think the first thing says, I don't think any of us had problems with Pakistan, doctoring the pitch, if you want to use that term.
No.
I think that's using home advantage. I think that's okay. My point with the laying it all on the batting, obviously there's an element of the bowling that has to come into it, but I don't think we necessarily bowled badly. I think we were tactically poor at time, and obviously Bashir, I was commenting on at the time, is just very inconsistent with his lengths, and Leach doesn't vary his speeds enough, so they're learnings that they need to take. But I mean, if you look at, Pakistan scored 344 in the first innings of the last test and 366 in the first innings of the second test. I mean, they're not mammoth scores. We haven't necessarily bowled that badly. I know the pitch is turning, so we could have dismissed them for a bit less in each instance. But it's not like they were knocking 500 out.
No,
we kind of always looked in the game until that very flat period after lunch.
But this is kind of where I was going, because you've got a few things that aren't about the batting. So possibly, I think, Billy, England were 67, having had first use of the track. So that is very much about the batting. Jamie Smith was the saviour there. But remember, we had Pakistan. England had Pakistan at 7 for 177. Yeah. Now that was
sound Australian there, 177.
Yeah, I think I did it the wrong way around. That's because I'm reminding myself at it on Crickington. That's the way they have it. But 177 for 7. England just seemed to let it drift, and that's where a combination of bowling inexperience, fielding mistakes, and frankly, and this is where I think the Ben Stokes discussion is quite an interesting one, he just didn't have his mojo. There was a time where England would have tried everything under the sun. They would have been on all sorts of funky fielding positions. They would have done bowling changes. Ben Stokes, even on a spinning wicket, would have said, fuck this, I'm going to bowl myself and give it a go. None of that happened. And for a weird period, England just were like a rabbit in headlights, as was it Saud Shakeel? Saud Shakeel made most of his runs in 1s and 2s, and we didn't do anything to stop him. That was just weird. Constantly we let them. We let him play. Shall we?
Well, welcome back to the Basin Reserve with New Zealand on 199 for 6. They need 384 more runs. They've only got 4 wickets left, but Tom Blundell and Nathan Smith are doing a pretty good job of rather frustrating England. Back in the saddle with me are the 2 horsemen of the Bay Oval Apocalypse. One is Will. Hello, Will. Welcome back.
Hello.
Good to see you. I had no idea where I was going with that. I was just sort of meandering. You know, when you start a sentence and you think, where the hell is it going? And the other...
Which one of us is which?
The other is the inimitable...
I think I'm deaf.
Mog. Welcome back, Mog.
Excellence.
Who will be on your social media messages. Well, it has been frustrating, hasn't it? It's been frustrating from an England perspective. Again, early wickets. It took a while, second session, although they got a couple in the end, didn't they? But it's not been straightforward after lunch, has it, Will?
No, it really hasn't. That lunch break really did something for New Zealand. They've managed to stick around, and Blundell's been great. This would be an amazing knock in a different circumstance.
Well, they're going to continue with Bashir, who's going to be bowling from the pavilion end, which means I think he's bowling with the wind in his face. And it has been quite breezy today. There's a slip and a forward short leg, and onto the back foot goes Blundell, forces us into the ground to Woakes, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. It's been cloudier today. We've had a little squall of rain, which descended literally at lunchtime. Down the track, launched by Blundell. Whether that's gone the distance, I think it has. Should have gone all the way for 6 runs. In which case, it has, because it's put a great big hole in the white sight screen. I wonder if someone has to come and fix that. I'm not sure he actually got it right off the middle either. But yep, it's gone all the way, and it punches a big hole and goes through the fabric sight screen. And that's a horrible ball down leg. I haven't even got round to playing the 6 before the next one comes in. They run a bye, so it's been a loose start, and England have got a little bit loose, given us byes. We'll just do that for a start.
Damn! That 6 is on fire.
What's Bashir got? That's better. It's Flamingo whipped down to a deep set right on the boundary, in fact. Very straight mid-on, and they'll just take a single.
That 6 was definitely cheaper than the ones in Antigua, smashing up those solar panels.
Well, yes. Oh, that's another drag down, and it gives Blundell time just to adjust his body and steer it to mid-wicket. They take another single.
I hate to say it, England in disarray.
Well, I mean, 208 for 6 is
Completely headless, leaderless.
Not quite disarray, but they aren't.
Bereft of hope.
They could do with a breakthrough. Bashir, that's well defended by Smith, who gets a big front foot forward. Bat and pad nicely together. It's the end of the over. It's 208 for 6, Mog, and I can see there's a bit of action popping up here and there, socially speaking.
Yes, there's some discussion about short players. Bavuma was 5'4", or is 5'4", I should say.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned Jonty Rhodes, and he's about 5'10". And
Right.
is Marco Jansen the tallest present cricketer? Well, we think he is.
He's 6'8", isn't he? Am I right? Marco Jansen.
Who was that Pakistan chappie? Muhammad Irfan? Or the other
Irfan,
guy?
yeah.
Yeah, he was
7'1".
Yeah. J Mother Statsman says Australia is still bowling, but it's nearly day 3 for Australia to bowl. Speaking of Australia, there's a one-day
Cast is going to
Australian
continue
women.
anyway, and it's short, and it's taken by Pope. So England are persisting with the short ball from Cast, who's being used in the Neil Wagner enforcer role. Mog, sorry, finish that.
A one-day game between India and Australian women, and Elise Perry recently made 100. Georgia Vole made 100, and India are essentially fucked. Australia batting first. They're about 350 after 45 overs.
So that's, that replicates
They
pretty
are
much
just-
the...
They are just unstoppable. They're like a juggernaut that just keeps going.
Right, Blundell going to be facing Cast, who is in, shorter, pulled, through mid-wicket. There is a man at deep mid-wicket. Oh, of course it's Rayan Ahmed, of course it is, who, don't forget, is on for Harry Brook, who woke up with a bit of ankle stiffness or an ankle pain. Oh dear, actually Ben Stokes got half a hand on it as he fell backwards, but Rayan Ahmed was patrolling that deep mid-wicket boundary. Got them a single. They move on to 209 for 6. I've got a question for you, Will, in a minute. I'll just wait till after this next delivery to Smith. Cast in short, who misses the pull this time, taken by Pope. So England have resorted to Cast as the enforcer, bowling the short ball. That's not how he's got his wickets. Is that a feeling that... Is it sort of a go-to strategy when all else has failed?
Well, it's their plan C, isn't it? In terms of they do it. This is part of their kind of bowling plan. They do this enough that they all sort of slot into it, and they'll do this for 5 overs, I reckon, and then they'll try something else.
Ollie Pope's losing his... Put it back on 2 or 3 times in the breeze. That's nicely played by Smith. Down towards fine leg. And they'll take 210 for 6. And indeed, umpire Holdstock has just raised his arm with 2 fingers aloft. In the more Churchillian version of 2 fingers, to say that Cast has bowled enough short balls for this over, I think. So the tall Blundell, 94 off 92. 1 shot would do it. He's pulled this. That'll be 4 of them. There is a fine leg, but he's not going to get round. It was a really fine shot. A fine shot. Pulled fine for 4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
Maybe he is starting to look like he deserves that number 66 on his back. We saw a ton from Joe Root today, who was absolutely superb for England. possibly making a point that he could score quickly, and that's turned off his hip down to fine leg. Zach Crawley is the man stationed down there. It's a single, so Blundell will be on 99, but he'll also keep the strike because it was the last ball of the over, and it gives us a chance to catch up on any messages for you.
Messi says Bashir looking for his famous shit gets wickets ball simply to promote Guerrilla Cricket merch.
Well, it would be good, wouldn't it? It would be good. England need something. They found that something with Bashir and with Atkinson. Was he the other? No, it was Cart. Who took the wicket in the afternoon session? I know Bashir
Atkinson
was one of
took
them.
One.
Yeah, it was Atkinson then, and Atkinson and Bashir. But they need something here. It's not panic stations because only 4 wickets and 300 and something runs needed.
A billion runs left.
Yeah. But it's a frustration for England. Right. What's Cars got? Unfortunately, we've zoomed in now. Sorry, Bashir. Well, it says Cars on the screen, and unless Cars has suddenly got a bit taller and started to bowl off breaks, it's more likely Shoaib Bashir, and indeed it is. That was a dot ball
a
there.
Radical career change.
Yeah, it would be. It would be. He does frustrate, doesn't he, Bashir? You know that there's something there. That's dabbed late and dabbed off the bottom edge and dabbed down towards fine leg. Duckett will pull it in, running from slip, but Blundell will get 2 for it, which means he has got himself a Test 100, and by Jove, he's done it in rapid order too. 101 off 96. It's been a superb knock with New Zealand backs to the wall. He's been the one who stepped up, said, well, we may lose, but we're going to lose with me doing everything I can to make things better, a little bit better than they might otherwise have been, and he's certainly done that. All of which is me trying to find the actual here it is, milestones. What I wanted was this. Finally got there.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are
Bashir.
a centurion.
Is this a replay? No, it's not. It's not a replay. But it's exactly the same ball and exactly the same shot and exactly the same field and exactly the same result, 2 runs. So having got his 100 with the 2 turned off his legs down to fine leg with Duckett chasing it, he's now added 2 more in exactly the same manner. 220 for 6 and Blundell 104 off 97. I wonder if that's his family, 2 little, 2, yeah, I think that's 2 very proud little boys or girls. I only say that because they're very young, it's hard to tell. That's launched high, it was a full toss, and it's gone, I think, for 6. Crawley dived, he couldn't stop it. And, well, I have to say, I don't know how forgiving and for how long Ben Stokes is going to put up with this from Bashir, because it's been mixed at best.
Well,
one of these.
They do.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air. Smack
Better ball, pushed through onto off stump, defended by Nathan Smith. And there's no run. 226 for 6. We're in the 47th over. There's only 1 ball of it left, and it's been a right old bag of licorice all sorts. Defended down towards gully. There's no run. Bit of a real mixed bag, Will.
Yes, although it feels like this is part of the plan, because it reminds me a bit of, you know how Man City look all fluid, but actually they're very, very prescribed and they have to all stand in the right position.
Well, don't look very fluid at the moment, but yeah, I take you generally.
But do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
But actually, what they're doing is exactly what Guardiola tells them. It does feel a bit like this is kind of what they do at this point, and and they're going for a possibility. It's possible that Bashir kind of throwing in
comes Car, short pulled. How many times have we said that? 4 runs. How many times have we said that? It's more of the same, really.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Absolutely creamed away off the shorter ball by Blundell, who is seeing it large, realising there aren't too many demons in this pitch, and England possibly guilty of overstretching. Suddenly what was just falling into their lap is not doing that anymore. That's turned off his hip. It's going to be fielded this time by, is that Bethel, who's been banished from the infield down to deep backward square? I think it is.
I saw a shock of blonde, so
yeah, I'm pretty sure it is Bethel. Maybe time to bring Chris Woakes back, who perhaps has a tad more guile, but they just keep persisting with Bashir.
I don't know whether they're using Bashir as a sort of a foil for Cast, you know, because he's doing that enforcement and kind of banging it in the same place kind of thing, and then because Bashir's kind of going a bit all over the place, you kind of have to zone in on that and sort of just trying to keep them from
round the wicket. Cast. Ooh, that's an interesting ploy, because he's coming round the wicket to the right-hander, who attempts to pull him away at Smith, and it's through him, but it was also well above stump height. So all was well as far as New Zealand are concerned. They stayed 231 for 6. Start coming round the wicket to the right-hander. It does suggest they want to keep working it short and at his body, doesn't it, Will?
Yeah, I don't know whether any of what I just said is actually true. I'm just trying to give it some logic, really.
Fired in at his leg stump. That was quick enough to not enable Smith to move it away, to manoeuvre it away. 583. Big old target, never been done. 418 previous highest successful chase. But we will want to break this partnership. And in a way, this partnership has been very, very Bazballian in its approach. It's a let's just take the game to the opposition and see what we can do.
Yeah.
It's ducked under by Smith as Cast continues to, well, you'd almost call it bodyline were it not for the but there is an absence of sort of leg side field. But he's coming around the wicket to dig the ball in at the ribs of the right-handers.
It's definitely a bodyline line, but not fields to go with it, which is quite interesting, really. I think that's quite fun, because if you do set the field, then they know it's coming and you can kind of set yourself for that. But just pinging them in without the field's quite.
Who I think is bowling from the Vance stand end, does slightly hurry Smith, and it pops up a little bit, but there aren't fielders close enough to be in the game for it. There's no run. It's at the end of the over. They jump to add so quickly.
Yes, it is.
Well, in that case, I think we can go
Leah
straight to you, Mark.
Leah says hello.
Hello, Leah.
Hello.
Lovely
if you
to
need
have
more
you with
cricket
us.
after this is over, hop over to her channel for the third day from Adelaide. Carl Herbert says, now Blundell is setting the team for the next 2 years after this meaningless knock.
I don't think it is meaningless. I don't think it is meaningless.
Bit of pride back into the thing,
Yeah,
I guess.
keep taking it deep. New Zealand are going
I don't
to...
think any test ton is a meaningless.
No, quite right.
thing,
I'm with you. Bashir then does continue bowling from the scoreboard end. And he's lost something. What's gone flying?
It's the umpire's
I think
hat.
it's the umpire's cap. And it's Bethel who is able to haul it in. Thank you very much, says Rod
the same
Tucker.
colour as his hair.
Who's going to... Is he wearing it on back to front?
He's putting it on backwards.
He's putting on backwards like some sort of boy rap artist.
Game's gone.
Oh, that's short. And though it's massively launched. There it is past the... I've forgotten the name. Monument already. but it's
the W one.
Yeah, all W's, not William Wallace.
William.
Well, it's 6 runs anyway, and it was
Wellington.
Wellington.
Way it went. I think England must soon start to think, just how many runs do we just want to bleed away? And in fact, the close-up into Ben Stokes' thoughtful face suggests that someone else on the TV coverage was asking much the same question. Right, Bashir, there is a slip and a forward short leg, neither of whom are needed because that's angled out towards cover. And there's no run. I mean, that really was a poor ball from Bashir. You might as well have wrapped it up in some wrapping paper with a big sign on it saying "hit me." Now there's a shout. I think he's got him. Would you believe it? Somehow, out of nowhere, Blundell has gone. Bashir has done the trick. Ben Stokes is vindicated for 115. I think he was attempting a sweep. He got a top edge. He was taken at leg slip. And we'll tell you again now. Yeah, he was looking to ramp it away. Duckett, who was at slip, anticipated it and ended up moved from slip to leg slip. And Duckett took it on the dive. You have to say, from the little fella, that was a fantastic piece of anticipation. But Blundell goes for 150. He's acknowledging the crowd, but probably feeling he's just short of doing the full job. England will be relieved. The wicket of the century maker has gone, but what a fine effort it was by him.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
What about that smart piece of fielding and thinking by Ben Duckett, Will? That was fantastic.
Yeah. I think also, I might have misseen this, but Pope sort of like palmed it off to Duckett on the way through, I think.
Well, I think Duckett knew he was on the charge, whereas Pope wasn't.
Going on the charge, and then
he'd already seen it coming. I don't think it was. If it was a plan, it was a heck of a well disguised plan. I think it was just not a particularly good ball.
It wasn't a plan. I just sort of.
Yeah, he's looking to ramp it, is Blundell, but Duckett was already running behind Pope, so he'd seen what was going to happen. Maybe a batsman's thinking, watching a fellow batsman. And up in the air it goes. It went through. But Duckett, even then, he juggles with one hand and somehow turns back to catch it. It was a fantastic effort. Bashir gets a big hug from his skipper. And he's now got the new man, Matt Henry, to bowl at, who immediately crashes him, but crashes him straight to point. Who's at point? Who else? It's the man who's just about everywhere, Rayan Ahmed. And there is no run. We should jingle up the new man, shouldn't we? We're going to watch that again. Right, so it doesn't quite, it goes through Pope's gloves. Duckett with one hand kind of parries it and then falls backwards. That's edged, Whippley looking to cut. He's going to get 4 runs, very fine, to a fine third ban, and Henry's off the mark with a 4. I haven't even had a chance to play his jingle, but it's one of these. By this chap.
With 2 first names, Matt Henry.
Right, 3 more wickets is what England need. It's 241 for 7. Henry is facing Bashir, and he's... Is he gone? No, it was a bump ball, wasn't it? No. Ball. Wow.
Apparently.
Goodness me. Yeah, he slapped that in the ground, but straight to mid on. So it's the end of the over. It's 49 overs. It's eventful stuff. It's 241 for 7 for New Zealand. They've lost the century maker, Tom Blundell, who's been quite superb, but he's gone. And a remarkable piece of fielding by Ben Duckett. 152. Mog.
Messi said a few minutes ago, so you're saying Bashir bowling shit is part of a cunning plan, and given he's taken a wicket.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cars.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I am, and I stand by it.
Cars is into Nathan, turns into square leg. There's no run. Carry on, one mog. Oh, now Ben Stokes is warming up.
Richard Mountford says we're bowling a load of trash at the moment, aren't we?
Well,
Okay, you still managed to take a wicket.
Yeah, well, I think that's actually true. I think England, actually, you've got to be patient. England aren't
We
thinking.
do have a T-shirt that you could buy. You know,
We
to
certainly
celebrate
do.
the fact that we're playing.
Shit gets wickets.
Yeah.
Cars. My word, that is all going off here. Pope. It was short. It really inconvenienced Smith, who there's going to be 4 overthrows. That is really messy. No, Bashir's done really well. He's got long legs. But I still think they're going to get 4 in the end. They're going to run 4, surely. I think they have. Yeah, they have. It's short. Smith was looking to pull. He got himself in a complete tangle. Pope ripped off the glove after it popped up, went over his. So yeah, it catches him on the glove. They start their first run. Ollie Pope takes it, actually throws with the glove on and loses the glove in the process. Not surprisingly, it's ridiculously inaccurate. And it means that Bashir had to go galloping away to try and prevent runs, but they got 4 anyway, and that's weird and shoddy piece of work, really. Cast short. Half a shout from Pope, but Smith, who was looking to cut, didn't get anything on it. He survives. He's on 37.
Is there some query over what Blundell's score should have been in the end? Andrew Cook's thinking he should have been 121, not 115.
He's 115 in the scorebook. Where does he get the extra?
They didn't add one of the 6s to his score. He reached 100, then went 3, 6, 4, 1, so it should have been 115. Then he hit a 6.
Oh, you may be right, and I'm sure that will be adjusted. That's a very rare occurrence that in a test match that's defended into the onside by Smith. Let's have a look if the scoreboard here is right or wrong. Still on 115 here, and as far as I can see, 115 off, 102.
I think we'll be seeing. I don't know why. I have a feeling we might see a bit of Stokes quite soon.
Well, he was warming up. I mean,
pick up a few tail ender wickets.
Well, it does look a bit like that. That's well defended by Smith, but he'll get a single. Bashir again, having chased down that overthrow, horrible, hideous, ugly overthrow by a man with great big gloves on. And they get a single, and he'll keep the strike, won't he? No, he won't, because it's not the last ball of the over yet. Matt Henry will be back on to strike. As ever, it's not quite as the crowd that it has been. A combination of weather and state of the game, I would imagine, but a very healthy crowd enjoying a very eventful day. It's had possibly 1 or 2 more lulls than the breathless first 2 days. But
fewer hat tricks today.
Fewer hat tricks for a start. Yep. Right. England continue to have a spread in and out field as Cass is in, and it's full and defended by Henry. And there's no run, so Smith will get the strike. He's on 38. 50 overs are complete. It's 246 for 7, Mog.
Messi says England's plan to let Bashir learn from experience is actually leading him to get worse. The occasional lucky wicket lets them justify keeping him, but he's shit. I can't endorse that sort of commentary. I would never criticise a cricketer. And Mayank says, okay, now comes the winning partnership. Smith and Henry.
Well, yeah, they've still got an awful long way to go.
Matty Henry's no mug.
No, absolutely he's not. You will have seen a bit of him at Somerset, won't you?
Yeah, I mean, that's really what I've seen him get us out of quite a lot of tricky situations.
Well, we called it. We saw him warming up. 3 wickets to take. Step up, England's captain, to see if he can get amongst those final 3 and break what really would be the last partnership. and he's going to be bowling it to Smith. Nathan Smith, isn't it? I nearly called him Matt Smith. That would be completely wrong. I'll jingle up. Oh, yes. Stokes over the wicket. Short. Pulled. Gone for 4 off his first ball. No, he hasn't, because there's Bethel down there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and actually it will just be a single. Right. England's captain. Ben, where are you? Here you are.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
It is indeed Ben Stokes, and he's the man who's bowling, I think, with the wind, isn't he, from the scoreboard end. So he's got the wind behind him. And he's bowling towards that big old Vance stand. And that short down leg. And it was an attempted whip by Matt Henry for half a second, less than half a second. I thought, oh, has he been strangled? He hasn't. Somebody's holding a flag up there, and my goodness me, it's billowing, that big New Zealand flag.
There's some serious wind.
Ben Stokes is Ben Stokes is really carrying on in the same mode of looking for the short ball to try and do the damage. Surely he needs to start attacking the stumps. We do know Matt Henry can bat. No, he's gone shorter again. Henry has a ugly heave to leg and misses completely, and the ball ends up with Ollie Pope. In the meantime, without his cap now, Ben Stokes has got a pretty decent impression with his hair, which is sticking up at all sorts of ridiculous angles. But it's not a tickling stick he's got in his hand. It's a Kookaburra cricket ball, 50 overs old. Stick. And that's hauled up in the air. There's a man underneath it. It's taken, judged brilliantly by Bethel, who I thought had misjudged it. He had to put in a dive. The wind was probably swirling it around. That is a fantastic catch. Ben Stokes does have a wicket. It's Matt Henry has to go. He's gone for 4. It's 8 down now for New Zealand. The large lady who possibly could do with eating 1 or 2 more salads is loosening her vocal cords. And well done, Bethel, because that is a fantastic piece of judgment, Will.
Absolutely. Tony, could you let Billy in from the waiting room, please?
Let Billy in. Billy in. Wherefore art thou? Billy Whiz, here he comes.
Oh, we must be due a change now.
Are we due a change?
Yeah.
We're letting Billy in?
We are.
Is it time for me to bugger off, or shall I wait to the end of the over? I'll wait to the end of the over. I feel we should see the over out. And what an eventful couple of overs it's been. Isn't it strange, Will? You just think nothing's going to happen. It all goes rather slow. England are trying things that aren't working, etc., etc., etc. And then all of a sudden, bang, bang, 2 wickets.
I don't think that the things weren't working. I think they were doing exactly what they intended to do, and in the end, it worked. Okay, not in the way that they thought it was going to, but I think the plan probably was bowl Bashir at one end, with Cars being incredibly consistent in his placement, see what happens, then bring Stokes on, have a bit of a smash about, see what you get.
Very true.
I think that was probably the sort of discussion.
Well, now, how many more times will we play this? There are those who are suggesting that he may not get his swan song. But it's this time.
Whimsical notion to fly with Tinselby's to light. I probably
in comes Stokes. Ooh, that's short. Drops just short of forward short leg. Southey did get some bat on that, I think. Yeah, some glove. Oh, it's down in the ground. Who's under the helmet there? Is it Joe Root? That's sure that's not the place you should put your most senior batsman. Right, Jason, are we due a change? No, there's 1 more ball left. Then we are.
How many sixes does Southey need to make 100?
Comes Stokes. That's away.
Oh yes, good.
Halfway down leg. It's 2:47 for 8. 51 overs complete. Smith on 39, Southey on 0, and we'll have a little shuffle-aroo.
Bye.
Right. Thanks, gents. Bye.
Thank you. Just to complete that, Southey has hit 95 sixes, so it needs another 5 to get to 100. Can somebody tell me, I've tried to adjust my microphone to make it a little louder because I noticed I was a bit quieter. Is that better than it was or not?
That's much better.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Oh, good. Thank you.
On the adjusting note, Jason, do you mind if you can see if my picture's showing on the YouTube feed? Because I noticed
You
that
are.
it wasn't on my last few stints. It hasn't been. For some
You
reason.
are showing.
Very good.
Yeah. When we've got 3 on screen, it sort of blanks one out for some reason.
Well, it depends if you're which order you get into the conference, I think. As to which one it does. Anyway, Bashir's going to continue. He's just brought up his 100. He's 2 for 102. He's much happier now. He's taken that somewhat fortuitous wicket of Blundell in the last over.
I would say about 50% of his wickets are somewhat fortuitous.
Very good,
I don't have
very
a lot
good
of
reactions by
time for
both Pope and also by Duckett to manage to haul that in when it was scooped down the leg side. Anyway, here comes to it's almost a repeat to Smith. Smith goes for the lap scoop. This one cannons into to Pope, but Pope can't flick it up for Duckett, who is also moving around to catch.
I don't think he actually hit that one anyhow.
No, I think he did.
And that's coming in. That's a quick single out to the mid off.
Maybe he did.
Only through Pope's reaction really messes, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't quite so high. It went straight into
it's
the
not
belly.
a chance.
Went straight into the belly of Pope, and it dropped forward rather than being within Duckett's range. So Southey to face. That's full and flat and defended off the back foot by Southey. Can he get to 100 sixes? He's only on about 95, 96, I think.
Yeah, he's just got a little flick, a little glance off the face on the way through to Pope.
Another short ball that's whipped past the fielder at the short and to the slightly deeper fielder at mid-wicket, and they run a single before the fielder has a chance to effect a run out. And it could be all fun and games now for Smith. Batting with the tail
he's
up.
done well, hasn't he? On 40.
Here we go. And that's a flash on edge into the wide gully area. Atkinson is chasing it, and they come back for 2. Fairly safe shot, actually. There's not a lot in the way of people to catch that ball, as long as you've got a decent amount of bat on it.
Elsewhere, I can let you know that Australian women have completed their 50 overs against India women and scored 371 for 8, which is fairly decent.
Driven all the way along the floor by Smith, but to cover, that's the end of the over. New Zealand 251 for 8 of 52 overs, so they're going a decent click, almost 5 and over.
What way do you see the women's Ashes game, messes? Sorry.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. That's because England are looking very good at the moment.
Yeah.
Mayank says, okay, now comes the winning partnership. Anthony Henderson. We Hendersons are everywhere. I'm so glad for Joe Root as his batting is super duper. England is winning this test real easy. That's certainly true. Mike says New Zealand to win is 1,000 to 1 on my American betting app. Well, if you want to throw some money away, feel free. And Carl says, can Guerrilla Cricket get a Bashir signed version of the Wickets t-shirt?
Flashed up in the air, and it's gone over the keeper. Rayan Ahmed is down at the very fine sort of third man and they've had time to get back for 2 after a wild throw back to the keeper.
Carl,
Yeah,
I
just
think
had a go on, Messi.
we could auction off a Bashir signed Shit Gets Wicket t-shirt and get a whole lot of publicity too, I think. If only he'd do it.
Well, that was a nice bouncer from Stokes, who, to be fair, in his 7 balls has created a bit and bowled quite nicely.
Yeah.
But it was a good bouncer and followed Southey really, who did try and flash at that for a 6, but...
Here comes Stokes again, and it's short and worked down to the waiting for catchers at deep square leg. That's Crawley on this occasion for an easy single. And with the Bash brothers in at both ends, you can't see anything being tamely defended to a player.
Well, he's bowled a few short balls, Stokes. I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes full on the stumps Yorker with Smith's weight probably on his back foot.
No. Has he strangled him down the leg side? They think they've got him. And Stokes is looking somewhat perplexed.
Sheepish.
But I think they've actually given that. And Smith is walking.
I think a bit of glove on the way through, 8 short of a 50 for Smith, so that's disappointing from a personal point of view. He charged him really, and good take from Ollie Pope behind the stumps, who you have to say as a standing keeper has done remarkably well.
Well, he's not really a standing keeper. He's been keeping since he's 9, so no, he's perfectly competent.
Well, I know that he's standing in the sense that he's not, he doesn't do it regularly, does he?
No, he's done it maybe 5 or 6 times for Surrey, but no, there's a panoply of keepers at Surrey that... Anyway, we should jingle up his dismissal for Smith. Yeah, here we go.
I mean, I think that's a perfectly reasonable shot when you've got 2 weeks left and you've got 355 runs to give.
Yeah, and it does bring this gangly man to the crease.
He'll never make 95, probably never 50, because Will O'Rourke is a bad bowling and a batting, but he's good at that, good enough to get your wicket, good enough to drive you crazy when you get out.
And Stokes is looking at a very cheap and burgling 3-for here, if he can get the job done this over.
He just followed him, Ben Stokes. It's actually quite well bowled, to be fair.
Stokes. Another short ball, another ball down the leg side. Rourke is having none of it.
There's something very village about the whole of this post-tee session to me. It's just, who cares? Because everybody knows waiting what the result's going to be.
It is very much waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah.
It's just a question of how long, I think.
Nice to watch Stokes charge in, though, I have to say.
And short, over the stumps this time. O'Rourke just ducks down and not interested in anything like that. If you were a village cricketer, I think you'd be saying, "Make him play, lads, make him play." At this point.
Well, yeah, Stokes is just pushing his weight back. You'd think this one's
there's going to be a full one coming fairly shortly. Possibly now after 2 short balls. There it is. Oh, and that's just missed the off stump. O'Rourke has played inside that. The ball snaked just over the top of off stump. Well bowled, Ben Stokes. Unlucky, but England on the brink at 254 for 9.
Oh God, that's a beautiful delivery.
It is, isn't it? Mayank says, I can't believe Bashir could well have a fruitful long test career based on shit getting wickets. Andrew Cook says, my mistake, I attributed the 6 to Blundell when it was Smith that scored it, so the score is right. Ashley Greerton says, all I can say is bring on the 3rd test. Lots of soul searching before then. And Jamal Statsman says, Mr. Bain, asking Leah for her YouTube page because she's going to be doing commentary on the Australia-India match, which starts in 15 minutes.
Appeal, lad, appeal. That's not that far away from Southee as he tries to muscle the ball to the leg side off Bashir. But I think that's just hit him outside the line, and it's probably just a bit high.
Messi, you're going to... hanging off this ball.
And tries to repeat the shot, and slightly fuller and faster by Bashir, and he misses the ball again.
Are you going to slip seamlessly into watching that, Messi, for the rest of the day?
Absolutely. Well, I've got two screens going at the moment with the women's ODI and this is going to finish just in time for me to switch over to the test match in Adelaide. So the timing's all perfect.
Full and defended by Southee. I think he's waiting for an opportunity to have a better shot at the 6 here. But Bashir, here he comes. And there it is, and that's another hoik, really. No, there's nothing really more you can say about that, apart from the fact he's trying to muscle the ball to leg almost every ball. And I think he's saved there by the fact that one actually spun a bit and would have missed leg stump. And finally advances down the ground and deposits Bashir over the fields on the leg side. Was that 6?
Yeah.
Yes,
I think it was 4. Was it 6? Yeah, I thought it was 4.
No, it was a 4.
One bounce. He got to the pitch nicely. A really good swing of the bat from Southee. Over mid wicket, really.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Turn there for Bashir. Tucks Southee up, who's trying to play that into the offside. And that is the end of the over. 258 for 9.
So, Mike says, I think it's time New Zealand do a complete overhaul before the final test, because this has been very difficult to watch. Carl Herbert says, can Baz order 5 pies for his friend to get 106s? Mog says, look at this vulture Stokes swooping in to take some cheap tail end wickets. Yeah, they should have J next to them for junk wickets. Thandika says, this is the same team that swept India, and I can't even put up a fight against England.
It's not the same team, I'm afraid. There are.
Yeah, it's not.
There are spinners missing. There is a major batsman missing. And no, a lot of effort was expended in getting a win over India, which I think they have not yet recuperated for.
Mike
the
says
turnaround time is pretty short.
Yeah. Mike says these two should just defend for 2 days for a draw. Piece of cake, really.
We missed the ball there, and they just taken a single. O'Rourke now has 1. Here comes Stokes again. That's baseballs, and that is out. And that is the game. He's flat batted that to a somewhat middle range Chris Woakes on the mid wicket boundary. And England win by 323 runs. And Stokes, as you say, has burgled a very quick 3-fer.
Awesome effort from England. The result from almost from the first day wasn't really in question. 323 runs really is an absolute hammering. All the talk was, how can New Zealand bounce back? They're definitely going to perform better.
And it's inside of 3 days. In fact, it's inside of it's 8 and a bit sessions, 8 sessions and half an hour almost. So that is a hammering pretty much in anybody's book, as they all congratulate each other and think, oh, I can get off into the cold, into the nice warmth of the pavilion now.
Yeah, it was a good bouncer by Ben Stokes. He's done well for those 3 wickets. Nice to watch him have a bowl. It's a pretty easy catch by Chris Woakes, who's very unlikely to drop those. And the young Jacob Bethel's the first seen to give him a highlight. What a fantastic time of it he's having. He must be thinking that Test cricket is pretty easy at the moment.
Yeah, well, there are sterner tasks to come, not notably in January where they go to India. But for the moment, you can only beat the team that's in front of you.
White ball.
Yes. Yeah, so they've got 5 months break from Test cricket now. So.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, now after the next test.
Yes, I mean, we should talk about the next test. I mean, both sides will be, I think, potentially looking to change their lineups. There's nothing on it in terms of the World Test Championship, so why not experiment at that point?
I think Ollie Robinson will get a go. Well, you don't know. Apparently, it's Harry Brook's ankle.
Yes, I mean, if Harry Brook is actually, if it's more serious than we think, then that's a natural one-for-one replacement.
Yeah. Well, they're unlikely to risk him, you'd think.
You'd think Leach should get a game. Especially given Bashir's bowling absolute shit. I would have thought that was only fair. Sorry, there's a few messages anyhow. Kiwi by Day put this out before the last week. It's just ended and C was still hanging on by the fingernails. Will says, Messi's a man with a plan coming together. I am indeed, because I've just switched over from Wellington to Adelaide. The women's ODI will be over in time for the start of the South African match in 4 hours' time, so it's all working perfectly. But Mog says, I'll be watching South Africa versus Sri Lanka rather than those braying Australian and Indian jackasses. Well, you've got another 4 hours to wait till that gets underway again, Mog, so you may have to.
It's a shame how, it's enjoyable that they're all scheduled together, but it would be nice if the series were a bit more spread out and you could have Test cricket year round.
Well, if it wasn't for the IPL, we could probably manage that. Unfortunately, the IPL takes 3 months out of the bloody year, doesn't it?
Which
is a pain. Anyhow,
looking at the wickets,
I think we're done.
Looking at the wickets, it's all spread around. 2 for Woakes, 2 for Cars, 2 for Bashir, 1 for Atkinson, and 3 at the tail for Stokes.
I should
Brilliant
say
innings. Give a nod to Tom Blundell as well. Fantastic innings, 115 off 102. Really well batted in the circumstances.
Also to Nathan Smith, who hung around quite nicely for his 42 off 51 balls.
I should say there were 297 runs scored. Sorry, no, more than that. What were they all out for in the end?
259.
Yeah. So 308 runs scored today, which was higher than the top GPL pick of 287. So the GPL will carry over to the next Test match at 38 pounds and hopefully start growing. And we'll be back with you on the 13th of December, which is Wednesday evening UK time, or the 14th of December in New Zealand. For the third test in Hamilton. And meantime, don't forget, you can support us by going to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. We absolutely, desperately need whatever support we can get, because we're going to have to find a new studio for the new year, and it's going to cost us money, and we need yours. Thank you.
You can also like and subscribe us if you've not already done.
Indeed.
On YouTube. Well, that appears to be it. We're not going to hang around for the ceremonies. Any ideas who you think the man of the match should be? Too many people from the England side to pick from, really.
Yeah, there are. I mean, I feel like you've got to give it to a bowler, really. As good as the batsmen were, the bowlers set it up, bundling New Zealand out for 125. I'm just trying to think who.
I think Car's got 6 wickets across the match.
I could give it to Cars, or Atkinson got a hat trick, of course.
I think I'd actually give it to Harry Brook, because I mean his innings was really what made the difference to England. 123 out of 280 was massive, and then he clipped another 55 in the second innings. So I'd go with Brook.
I think that's a fair shout.
Fair enough. I mean, as you say, it could go to any number of the England players. They're all pretty good, and a real team performance to share it around. And a nod to Chris Woakes as well, who I thought bowled very nicely.
Right, well, we are out of here. I'm going to play the theme tune, and we shall see you towards the end of the week.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. La revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.